one of our pool boys today is Alfie. Looks like Alfie on the far side of the pitch. Morning to you, Alfie. Have a good day, mate. Nice to be service today. But it's not just Alfie who the ball boys, thanks to the other guys as well. As the game flow. So just a reminder of the running order today, Gloucester versus Sale coming up shortly, then Bristol Bears versus Newcastle, then Exeter Chiefs versus RTC from North Wales, then Quins versus the Yorkshire Academy, Saracens versus Leicester Tigers, and it all finishes with the grand finale. Northampton.
Being played slightly out of order, but because Gloucester are the home side, we thought we'd get them going first. And Sale have stayed overnight, so they get the early kickoff. And we are about ready to go with this. And it will be Sale who get the ball and will kick off. Ball in the hands of Felix Twitchett, the AKS schoolboy, who lifts the ball high into the sky. And what an occasion this is. Finals day. Extra pieces of motivation everywhere and a little bit of nerves potentially as Tate 40 just spills the ball. It's gone backwards, says the referee, so Gloucester will get a chance to go again and will bring their forwards into the action and will try and fashion a position from which to clear their lines. They have Rio Ebanks, a young lad who's already played senior rugby this season for Gloucester in the PRC, the Premiership Rugby Cup. Sale come swing it back inside, and there is the aforementioned Twitchett with a carry, and he'll present the ball back to his half-back partner Maney. One of a few out of the Sedbergh school up in Cumbria. Now the open side, Will Bennett, the captain, another Sedbergh boy, gets a carry in the blue of Sale Sharks. Rob Bentham wearing 4 on his back. fired out. Some real skills on show here at under-18s level. If you think that this rugby is going to be slow and pedestrian, it is anything but. Harrison Turner, the Lim High School boy, wearing 2 on his back today for Sale. Arm is out from the referee, not rolling away. So this is a free go for Sale, and expect the ball to be played with. Kick downfield, doesn't work. Ben Firth fired it downfield, but the referee will say they'll come back for a penalty.
Red roll away.
Not rolling away, says the referee. Body positions have to be good. Just slowing the ball down there, the referee says. Yep, we'll penalise that. Both these teams, Sale, it has to be said, are a little bit unlucky, potentially. Many will say in Sale ranks that because they missed, they had their first game of the season postponed against Northampton Saints, and then they had a bye week, so it was 3 weeks before they started to play any rugby, and they got off to the worst possible start, being beaten by Yorkshire. Gloucester are a good side in a very, very competitive South Pool. We'll talk more about that as the day goes on. Gloucester ping it to the outside. Now they reload, the ball bouncing on this artificial turf.
Away 7!
And you can understand why a place like Kingsholm gets this sort of day with its artificial turf and the way that it can keep going. This pitch, it won't chew up. 40, take 40, kicks it downfield and pins Sale back. And it's a decent clearance kick from Zeph Mayer. Myerscough College, should I say.
Pitch, please. Blue. Blue, we can't leave the line up that far.
Yeah, on 100%. This is all the hallmarks. I mean, these are teenagers, but my goodness, there are some large teenagers in place. And the aggression, the physicality will be just as obvious as men's rugby, full senior rugby. You will see some big hits. You will see some serious speed. Lovely changes of direction as well. Do stay with us. We've got an absolute feast. Obviously, I appreciate you'll have things to do on a Sunday and, you hoover the cat and stuff like that. But you need to make sure that you keep on checking back in with us and watching this rugby day unfold. This is a wonderful day of narratives, of stories, not just of people potentially who will go on to play at top flight, but also stories that have turned 14-year-olds into adults. They would have started with these clubs a long, long time ago. A huge amount of effort would have gone in with parents pushing their youngsters around the country to get to training. And they're here, a culminative day of joy and celebration. What a tackle that is in the midfield, and fantastic work. The spill came from Horsfall, but a great tackle in the midfield from Sale. And that's what I mean about the aggression there. Captain Will Bennett putting his shoulder where his money needs to be. Coughing the ball up, and it's a scrum in centre field.
Space, balance, stability is discussed. Crouch.
Good opportunity this for Sale. Both sides of the scrum being optioned.
Set.
Quick ball for Sale to play with. They actually leak one way, then the other. It opens a little bit for Twitchett. Thought about the offload, kept hold of it. Neat little run from Turner. Now the ball is on a plate for Maney in his back line. Back aside, a little bit of space for Bentham. Half a gap, Gloucester close it. Now fired out again. Turner once again. He's a busy hooker. Over the ball, first man. Gloucester have stolen it. Now they come again. Half a break for Dufty.
Away 6. Penalty advantage.
Away, says the referee. Now it's a penalty against Sale for the same thing that they were pinged for a few minutes ago. Sam Bromley on the wrong side of things.
He hasn't even kicked the ball yet.
Neat nudge down into the 22. And it's a line out for Keelan Freeman-Price to fire at. Oh, it comes off the top and immediately Hodkinson comes forward with the ball.
Advantage over.
Ball fed out to the Sale back line, and Ben Firth's rather large boot steers it downfield. Thought about the return kick, but now Gloucester come again. The offload off the floor is ambitious. Gloucester playing. Now the ball goes backwards. Might have gone forwards then on the second attempt. No, the referee looked at it and said, yeah, no, play on. Out the back it goes, and there's a bit of space out here for Gloucester. On this left-hand side, want to beat. Here we go. Down the left-hand side, I think it's Denny. Lovely offloading. One more could make it. Oh, just
Backwards.
Tap backwards by Sale. Little hand in there.
No.
Prevented it from going. See the skill available there for Gloucester to break from their own 22. The imprint of the first 15, the senior men's 15, on the under-18s. If it's on, let's go. Ball is kicked clear. And Sale will get to breathe again. That was panic stations there for Sale, and I think it was just a clever little hand in that stopped that last pass going two-hand and Gloucester scoring. Have another look at it here. Burnett.
Blue.
On to Junior Denny. Jono Boulding, the impressive Radley lad. Signed a pro deal this week, Jono Boulding. They think good things about him. And almost got Gloucester off to the dream start there. Sale spoil things at the line-out. Forward they come. Maney's going to try and dig this one out. People are bouncing him around. Decent carry from Ogbonne.
Tackle release.
Flat ball in the midfield is misfielded, and therefore Gloucester will get the opportunity. Yeah, Lawrence Ogbonne, the Kirkham lad.
Hold your weight on the
All I've got written down against his name is Powerhouse, and we saw a little bit of it there. Scrum time again. Middle of the field. Gloucester will fancy their chances here. They span out with 4 to the left-hand side of this. 2 on the slightly shorter blind side.
Set.
Early engagement. Got to take it from the right place, says the referee.
Early engagement, number 3.
Rio Eubanks will be brought back. Number 3 being penalised. The aforementioned Ogbonne.
Can't go scrum, it's a free kick.
Free kick. Has to be, can't go scrum again, so has to be a tap. Part of the new laws which will promote running rugby.
Stripped in the tackle.
Stolen by Sale. And downfield Maney goes because he thinks that there's not enough people at home. Take 40 has run back and mopped it all up.
Red retreat, 9 retreat.
Ball is kicked forward. This is Joe Emanuel. Emanuel
Keep retreating.
looked a little high in that first go. He was stooping over the ball.
7 off feet.
Off feet, Emanuel. St Ambrose lad. Wales under-18 camp earlier this year. Of course, the under-18 Six Nations is in front of us, and those selections have not yet been made. This is a shop window for everyone to try and put themselves forward. Left boot of 40.
Blue on the line, please.
up to the 10-metre line.
Headband at you in.
Hartbury's Freeman Price. As you would probably guess, Hartbury College providing a huge amount of ballast to this Gloucester side. Ball goes over the top of the line out. And Jack Gilbert picks up the gift and heads in field. Again, ball is spilt by good tackles and a little bit of afters from Sale, who put themselves through it. The ball is kicked down and into the 22. It's going to bounce towards that line. It does touch it. And it's going to be a decent result for Sale. This is a good position. Good turn and kick downfield. Gloucester got to steer themselves out of trouble here. Good line out will help. A lot of movement. At the front they go highest. Ebanks fires it with one bounce into midfield. They're going to pick it up and play with it. Oh, half a gap. Gloucester away. And once again, there are numbers. Oh, the dummy. Look at that. Away he streaks. He's got the pace. One more pass. No, he gets away. Oh, he goes again. He's beating players for fun.
11, no.
Advantage, Sale off their feet.
11.
Keep it close now. Gloucester sniffing. There's players out here on the right-hand side. If they can make it work, they can't. Knock on, they'll come back.
No, time off. Captain,
I think the referee will have a word here for a little bit of a cynical foul.
11.
Another look at the break. Well, there were several options here to pass the ball.
Clear line break shot, I think, for the ball to yellow card.
Not taken here. No, again, he went round the player.
Hold it. Whenever you're ready.
Confidence of youth. Tap and go from Gloucester to the line. Over the line, Ali.
No,
short, says the referee. Looked as though he got that down and then retreated, if you like. Now it comes again. Sale have got it. Penalty again, not releasing.
On the line.
Another tap and go. Another missile sent low. This time Sale are good for it. There are numbers out on the left-hand side. They just need to stick and move, play them in, and they're over. Try scored for Gloucester. Just reward for them. They've had a few goes at it. Had the numbers, 3 on 2 out here. Good, decent finish. Had to be patient, had a few goes, thought they were over at one stage. Had to make sure that that it was scored. Gloucester with the first try of this festival of rugby. Stretches out over nearly 11 hours. Hope you'll be with us for all of it, I really do. Kick just to the left-hand side of the upright, so no extra points. I think that's Thomas Williams. Sorry. I've got him Thomas Williams. It's Thomas Evans. I think that was Thomas Evans who dropped over there, the number 13. Difficult to see with the numbering and the distance I've got. Ball has been left to bounce for Gloucester. High tackle from Ogbonnaya. Easy for the referee to see, considering it was right underneath his nose.
Lower, please.
Gloucester and Tate 40 will get an opportunity to clear to this touchline again. Good boot on him, 40. Another one of the Hartbury cohort. Gloucester with another opportunity in which to try and build a position, give them a platform in this game. Rio Ebanks sees the men coming through, doesn't fire it. Referee says leave him alone. He's on the floor. Now Gloucester are going to use it. Ebanks has numbers on this right-hand side. One of them is Jack Gilbert wearing 7. He carries it forward. Again, more abrasive stuff from Gloucester, who go at the guts of it. Ebanks uses the runners to sort of create some space. Now there's a bit more space in the midfield for Gloucester to carve through. They're picking and going quite well at the moment, Gloucester. Referee says leave it alone. Ebanks again into John O'Balding. Ebanks again, half a gap there. Gloucester really making sail, have to work hard around the edges. Ball is a little loose. Ebanks and 40 combined, but 40 eventually throws it forward. And we'll have a little break in play. Just to remind you then, if you're new to today, we have a huge amount of rugby coming your way as we have another look at that forward pass from Tate 40. Bristol versus Newcastle, the next game up. Exeter versus RGC. We have 11 academy sides, so we were always going to have one spare, and RGC have stepped into the breach to create a very interesting game in that third matchup. Then Quins versus Yorkshire, Saracens versus Leicester, and then the final at 7 o'clock, just past 7 o'clock this evening, Bath versus Northampton, a repeat of last year, and last year's was a mesmerising encounter. Had absolutely everything. Drop goals, tries from your own half, one-man efforts, team displays. It was brilliant. Do not miss out on any rugby today, but certainly make sure that you're around about 7 o'clock for the final. It will be fantastic. So a little break in play as Rio Ebanks gets a little bit of running repairs.
Approximately 1:40 for the Exeter Chiefs versus RGC. Plenty of rugby coming up for you to enjoy. This afternoon, Quins versus Yorkshire Academy. Then after a short break to sort the pitch out, Saracens versus Leicester Tigers. And then it culminates in the grand finale. Saints versus Bath Rugby.
No, it's just over here. I'll give it to you once it's passed.
Medic's just attending to things and making sure players are happy to go. Referee's going to bring them a little bit further infield.
You can't really see it, but it is there.
So we sail put in.
Sorry, check. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Maney steers the ball on the right-hand side. This is Mayer.
No hands.
Gloucester have stolen that. Illegally so, says the referee. Hands in. Ruck was formed. They will tap and go, so... I don't know about that, you see. Yeah. I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? You want to make sure that the players aren't stealing yards, but at the same time, you want to get the ball going. You want the ball back in play.
Edge of the 10, please.
Referee, specific about the way he wants things.
Is he back on? Hold it. Lads, your yellow's coming back on. Hold it. Where is he? Is he on the pitch then? Oh, he's that winger anyway. Yes, please.
We're just waiting for Joe Emmanuel to come back on the field. He is now, so Sale into the midfield. Neat little offload. Bromley with the carry. Now they go right again, and this is Quirk. We haven't mentioned him yet. Younger brother of Rafi, Christy Quirk. Ball off the top, and in comes Ogbonaya, and there's an advantage here for a high tackle, so Ogbonaya will get an opportunity to go with that. Oh, lovely ball, looking for Quirk, and didn't quite go to hand, but the free play was Sales. Twitchett will look into that far corner.
Edge, please, Red. Sorry? You out, 9? 9. You out?
Line out for Sale. Good position this, good opportunity. Slightly scrappy, but Ogbonaya has the ball, and Ogbonaya is taking no prisoners. Sale, strong running, good running from Alex Kerr. Left they come again, Captain Bennett towards that line. I think he's got there. He has. Will Bennett, the Sedbergh boy, is over the line. There's a little bit of afters. But that is a good score for Sale. They needed to get into that 22 and make it count, and they have done just that. And as suggested, this game is going to be keenly contested. Decent carry from Bennett, decent strength to ride the first couple of tackles and stay on his feet.
Okay, I'll have a word. Please mention it under the post. Mention it the next time early call.
Zeph Mayer with the kicking duties. What an amazing occasion this is for all involved. You can imagine the youngsters, the teenagers, trying to get to sleep last night, imagining playing here at this famous old ground on an auspicious occasion. And just a reminder, if you're new to this setup, the two leagues are a South and North conference, and so every game will be effectively a representative from the South versus a representative from the North. So they wouldn't have played these each other before. These will be new patterns that they're seeing in front of them. Northampton are the most southerly northern team, if that makes sense. But everyone else, and the Southern Conference this season has been particularly well contested. The likes of Bath, Saracens, Harlequins, arguably three of the better sides in the whole competition. They've been battling it out in the south. A substitution that's come on for Sale. I think it's Harrison Causey, the Kirkham second row, who's taken the field. He's a good player, is Causey, so we'll shore things up and ask a few questions of this Gloucester side. 35-minute halves in under-18s rugby. And just a 5-minute half-time as well, so we'll be... 5 points to 7 at the moment in favour of Sale. One try each, but this is a good game to kick things off on Premiership Under-18 Finals Day. High tackle they'll come back for. And I would have thought that they will be pushing their way towards that corner again that they were profitable in earlier. 40's left boot will search out that line.
Thank you. Luke. Hold it a second. 20, just go off at the back, please.
Will Bennett, the captain, is coming back on. Causey is, that's about 30 seconds he's been on the field. He's back off again.
Maul. Hold!
More for Gloucester. Eyes up, they just break away, and now the ball is on the floor. First Sale hands in are repulsed. Decent work from Will Knight to escape the first tackler. That goes backwards, but it's scrappy, and now with a second attempt it's knocked on. And there's a little bit of frustration there from Freddie Ogden-Metherell as he gets up. It's actually as he went to land on the ball, he knocked it forward. Again, another little break in play. This is Harrison Turner, who's just getting a little bit of attention. He was the man who was cleared out. And just making sure that his joints are okay, and he is good to join us once more. So our clock on our graphic isn't stopping.
Crouch!
So we'll keep you updated as to exactly how much extra time there will be, as it were.
Set.
In both halves. Sale will put into this. Maney has done that already. Gone one side and then the other. And there's a little bit of space here for Emmanuel. Emmanuel gathers that restart brilliantly. That kick through. And then immediately loses it forward. And Emmanuel picks up a little bit of a knock for his troubles. It was a decent little nudge through from Emmanuel and good regather. Ball sat up nicely. Now he's down on the floor. Let's have another look at it now. Sits up beautifully for him. Had to be brave there and took a little bit of an injury as he came through, actually. And looks as though he's got one of those legs already heavily taped up. The physio will come on and examine him, and he'll say, yeah, no, that definitely does hurt. Does it hurt if I do this? Yeah, no, it does hurt. Are you sure? Yes, yeah, no, it does hurt, I promise you. All right, okay. On you go, keep playing. That's what the conversation goes like. It's very strange. Gloucester with a put-in just inside their own half.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Ebanks played against Hartbury in the Premiership Rugby Cup for Gloucester. As an under-18, that's pretty good going. Sale come through and knock the ball on, and in fact maybe a penalty for going off his feet. It is. The referee obliges by letting me know. A little knock over the top doesn't work, but it was all to nothing. Off feet, says the referee, against the try scorer Will Bennett.
Yeah, can't just go straight to the floor. Positivity, please. Cool. Blue edge of the dash, please. Yeah.
Line out on the left-hand side for Gloucester. Line-outs at under-18 level are one of the things that they continue to work on. They are, as you can appreciate, incredibly difficult combination of different things. And as a case in point, that line-out goes over the top. You'll see a fair amount of it under-18 level. The throw over the top. I think it's quite a good way to restart a rugby match. Just lob the ball into the middle of the field and see who gets it. I think it's something that actually the senior game is missing. Imagine if test matches, you restarted by just lobbing the ball into the middle of the field and giving both sides sort of 10 metres to try and grab it. It would be great. That's what sometimes the under-18 line-outs are like.
Crouch. Bind. Set. No, back, 9 step.
Ebanks digs in.
Advantage.
Everyone's come on the right-hand side for Gloucester. Offside from the Sale number 9. 40. Lovely bit of hands and a little bit of room for Junior Denny to show his footballing skills. Again, Gloucester have loaded the left-hand side. There's space out here if they can get it. Good passing. Out to this left-hand side, away from the first tackle of the ball inside was prohibited. Now they'll come again. 40, crossfield kick. This could work. Oh, the hand. Doesn't quite go for Jack Gilbert. Went with it with one hand. It would have been an unbelievable take if he'd made it.
Yeah.
But 40 knew with the crossfield kick that it was a kick to nothing. 40 will step forward. No thought of posts here. Would have been a relatively straightforward kick. They want more than that. Potentially a couple of minutes to go to half-time. Ball in again into the midfield. Sale get opportunity to break here, and there's a couple of people over here that they might be able to use. This is Quirk. Inside ball again is coughed up, and that will be half-time. Referee will say enough is enough, and we will have a break. And it's interestingly poised, this one, as many observers thought it might be. Gloucester with the early strike, but Sale come back into it, and at the moment have their noses in front thanks to a conversion. And it was a good start for Gloucester. We'll have another look. They had to be patient here. There was a fair amount of build-up, but Ebanks dug it out, numbers out wide. And I think it's Evans who crashes over. Nice little moment for the young man at Kingsholm. Sale did especially well. Bennett clambering through the hole and reaching for the line. Good strength from the young man. And it was a well-taken try that sees Sale with their noses in front. Half-time.
gearing up for the second half. Changes look to have been made by both sides. I'll try to get my best to keep up to date with those. So once again, settle back, relax, and get ready for the second half of Gloucester Rugby versus Sale Sharks.
Next up, after this game, Gloucester versus Sale, Bristol versus Newcastle, Exeter versus RGC, then Quins versus Yorkshire, Saracens versus Leicester for the third place berth, and then the final tonight, just past 7 o'clock, Northampton Saints versus Bath, a repeat of last year. And if it is a repeat of last year in terms of quality, you will not want to miss that. Restart. One of those changes is Will Mason, wearing 22, who's come on for Gloucester.
Taken back.
Sale, through Alex Kerr, will clamber or try and fight their way out of their 22.
No, right.
Twitchett takes up the battle as well.
Both let go.
Taken back is the call, so at the moment they can't kick it directly dead. So they'll kick down the middle of the field.
Yeah, happy.
Now Gloucester try and see a little bit of space over on this left-hand side. Nice little kick through from Mason. Changes at half-back. I see got Luca Woodyard on as well, wearing 21. Half-back, so Ebanks' day is at the moment done. Just trying to pick out any other changes on both sides. Don't think there is in the pack.
Call for numbers, please. We're not going to mess around and line up.
Will Mason has also joined us for Gloucester Rugby, number 21.
Fred to step out. Fred, step out, please. Go again. Wait for your hooker. Yes, they have.
Harrison Turner.
Fellas, we're going again. The hooker would have read it.
Harrison Turner has almost got fed up with his own. He needs the ball. He's now saying, "Can I have the ball, please?" Well, you kicked it away, Harrison. Right, here we go. Let's have a line. In comes Sale. A little chat about it. Up they go. Kind of works. No, it doesn't. After all that, Harrison Turner, the Lim High School boy, doesn't throw the ball in straight. So Gloucester will get a really good piece of real estate to build from.
Thank you.
Referee talking to the Gloucester front row about holding their space.
Winger, are you out? Crouch! Bind!
Gloucester have looked dangerous in the back line when they've got going. Now it pops. Right, runners behind the screen. Oh, well read. Excellent tackle on Denny. Right they go again. More good, strong running. The dip of the shoulder to absorb the tackle. Now they push towards that line once more. Tackle, says the referee. They'll get a chance to play it back.
Short!
Short, says the referee.
Advantage, 7 offside. Release!
Penalty coming.
Advantage, 7 offside.
Oh, half a dummy and through. I think it's Woodyard who's got there. Replacement scrum half.
Time off.
Little bit of afters. Yeah, both sides, and there was a clip round the ear halfway through that. I don't know if you caught it, and that's why both packs have come together, because it's just a little fiery.
Please have a chat with the AR about the try first, please. Wait here. Thank you. Put the ball down for now.
Little chat there. The Sale players come in to remonstrate with the referee. Look at Woodyard here, who goes through. It's a lovely little dummy.
Okay, so we're playing penalty advantage for 7 offside. So coming back from that penalty, have you seen anything in the afterwards? so we'll restart with a penalty to red against him. No try. Both captains, please.
Well, let's have a listen in here. You can hear the referee.
Okay, so they are seeing a knock-on before the ball's grounded. We're playing the penalty advantage for yourself being offside anyway, so we will restart with the penalty. No, stay here, please, for a second. That cannot happen again. Both of you need to have a word with your teams. Take the responsibility. I don't want to see it again, or people are leaving the field.
Yeah, Will Bennett being spoken to.
He'll be here. I'll show you in a moment.
And told to be on his best behaviour. They are in the red zone here, Gloucester. There was a knock-on there. I couldn't see it, obviously, from this camera angle. Doesn't hold that.
7 blue offside.
But it is Bennett himself who is offside, and an opportunity here for Balding. Mismove and low missile sent in at the knees, but Sale are good for it.
One step!
They hold them once. In the position they were a few moments ago. You could hear the referee's call.
Stay outside.
Over the line they go. Do they look like they've got there? The referee's in good position. Held up.
Held up. Held up first. Held up first. Goal line.
Really good work from Bentham underneath this.
Ball held up first. Goal line drop out.
What's also clever about that is the fact that the players alongside him got in the way of the referee. So there was no way he could see it. Even if he had grounded it, there was no way that it was going to be definite. So the referee, with the only call he could make, forward comes Mason. Half a gap, good throw. Towards that line they go once again. I think it's Ogden Metherell who's pushing towards that line. Gloucester, once again, inches out. Asking a load of questions. Mason with the line, it ached. And he was through. Mason wearing 22. I've got the down. The PA announcer has got a slightly different team sheet than I've got. I've got that down as 22 is Will Mason. They had to be patient here. They'd been in this position a fair few times. They didn't want to fluff it a third. And Gloucester scoot through. And assert their dominance once again in this game. Conversion out wide from the left-footed Thomas Evans. Just pulls it across the posts.
Right, okay, sorry.
Fair few changes for Sale. You can see that there's been a change at half-back. 21 Archie Idden, the Kirkham 9, has come on.
Just hold it a second.
Which means that Fergus Maney has made his way off. And Hodkinson has also come off wearing 5. The restart is short and gives Sale an opportunity to restart, but they don't do it. So Gloucester will get a carry here. And it's a decent one into the midfield. Little jab through. Ball is going to be awkward. Well picked up by Twitchett. Idden, touch for him. Carry again from Bentham.
No hands. He's got to roll first.
Sale out to play with that ball. Twitchett again. The defence up on the outside of him, which meant that he had the pass sort of closed off. Now out to the right-hand side. And Mayer sees the ball fly over his shoulder and into touch.
No.
Skill level not quite there. Mayer puts his eyes down as if to curse the opportunity missed. Teddy Smith-Milne, number 17, has come onto the field, which means I think Cam Bushell has made his way off. Line out from Gloucester again is over the top, knocked on.
You're the attacking team, it's your responsibility to set the gap. There's your mark.
Jono Balding just trying to make his case with the referee as regards the situation. Here, there on the referee's mic. Even at under 18 level, they've got the nous to try and colour the referee's opinion of the situation, try and put some thoughts into his head as to what exactly is happening.
9, don't get in the gap.
Luca Woodyard, the Wycliffe boy. Oh, decent hands. I thought that was going to work for a moment. Denny almost through. Knock on. Sale will get the ball. Another substitution. This is Ewan Caven wearing 23 coming on now. He was credited with a score a little bit earlier by the PA announcer, but I think this is Caven.
Change is happening. There's a mark.
Caven will settle into the midfield. We'll have some defending to do here off this scrum. Sorry, Christy Quirk, Rafi's brother, is stood behind Twitchett at this scrum, and I wonder whether or not he'll be used. They come left, and it's that same move, that dummy left and around, that it is Quirk that's brought into it. Really good runner, as you would expect from that household. And looking for a little bit more of a gap than Gloucester are currently giving him. Left they go. Inside ball, that could work. Turner is loitering. He's done that a fair amount this game.
Advantage, late shot.
Twitchett, the hands had to be good. Possible pass from Twitchett, but the referee's going to come back and actually say penalty. Late tackle is the call.
Where's number 19? 19.
19 is Oscar Roostem Caswell.
No, number 19.
Archie Yetting, number 21, and number 23, Isaac Blue.
See whether or not that plays out. Erstwhile, Sale have kicked to the touchline. A little bit of confusion over exactly who's on and who's off, but we'll play on nevertheless.
Red, you are here, please.
Harrison Turner, let's see how this line out goes. Relatively decent towards the front. Now it's popped up to Idden. A little bit of space here in the midfield, but Firth is well wrapped up. Idden, lovely ball over the top. Isaac Glue, the other Kirkham lad, is on, and Lovely presentation. Turner scorching down that inside. Oh, lovely ball. And I think there was a toe in touch. There was. Harrison Turner inches away from an absolute cracker of a score. Let's have another look. It's the delay of the pass gives Turner a bit of space. 1 foot on the line. Ball inside was a decent one. Idden thought he'd scored, but they'll come back. Onabeyedu with the line out. Decent work, Gloucester. And their replacement, scrum half, Luca Woodyard, gets a little go up against 3 or 4 players, and Woodyard does well. Now the ball is recycled again. Decent carry from the young men in cherry and white. Woodyard will kick it downfield and get his mates to chase it. Forward comes Isaac Glue. Over the ball is the replacement Onabeyedu. Now Gloucester have the ball, and it's a good turnover, good opportunity here to try and strike. Ball out the back, away from the first tackler goes Mason. Sale a little narrow here. The ball misses the intended target. Where are we running to? Intercept, Sale have it. Turnover ball. Again, Gloucester player just about gets out the way. Out the back, and Sale, if they can work it, have space here on the left-hand side. Throw the ball early. Did that go forward? Oh, round the back. Bit of Hollywood. But it doesn't quite work out for Sale. I think that first pass was forward.
Second one.
No, the second one, says the referee. Well, take your pick. Could that have gone a little bit earlier? That looked as though that was forward. That one definitely has been ruled forward. Well, the way this game is going, I think the next score could be absolutely crucial. If either one of these sides can get over the try line, I think that could be it. Substitutions in the front row. Sam Bryant, the Hartbury prop forward, makes his large frame known to us all as he comes in for a scrum. Props love getting substituted just before a scrum. That's what really makes their hearts beat.
Crouch!
You could see the speed of him as he came on the field, though. He wasn't coming on for a line-out or a tap penalty. He wanted a scrum.
You know I'll give you the time to get your feet in the right position. Take your time, please. We haven't had any issues up to now.
Referee remonstrating with both front rows about exactly how good it's been and how he wants to keep it that way.
Crouch! Fine.
And we'll just see this scrum out because I've been joined by someone pretty important, especially in these parts, and we'll introduce him in due course. Gloucester get an opportunity to play with the ball and clear it down this left-hand side, and it is going to make itself all the way out, and that gives me ideal opportunity to welcome George Skivington. Hello, George. How are you? How good is this? I mean, another finals day at Kingsholm, and the under-18 rugby again showing its class. It's alive and well, and the heartbeat of our sport, isn't it?
Yeah, it's brilliant. I think this has been a really good game. It's obviously nice and tight, so it's going to go right down to the wire. But yeah, I think it's a good start to the day. Obviously, plenty of games here today, but as you say, you know, I think this is the what's the word? It refreshes you when you watch the young lads who are just at the start of their journey, and you know, all the sort of hope of where they might get to, and all the ambition, and just hopefully enjoying what they're doing.
You've obviously enjoying yourself this season, and we'll just see how this breaks out. Sale will just look after that. Christy Quirk will step and go from the back and is well marshalled. Ball gets its way to the floor. Sale will get a go again. This game at the moment, I've just called it as a pretty important next score. Sale look as though they've carved half an opportunity down the middle. Now they come right again. Idden, ball over the top, could work. This is Glue. Glue, little stab through. Gloucester have got to be clever and tidy that one up.
No.
They do. Back in their own 22. Again, the physicality at this level. It's only when you see it up close, you know, these are teenagers, but my goodness, they do hit each other hard. Clearance kick from Gloucester. I mean, I'm right, aren't I? You know, a lot of people think, oh, under-18s rugby, oh, it won't be quite as fast or as difficult or as fierce, but it isn't, is it? I mean, they really do put it about, don't they?
No, they do, and I think there's some big boys out there. You know, if you actually, as you say, you get up close and personal with them. There's some big men, and I think, you know, the collisions are big. I think the speed they've played this game at is really, really impressive, actually. I mean, some good skills, both teams. So, yeah, as you say, it's fast and furious, and the level is extremely high.
You've been enjoying a good season from a Cherry and White's point of view. I suppose it's a remiss of me to say, how is it going? I know we've got a bit of a break at the moment. You've got the Prem Cup and all that, but you must be pleased with the way things are going at the moment at the helm of the senior side.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's the pro game is pretty ruthless, and you have highs and lows, but I think the team are in a pretty good spot, and to be honest with you, largely for us this year is off the back of our young players coming through. We've got a really good crop that we've put 3 or 4 years worth of investment in since they were a little bit older than this, and you know, a lot of them have come through, more than a lot of them have come through, and a good few of them are in the international setups now, which is great. And actually yesterday we sent a very young team in the Prem Cup down to Exeter who put out a fully loaded team, and they managed to win. So I think, you know, that was a huge against the odds performance, and you know, the opportunity for young players to play is sort of coming through for us this year, really. Yeah,
I mean, you talk about it there, and you've mentioned to me in the past about the fact that it's so important to get people growing up in this area coming through the ranks, because it means just that little bit more when they pull on the Cherry and White at senior level.
100%. I think if it's your club and you're homegrown, or you've come here when you're very young and you absolutely love the club, you know, for more than just, you know, the obvious reasons of loving playing the game, and there's nothing wrong with that either, but there is an extra edge, and I think we're very fortunate at Gloucester that, you know, we have got a current crop in the first team now who have come through this age grade rugby together. Some of them have been playing together since they were 7 years old, and they are a little bit tighter than, you know, a group you piece together, and that's something you can't falsify. So I think that's exciting, and I think looking at this group here, and I met with all the parents before this and had a good chat with them, and I've obviously been watching them play their games, seeing who's going to come into the fold next year. We've got a really, really exciting young group at Gloucester this year and next year, actually, to come through. So it's exciting times.
Under-18s it is a segue. It is a moment which potentially you can start to see people progressing. But we're not daft enough to suggest that actually it isn't the only way, and some of these players who might not get picked up here might go and play a good level of senior rugby, and over the next, I suppose what I'm trying to say is the next 4 or 5 years, up to the age of 22, 23, a lot of development can happen, and we're seeing it in the senior game. Guys who go and play university rugby go on a slightly different route. There is opportunity all round.
Oh, absolutely, and I think Freddie Stevens is a good example of that, who played for us yesterday against Exeter. He came through the system, you know, wasn't quite ready to come into a professional setup. He's gone to Hartbury, played a bit there, and then he ends up starting for us in the back row yesterday, and as an outstanding game. And I think, you know, rugby, people mature at different stages, different ages, and you know, even some lads who look like they're physically ready at 18 step up to the men's game, and it's a couple of years till they're ready to go. So there's no perfect pathway. Obviously we'd love to just have everyone straight in and ready to go, but the reality is you've got to have good relationships like we do with Hartbury, and you know, lads go off and do education, and the Bucks League is a brilliant league to play in, and the Champ is a brilliant league to lend players to, and as you say, different people come through at different rates. So the important bit is everybody loves what they're doing and stays involved in the game, and there'll be plenty coming in later.
Gloucester here with a brilliant position from which to strike. They've done well from close range. Sack is fine, says the referee. Up to the line they go. A little burrow on the inside. Now Gloucester will get it, and they'll sling it out to the right-hand side. Looks as though that's been knocked on. Sale are going to come away with it here. Advantage potentially over with that carry. Left they go, the ambition from an under-18 side to try and run it out of their 22. Now they might rethink things and potentially look at an exit.
Stay on side.
Iden will kick to the touchline. I was saying earlier about under-18s, one of the areas that, and it is very difficult, and you're the ideal man to speak about, is line-outs. Under-18 line-outs are very, very tricky, and the ball is usually sort of launched over into the middle of the pitch. I thought that's a great way to sometimes restart a game of rugby. Just launch the ball into the middle of the pitch and see who gets it. I know you won't like that. You like a line-out, but my goodness, is exciting.
Yeah, I think it is a tough, again, everyone's maturing differently. Lads shoot up and are still finding the way of jumping and lifting, and it is a real skill. I think obviously by the time you're playing in the Premiership, hopefully you've mastered that skill, but the timing element, you see how many line-outs go wrong in the Premiership, and there's generally speaking 8 blokes got to get their timing right and everything, and I think the young lads, as I say, getting stronger, learning how their bodies work, it's a tough challenge. So yeah, it can sometimes look a little bit out of sync, but I think for the most part in this game we've got there, which is good. And again, it's a real close skill. Throwing the ball from a hooker's perspective is a unique skill to master and takes a number of years. So yeah, it's definitely it's a work in progress for these days, as you'd expect.
So good to hear from you, George. I won't keep you too much longer, but it is really, really good to speak. You stick around for a bit longer. You hold on. Do you have a look at any other teams? Do you keep on it? Do you go back and switch on the YouTube a bit later and watch the final? How does your day pan out?
Yeah.
How's the missus feel about more rugby?
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, I'm not going to say I haven't. That took a little bit of grief today. I think it's absent husband and father at the moment. Obviously, with the game yesterday and then this today. But this is really important. I like to have a hold of what's coming through and know these lads as well, try and get a feel for it, and make sure the parents are happy with the process. So obviously I'll watch this, and I'll be here today and watch the game. It's interesting to see what everyone else has got coming through for sure, and see how everyone else is trying to play as well. There's different, as in the Premiership. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, huge break. Oh, he's carved an absolute aching hole in Gloucestershire there. Brilliant work, I think. Ewan Caven is the man who's just made a little bit of a name for himself in these parts. Lovely dip of the shoulder, switch of the hips, and through the gap he goes. And that stays with you. Do you still remember? That is a good question for you, George. Do you still remember the rugby you were playing under 18? Sometimes those moments, they loom larger than some of your professional occasions, don't they? Have a look at this.
I never did anything like this. I don't think I've got any memories of anything like this, but yeah, I think as you say, the game it's a much better standard to when I was playing 18s. But I think there's a purity of when you're playing at this level. As I say, the whole professional game's in front of you. If you're lucky, you're at the starting point and you want to make a name for yourself. And I think you do have moments like that. As I say, mine look very different to that for sure. But you have those moments, with the lads you've come through the academy with, and not everyone's going to make it, so it's sort of the end of the line for some lads, if you like, and hopefully not. Like you say, they might go on a different journey, but certainly as a group, and then the start of your journey. So you do remember these snippets for sure.
Final question to you, George, and it's really about humans. These development programmes, obviously rugby is the main part. They want to produce as many top quality rugby players as they can, but so few will get there. But the important bit, really, when you speak to these coaches, is about developing these humans. You get young men from the age of 14 through to the age of 18. It's such a formative part. And from your point of view, you must recognise that as well. These guys out in Cherry and White, not all of them will play senior rugby, but they've been it here, and that formative element of where they go, it's vital, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge responsibility, and I think Wayne Thompson and Dick Danahan, the boys down in the academy system here are brilliant for that, and I think Delvey as well, and they know they've got a massive responsibility. As you say, the lads all want to make it in the professional game. Not everybody will, and the responsibility is to make sure that the lads are focused on that whilst got all their other options open, their education, their apprenticeships, whatever they want to do, and also hopefully developing well-rounded individuals, because if you do make it into pro sport, it's pretty tough and ruthless, albeit enjoyable. And if you don't, it's obviously a bit of heartbreak coming for you, but you want it to be a great experience that, as you say, hopefully, if you don't make it at this point, you go off and play rugby at uni or play club rugby, and, you know, again, you may well find yourself back in the fold, but if you don't, you want this to be a life experience that they look back on fondly.
Seems a perfect place to leave you, George. Thank you very much indeed. Look after yourself. Hopefully see you soon, and good luck for the remainder of the season.
Enjoy. Cheers.
Brilliant to be joined by one of the top names in the sport. Really, really good to see, to hear from a man. And of course, you know, again, it reminds you of just how important these days are with top men turning up to watch these youngsters play. And he mentioned it there, not just Gloucester, not just Cherry and White as they come forward again. Ball over the top, brilliant pass out wide, pins his ears back inside. Try score already. Oh, good offload. Oh, I say good offload forward. Dufty couldn't quite make it work. The Bromsgrove flyer down that right-hand side. Couldn't quite get it back. But yeah, just that little word on George Skivington. An excellent coach, not just obviously of rugby, but of men as well. And it starts really early. You mentioned there about him being in here, talking to the parents, making sure that these young men know what possibility is in front of them. And I think it's a really good insight into the professional game at the moment, and how deep it goes, how far back it reaches. As I say, some of these would have started on this journey at 13, 14 years old, obviously a little bit earlier with mini rugby. And it's all about taking care of the human. Sale with a carry through Ben Firth. Ball over the top from Sale, then he's going to scoop that one up. Stop on the half on the 22-metre line, and they'll just have a little bit of attention to a prone player. So a little bit of time going to be added on here. It's Rob Bentham, who has been at the heart of many a thing for Sale today. Bloody nose for his trouble. Off comes the scrum cap. Oh, they're going to try and have a little bit of a poke around, a rearrangement with the old nozzle. So, just a reminder of the games coming your way. Bristol versus Newcastle is next. Then Exeter versus RGC. Stick around for that. I was speaking to Saul Nelson, the RGC coach. He was pretty quick to point out, well, this is England versus Wales. It is. Even at under-18 level, an opportunity to go up against your counterparts from cross-border. Great to have the North Walians with us, RGC. Playing against Exeter in that third game. Quins versus Yorkshire. Saracens versus Leicester. The penultimate game, and then the final at just past 7 o'clock tonight. Bath versus Northampton. Do stick around for as much as you possibly can. I know we have thousands and thousands of people joining us throughout the day. As you can imagine, so many friends, families, counterparts involved with schoolboy and under-18 rugby. Lots of people tuning in. Really delighted to be bringing you this day. It really is important. Gloucester scrum, powerful through there. The referee rewards them with a penalty. The Sale 8, unable to cope with that, and look at what it means to the likes of Mikey Onabeyedo. Immediately pumps the air. Post is the call from the captain, John O'Bolding. And why not? With them in control of the game, just take some air out of it, if you like, and try and poke themselves a little bit further in front. Well, it is looking like, at the moment, Gloucester in full control of this and heading towards the Final few moments of this opening game. Kick at goal from the left boot of Will Mason. It's a decent kick, isn't it? My goodness, I wish I could kick the ball like that when I was 18. Skill level, very, very strong. Restart from Sale. Not a huge amount left in this game, but can they imprint themselves on it? Tackle in the air, rather obviously. Jack Gilbert sails into the sky and is tackled. Denny, he is wrapped up now. Gloucester come again. A little bit of a juggle from Mason. Now the back line is unleashed. Here go Gloucester again. Lovely delay on the pass. And the try scorer from earlier skips the ball back inside. Evans, this is a lovely end if Gloucester can make it work. Players prone from Sale need to get out the way. There are numbers over on this left-hand side if they can make it. Gloucester push themselves. They keep it short. If they can unleash this back line, Sale now have just about got themselves into position. Out it comes. Little bit of a mismatch. Bit of a hole. Caven. There is the cherry on the top for the Cherry and Whites. Another crossing of the line for Ewan Caven. And it has all been a little bit too much for the Sale Sharks, who seem to have run out a little bit of firepower. Stayed with Gloucester in a big way during this first half, but ultimately those substitutes have been the difference. But what a journey. And you can see over there, just underneath the posts, have a look at the way that those Sale boys are embracing each other. This has been a journey for them. No two ways about it. There have been some good highs. You know, Sale winning against Newcastle in that second week certainly was the high point. And that's where they are, and that's where they will finish. An excellent result. In the end, Gloucester too strong. But make no bones about it, Sale Sharks played their
Gloucester Rugby Under-18s coming out on top this morning, finishing the season on a high. Coming up in approximately 20 minutes time, thereabouts, will be Bristol Bears versus Newcastle Falcons, and then following that, at about 1:40, Exeter Chiefs versus RGC. But once again, well done to both teams, and congratulations to your winners this morning, Gloucester Rugby. Thank you to our officials today, and thank you to the ball boys, Aldi, Tom and Ed. Good job, lads. So if you're not heading off after this game, please remember the traffic restrictions are not in place, so please stick to the footpath as you make your way home. Stay safe. Our next action for Gloucester Hartbury, table toppers in the PWR, Friday Night Lights is coming Friday against Harlequins. Tickets are available. Come along and see us. The Gloucester Hartbury women in a good position coming into the playoffs as they finish off the regular season against Harlequins here at Kingsholm Friday night. Come and see us.
Onto the screen, and then I'll look at the video.
Don't go hungry or thirsty here at Kingsholm. Go visit one of our food and drink vendors. And once again, congratulations to the winners this morning, Gloucester Rugby. So another local side, Bristol Bears. Hope you got a few fans in today. In about 15 minutes' time. Much of their warm-ups will have been taking place outside the stadium. And thanks again to Gloucester's opponents today. Safe journey home to Sail Sharks. behaviour will not be tolerated and you may be ejected from the ground. If you notice any unacceptable behaviour, notify your nearest steward. And Kingsholm is a non-smoking and vaping stadium. If you do wish to smoke or use an e-cigarette, there are designated areas, or there is one designated area at gate 2. Please ask your nearest steward for directions. Once again, if you are heading home now, please note the travel restrictions are not in place around the ground. The roads have not been closed. Please use all of the footpaths and pavements provided. Thank you. Bristol team, number 15, Edmund Morris, 14, Oscar Reeves, 13, George Williams, 12, Bruno Lamb, number 11, Jake Kuranaka, number 10 is Lewis Popple, number 9 is Evan Russell, number 1 is George Leyland, 2, Kieran Hill, 3, Fraser Kent, 4, Monty Wells, 5, Will Pack, 6, Jake Smith, 7, Fred Lunt, and 8, Arthur Goyer. 16, Caleb Bruleno, number 17, Casper Wheeler, 18, Davis, 19, Christian Williams, 20, Lindsay Suda. Number 22 is Alfie Clark, and number 23 is Glenn Gamble. Newcastle Falcons, number 15, Jay Edwards, 14, Sam Wardle, number 13, Sam Owens, 12, Matthew Dunn, 11, Alfie Warwick, 10, Charlie Timmy, number 9, Reed Jenkins, number 1, Tom Thurber, number 2, Ben Bankman, number 3, Elvis Ten-Shrooky, number 4, Max Gray-Fox, number 5, Captain Patrick Hogg, number 6, Freddie McGregor, number 7, George Boland, number 8, George Broadbent. Number 16, Harry Bellamy, 17, Aidan Biggs, 18, Nathan Rickaby, 19, Ben Dewsbury, 20, Charlie Evans, 21, Ian Morgan, 22, Conrad Thorpe, and 23, Charlie Wilson. So those are the teams, as both teams are going through their final preparations on the pitch. Looks like Bristol Bears will be playing in white, Newcastle Falcons playing in black. Full day of rugby here for you today, all finishing with the grand finale at approximately 7:05. Northampton Saints versus Bath Rugby, with the winning team being presented with the trophy
Well, welcome back. We've got a change on the pitch, a new game, change in the gantry as well. Will Roberts alongside you for this 9th, 10th place fixture. Bristol Bears versus Newcastle Falcons. And what a tale of the tape we have here. Two sides that have had some interesting lead-ups into this Academy finals day. We'll talk about them in a second. Let's have a little reflection first. Gloucester against Sale in that first game. A real nice opener. Gloucester got the win, 25 points to 7. And in front of a home crowd that were very receptive to a cherry and white victory. And it's going to be the turn of Bristol and Newcastle now. The Bristol team are just heading back in after coming back out. They can't make their mind up. If you've just joined us, then we may be able to also give you a bit of a preview as to what's to come throughout the course of today. So a lot of you will be Bristol and Newcastle fans, I'm sure. That game is about to kick off momentarily. After that, we'll then get into Exeter versus RGC. That's at 1:40. RGC coming from North Wales to play bottom-placed Exeter Chiefs from that Southern Conference. 5th and 6th placed Quins versus Yorkshire. That's at 3:15. That'll be an interesting game. Yorkshire, the plucky underdogs across this Academy League. 3rd v 4th, Saracens, Leicester. Does it get more iconic than that at Academy level? Then the final, Northampton Saints versus Bath. That will come at you at 7:05. But for the here and now, we've just seen Newcastle and Bristol run back onto the fields. It is Newcastle who are in the jet black and Bristol who are wearing the white with black trimmings. AJ Edwards of Durham with ball in hand. He will get us underway. Newcastle want to buck the trend of northern sides falling short on Academy Finals day. And that was anything but short. Too long from the fullback, so we're going to come back for a scrum in the midfield to kick things off. Bristol have been plagued with injuries over not just the last week, but the last few hours. We've had a fair few changes that I'll hopefully be able to make you wise to over the course of the next 70 minutes. One of them is the guy with the ball in his hand. Evan Russell has started at 9. Kai Geely unavailable. The Hartbury boy pulled out late on here. What a demolition job that is from the Northerners. Real big expression from Tom Thurkel especially, and rightly so. Yeah, they put Kent Hill and Leyland in all sorts of positions that they don't want to be in. Thurkel, Hinman and Katinge Fuki, that front row for Newcastle, and Edwards gets to make amends for his initial blunder with a good kick into touch, and Newcastle will grace the 22 of Bristol's for the first time inside 90 seconds. Let's see how this catch and drive will go. They go to the front and they switch it to the back and they're off. Rumbling towards, there's a few bare paws in the way. They've just grappled that ball out of Newcastle's grasp. The referee having none of it. So Bristol will get the put in. We'll look to try and make amends for that first scrum. Didn't go their way. The other change that's come in the pack is Jake Smith of Clifton College. Highly rated blindside is unavailable, so fellow Cliftonian Oshin Williams has been shifted into start at flanker. Can't miss him. He's gigantic, Williams. And it's the backs that are going to try and do a bit of work here initially. And there's Bulanelka. A real special talent, ball in hand. Be interesting to see how he gets on today. Pulling the strings is Lewis Popple. Out it goes to George Williams. There's Will Papp of SGS College. Hill, quick hands. Delectable passing. Through goes Evan Morris. I imagine I'll be saying his name quite a lot today. Another young talent that's been lighting up Academy League in the Bristol way. Flashy and fiery. Richard Hill. And it goes. It's well shepherded, though, by Charlie Deneen, but we're going to come back for the penalty. All the way back in the midfield. All right, back we go.
Late tackle.
Touch is found by Bruno Lamb. Here's Kieran Hill of Richard Huish. First season at hooker for him. Came up through the academy ranks as a flanker. So this is a part of his game that he's had to adapt to over the course of the last 12 months, and he's done that job fairly well. It's been crushed down to the floor, but it's come out to Arthur Goyot. Down the blind side they go, looking for some holes in this Newcastle Falcons defence. Hill breaks through again. Pumping his legs up towards the 22. It's another penalty that goes Bristol's way.
5 black from the wrong side.
Discipline costing them here. Hill with this initial break. In at the sides is the referee. It's a good attempt initially, though, from Patrick Hogg, the Newcastle skipper.
We make sure we're not adding receivers at a late stage. You need to stay in the line out. You can't just leave before the ball comes.
Now they're going to have to defend this line out well. The call's being relayed. Leyland telling Hill exactly where he wants it. They're going to go to the front. It's flicked down by Williams, so it's messy and not how Bristol would have wanted it. But they've got the ball to deck, and they're going to try and use it here through Monty Wells, who's wearing 4.
Release 4.
Being listed as wearing 5. Those 2 second rowers for Bristol have swapped shirts, much to my pleasure. Chipping behind, no one home, but he's offside.
12 in front.
Bruno Lamb just over-committing to Lewis Popple's kick.
12 wide in front of the kicker.
So it comes to nothing for Bristol. Yeah, it's a good spot from the referee. Otherwise, he would have been in home and dry. So instead, AJ Edwards, who's had a lot to do so far, is going to try and find touch. He does that very well. Edwards from Durham School. A lot of representatives for them across this Newcastle squad, as you'd imagine. Well bore down illegally, though, by Bristol, so the advantage is available for them. Kick in behind from Jenkins. It's going to put pressure on the Bristol backfield, but they're going to come back for the penalty from the line-out.
Grey scrum cap on the jumper.
Shifting the kicking duties. Deneen says, I'll have this one. Heads towards the corner. Hinman.
Be careful with the contact, please.
Well taken in the air by Hogg. Out they come. Through Broadbent. Through the gap. Well spotted by Thurkel. Newcastle keep ball speed at a decent pace. But it's well fought back Riley Fox on the back pedal. Through the middle again. Hogg seems to be ever present in this Newcastle attack. Leading from the front is the captain. Jenkins, in fact, looks to go down the blind side, but realises there's a lot more white shirts than black, and now Newcastle just need to reset themselves. Good phase play. Guess who it is? Patrick Hogg again. Fair few carries. Look at that double shot, though, from Bristol. Still, though, Newcastle with the ball. It's messy, but it hasn't gone backwards. That's the key. It hasn't gone forwards. In fact, there's a high tackle there, so they've got free play to work with. They're going to come back for it. No time being wasted by Jenkins. Not 10 either, so another roll of the dice available for the Falcons. Hard carrying, this time from George Bolam.
You have penalty advantage.
Hogg through the middle. Space out here if they can use it. Through the gap, and they're over. Charlie Deneen gets the score. A deserved effort from Newcastle Falcons. After some resilience shown in the 22. Carry after carry after carry, and Deneen decides not to pick the men outside and instead goes for the spaces through the middle. Looked like either way, Newcastle were going to be in there. And to AJ Edwards' delight, it's closer to the stick, so he's able to add relatively easy extras. So it's the full complement for the opening score. 7 points to 0. Newcastle lead Bristol. 10 minutes gone. Let's have a look at this. A little double pump. Charlie Deneen, well taken score. And it'll be him who will catch this restart and waste no time to putting it back into Gloucestershire skies. Now here comes Casper Reeves.
Leave now, 7, leave!
Taunton boy takes it up. Gives the good reply. Goyot again. Reeves once more, bit isolated. And Bristol comes straight off their feet.
7 whites, no attempt to stay on feet.
Once again, hand Newcastle the ball straight back. He'll discipline the Achilles heel for the Bears at the moment. Actually quite coy play from Bolam, who looks to commit himself to the ruck and then just backs out. And that smash from Freyland is one that cost them in the end. It's a good kick, and Hinman will have a chance to test his arrows once more. They go to the tail, comes shooting out. Deneen onto Broadbent.
Tackle!
Release!
After release, knee on the floor, comes spilling out. Bolam says, I'll have that. Thank you very much. Deneen, the try scorer. Hogg takes it with ease and flings it out the back door. Edwards, here's Alfie Warwick wearing the blue scrum cap. Hogg. It's again messy, and Bristol could counter here. This is where Bristol love to play. They want to get the ball into the hands of Evan Morris, because this is what he can do. Straight through the gap goes Morris. Round the outside, and they could have the gas here. This is how Bristol love to play. Little kick in behind, depends on how it bounces. Oh, it's not kind. Bristol, if they manage to collect it, no, it's come back Newcastle's way.
Use it!
Charge down. But Bristol, just like that,
22.
have gone from one end of the pitch to the other, and it's this man, Evan Morris. I spoke about how dangerous he could be. Glides through like he's on skates and gives that pass. It's Russell, I think, who decides on the kick or the pass. He goes for the kick, and it was always going to be a bit of a lottery for Casper Reeves. This ball bounces funny on the synthetic surface, and it didn't bounce kindly for Bristol.
Leave 4!
Bristol collect the ball, but then forget it. Leave it in their back garden, and they're going to have to recover a little bit here.
Use. Use it!
Lamb tries to just find that outer edge. Newcastle, they've come up with it. Straight through, and they've scored. Bit of daylight robbery here. And Sam Owens is the beneficiary. Great work from Rhys Jenkins to exploit the space initially. Jenkins, right place, right time. He thought for a second that that wouldn't have gone to hand, but Owens collects it well and dives over in emphatic fashion. And Bristol have got a 2-score lead. That's not true. Newcastle have. And they'll allow us to know it. Could be a 14-point lead here. AJ Edwards with a tougher kick than his first. Still the same result. 14 points to the good. Newcastle. Not Bristol. They're the ones that'll be scratching their heads. After going from one end of the pitch to the other in what seemed like a blink of an eye. Bristol are now 2 scores down and have a lot of work to do. Oh, but they've taken it well here. Straight through the middle. Bristol are either on it or off it at the moment. And they've got moments of magic that are just unlocking Newcastle. A great take in the air by Bulanoka. Now the heavier men do their stuff. Speed of which Bristol are hitting these rucks. It's going to go out wide. Lamb picks the pass, picks the wrong one. Casper Reeves left with his hands in the air and the ball on the floor. Once again, look at this. Bulanoka through the middle. plucks it out the air, says, I'll have that, thank you very much. The offload is good to Ocean Williams as well, but that too high for Casper Reeves to get a grasp of. And he's had 2 tries go begging in this opening quarter. Newcastle look to exit, but they don't find touch, and Evan Morris will have a think about where he wants to go. He decides to go through the middle and is met by some Northern power. The pass out wide, and there's a bit of space here for Lamb onto the other wing, and we haven't seen too much of George Williams, but there's not a lot he could do in some tight spaces. Lamb thought he found the outside edge. That potentially could have gone forwards. But the referee, well, the assistant referee had seen a foot in touch. So either way, Newcastle get the ball. Missed though, stolen momentarily, but then picked back up, and Bolam's away. Holds the ball in one hand and fires Newcastle up into the Bristol half, as does Hogg. Those two have been ever present so far for the Falcons. Deneen goes out the back door. Edwards fires the pass over to the try scorer Owens, who sees everything open up in front of him. Owens trips over his own feet. Jenkins always seems to be there or thereabouts for Newcastle at the moment. Edwards flicks it on to Katenge Fuki.
Not now.
It's messy. And Bristol have conceded another. Deneen is having a little think about this one. He's going to call counsel with his skipper, who says, give me the ball, I'm going to have a go from here. He does just that. Hogg. A few blades of plastic grass now separating Newcastle and their third score. Bolam, a lot of bunched Bears in the middle here, but they've stolen it. Morris, round the outside. Morris is going to glide through. We know what he can do. This time he might try and do it all on his own, though. Evan Morris taken out. Well up into the Newcastle half. Now backtracking Falcons against barnstorming Bears. This is how Bristol like to play the game. Continually keeping possession and trying to strike with teams on the counter, and the long strides of Pap through the middle. Casper Reeves, how would he love a score at the moment? Hill, handling is good. Leyland, George Leyland. Almost out of nowhere, the front row is combining like centres. And an almost guaranteed score. No one outside. The intercept from Sam Wardle. We may have conversations here about a card. Yeah, it's not looking ideal. Let's have a little listen into what the refs are saying.
Okay. Didn't look like there was cover outside him. We have men outside from Bristol. Correct. So it's a penalty try and yellow card to 14. Okay, thank you.
So we look at the Evan Morris
14, captain.
Attack that started it all.
Paddy, 14. Sorry, Paddy. So we have a deliberate knock-on by 14. Okay. They had men outside and you didn't, so it'll be a penalty try and a yellow card.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
Thank you.
That's all done very well. Wardle will see yellow. And Bristol will pick up a penalty try. Makes the next 15 minutes quite interesting.
Thanks, Max.
It's the right call as well. Wardle goes for broke and gets broken, so pays the price of 10 minutes in the bin. 15 minutes left of the half. Bristol will be keen to get themselves back in the reckoning. Change in the restart. Deneen will now get us back underway. Taken by Bulanauka. Loves a bit of open grass. Doesn't see too much at the moment. Hill and Leyland forming quite the relationship on Kingsholm turf. Bristol go to the boot. Not often we see that. Will it work out?
Backwards.
All backwards, says the referee. So Deneen decides to step and slide into the Bristol midfield. Edwards looks for a little dink in behind. Bulanauka quick enough to get back and regather.
Retreat.
That ball hasn't gone, so Edwards decides to look for the space in behind. This will all depend on how it bounces. Oh, it's gone very funny, and it's very clever also from Williams to leave it.
Goal line drop out. Yeah. Goal line drop out.
It was touched.
Goal line drop out.
He didn't leave it. Edwards asking all the questions in the backfield, and we've seen, well, Bristol are fully aware of how devilish this surface can be for the bouncing ball. Been caught out again there. Not the worst case scenario, however.
Bristol.
So Bruno Lamb gets us back underway. Back to AJ Edwards, who decides to fling it over to his partner in crime, Deneen. He'll step back inside from Alfie Warwick.
No hands!
Currently the only Newcastle winger on the pitch. Wardle saw yellow just a moment ago for a deliberate knock-on. And Bristol have the penalty advantage. The ball is slung out to Kieran Hill.
Number 11, playing the ball on the floor.
More ill discipline this time from Newcastle. So Lamb will head to the corner. Finds a good extra 20 metres or so. But not straight from Kieran Hill. Scrum called by Patrick Hogg.
Okay, lads, let's go.
Physical dominance is the call. Newcastle have been the better team when it comes to scrum time in the early exchanges. Let's see if that's changed here. They're put in this time. Reece Jenkins with the ball in his hands.
Set.
Feeds this scrum. Comes out to Broadbent, who decides to run straight at Lewis Popple.
Retreat 9.
Deneen looks for the little kick in behind. Morris is going to catch this one on the full, and he has no thought in his mind about a kick return. Instead, he goes straight through the middle. Morris, that's superb. And now Bulanauka. There's men everywhere, you see. And Bristol are going to score a corker. Seemed like only a matter of time before Evan Morris's dancing feet turned to gold. And it's George Williams, the resident mulleted man in the Bristol back line. There always has to be one. And this time the under-17 boy gets Bristol onto the score sheet once more. Morris looks like he's caught. Turns out he's not. Like any good scrum half, Evan Russell was in good space. Bulanauka could have put the hammer down. We know the pace that he possesses, but instead he picks the clever option of using his outside centre in George Williams. And he races in for another score. Now, Bruno Lamb has the opportunity to take Bristol level. Yeah, he does just that. So after Newcastle went 2 scores up, Bristol have replied with 2 of their own. And it looks like we've got a fairly exciting game in our hands here. The excitement injected by that of Morris, Bulanauka, Williams Russell, these guys play rugby and they play it well. Newcastle will require a response. They kick long again, giving Bristol time with the ball. And they're going to run it back up. Straight through the middle. Lamb flicks it out. Morris has somehow managed to collect that. He's putting on a show at the moment, Morris. Millfield boy has been super exciting to watch. Popple comes in to play 10, to play 9. In fact, Williams flings it out to the other Williams, Oshin. Then Popple through the middle, Bulanauka. Bristol at their best. Jake Bulanauka scored against Exeter last week. Scores in the final. He seems like a really exciting talent. The Sedbergh boy will know a lot of these Newcastle players very well. And he's managed to get one over on a few of his school friends in a Bristol shirt. Conversion is successful by Bruno Lamb, so that brings the score to Bristol 21, Newcastle 14. And whilst we look past this Bulanauka try, I'm delighted to be joined by, in the midst of his preparation for the continuation of the Under-26 Nations, Mark Mapletoft has taken the time to join me in the commentary box. Tofty, what are you seeing so far? You must be really enjoying watching the next generation.
It's good, yeah. Probably 18 months ago, I would have probably known every player, but when you move up a different age group, it's not as easy to keep tabs on all of these players coming through. So I've just been stood watching the first half with Will Parkin. So Parky keeps me up to speed on everybody and who's who. I know some of them, but not as many as I used to.
And this Bristol team are certainly playing the Bristol way. They potentially were a bit slow to start, but some of the passengers play, especially from that of Evan Morris in the backfield wearing 15. He seems a classy figure.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah, Will mentioned to me, I think, that he's Welsh, so that's a bit disappointing. Very elusive, very well organised. Bristol always have been, certainly since my time back working in this space. And I just think maybe Newcastle caught them a bit cold to start with. They were very direct, very physical, but they've certainly come into their own since the yellow card, haven't they?
Have indeed, and Williams is going to set Bristol alight as they're going to look for another score pretty much out of nothing. Casper Reeves has been unlucky to not get on the score sheet so far. Morris, likewise. He gets Bristol well inside the Newcastle 22. Monty Wells. Bit of slow ball. That's not what Bristol will want, but that's what they're going to use. Leyland and Hill combining again. Now they're going to take it through the forward pack.
Use.
Quick speed that's been slowed down well, actually, by Newcastle. Advantage as well, so Bristol will roll the dice, and no doubt they'll want to use this well. Popple has a think about what they're going to do here. He's going to potentially go himself, flings the ball back inside to his half-back partner.
New advantage, free off the ball.
Little bit of tussle off the ball. Another penalty advantage, so Bristol are keeping wise to that. Referee getting impatient. Now they're wasting no time. Another potential card looming here.
Never back 10.
And Katenge Fuki will see yellow.
There, so no penalty try. We'll restart with a penalty.
The speed at which Bristol are recycling the ball in this 22 is pretty relentless, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one thing actually, Will, because the first couple of games, and it's definitely something in the 20s we're trying to work out, is it's almost the closer the teams get to the opposition try line, the narrower they become in defence. And there's been some really good approach play and some actually really good quick pick and goes actually as you're approaching the 22, but then we seem obsessed with the game at the minute. We're just picking and going close to the line, and there are loads of opportunities to be able to play, and teams only seem to move it when they've got a free play. I think that's definitely something probably as a game that we need to look at, and it was very prevalent, wasn't it? Exeter really mastered the art of that a few years ago. Then they stopped at the early latches, but I still think we've gravitated back towards it when actually there is a lot of space elsewhere, and we struggle as well to just try and get that balance right between when to tighten it up. And actually there's nothing wrong with picking and going and being direct. Even when you're 40-50 metres out, you don't need to wait till you get close to the try line. But yeah, they've certainly upped the tempo, haven't they? And they're challenging Newcastle now. They've got players in the bin.
Yeah, a couple in the bin for Newcastle, and they're paying the ultimate price. Freyland over for the fourth score, converted as well by Bruno Lamb. And now, Toffee, I do want to ask you about one of the key words that's been thrown around England under-20s. We've had a couple chats over the last couple of weeks, and you speak about brotherhood and the connections at international level. But for these boys, a lot of them, it'll be the last time they'll all be able to play with each other, having been part of this academy for the last 4 or 5 years. When it comes to brotherhood, is there any better epitomisation than an under-18s academy finals day?
No, we've talked about this. We probably had a couple of training opportunities for some of the lads in these squads, but actually it is a big day for them here today. I mean, it's brilliant that you get all the academies here, plus RGC here as well. And it is the last time someone will play. Some of those lads will go on, as they always do, to play for the senior England team.
Yes.
Some will go on to play in a Premiership, and some will go off and go to university, and some might not even carry on playing rugby. So I think it's a brilliant day out. It's a really well organised event. I'm very grateful to Neil McCarthy for my invite today. I'll give Neil a plug. But it's what I'm enjoying most is actually there are a fair amount of errors, but there's some really good intent to play. And you can actually see there's some really exciting back three players, particularly, who are, getting opportunities to play ball in hand. And I think it's an important part of the development process, for them, because you don't often get a lot of tactical kicking at this level.
Yes.
So a lot of the key positional specific skills that they get challenged at later on, you don't tend to see at this level. Aerial, backfield, kicking, etc. And of course, they're probably key fundamentals once you get into senior rugby, that if you can't do those, in addition to being good on the ball, good try scores, things that we often overlook, is actually, if you are the best in the world at scoring tries, that's a brilliant attribute to have. So, no, really pleasing to see that most of the teams are all trying to move the ball into space as quickly as they can, and it's a massive pitch here at Kingsholm, isn't it? And it's with the 4G now as well. It's a great chance for them.
Certainly lends itself to running rugby, and we've seen a fair amount of it here in this game. Bristol take the lead after an early Newcastle flourish. Half-time score here at Kingsholm. Bristol 28, Newcastle 14.
very soon. Bristol Bears edging at the moment.
Welcome back for this second half. And I've already seen a few changes have been rung across the board for both teams. We'll try and give you information on those as and when. I know one of them is Glenn Gamble, who's wearing 23 for Bristol. Definitely one to watch. He's a Scotland under-18 player. He's been part of the Scotland under-18 setup since he was 16. So he's been well respected up there, and he's going to get 35 minutes to show himself in Bristol colours. It's one of the changes that I can already see. Mark Mapletoft still alongside me. And we've been chatting about a fair few of these players, one of which who particularly caught my eye in the first half, Patrick Hogg, and Toffee, you were telling me that he's caught a fair few in England camps as well.
He has, yeah. Unfortunately, picked up a knee injury in South Africa with the under-18s in the summer, so he's had a long time out of the game. I think this is maybe second or third game back, and yeah, we're up in Newcastle for our Scotland prep this week. So yeah, we're going to have hopefully he gets through this okay. We're going to bring Patrick in and let him train with the lads and see how he goes. And yeah, he was very notable. I thought at one passage of play in that first half, he had about 6 carries in a couple of minutes. So he's certainly making up for lost time. But yeah, he's a talented player. Was an integral part of the 18s last year. Unfortunately, it was cut short with injury.
You've been doing that across the course of the Six Nations campaign, bringing in under-18s boys and being able to see them a couple of years potentially before they would head into your squad for good. What's the benefit that you see from that, and what benefit do you think they get out of it?
I mean, the benefits are many. It shows good alignment through the pathway. You have to remember as well, some of these lads, albeit still at school, aren't technically under 18. Mm-hmm. They're only under 18 if they're born after January the 1st. So for those boys born prior to that, they're technically, while still at school, under 19s.
Yes.
So the actual international calendar is slightly different for them. So we've brought that into line ourselves over the last sort of 6 to 12 months, because effectively teams just weren't able to field what we have called sort of a September under-18 team.
Yeah.
So we are looking for more of those training opportunities. We've had, amongst others, we've had Noah Kalori come in, we've had Will Knight come in to train with us, and it's a brilliant experience. It allows them to see what the next level looks like. Not that they wouldn't have experienced that at their clubs, but they do get to see the very best players in the sort of 2 years above them. And as I said, actually, for some of those under-19 players, that is their first year at under-20s.
Yes. It's beneficial for all, and the calendar comes thick and fast. A lot of these players will be competing at under-18 Six Nations in the not-too-distant future. This, one of the last major shop windows in which they'll be able to strut their stuff before heading back to the schools competitions and then into obviously the big leagues of international age grade standards. And Tofty, you've obviously been in and around the age grade international scene for a fair while now. Do you feel as though the quality of that rugby has increased tenfold over the last couple of years? Because I really do feel that these players under 18, under 20 level are just getting better and better, not just in England, but across the whole competition.
Yeah, I think there's something cyclical around it in both at club and the international level. They're definitely sort of coming out of that period of COVID where clubs probably didn't have access to the players, didn't see the players. Kids were in and out of school systems. It's quite disjointed, wasn't it? But yeah. There's definitely two things that I've noticed hugely is the physicality, the size, pace and power of these players is just improving or increasing year to year, and the level of coaching that they get. Now there's a fine balance there, because they're going to get an awful lot of coaching as they get older, and actually what we don't want to do is coach some of the sort of natural instinctive pieces out of them at an early age. Certainly from the first couple of games I've seen here, that's not been the case. You can see players are willing to move the ball, play to space, and you'd hate to think that a system is actually preventing players from wanting to express themselves. But no, there's definitely been a huge increase in the physicality of under-18 rugby. I actually went to watch Quins Bath a couple of weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was quite taken aback by some of the magnitude of some of the hits.
Yes.
In what was a fiercely fought game, and yeah, there's definitely a lot more input going in, I think, from the clubs and the schools. We often sort of like to compartmentalise things that, England do this, the clubs do that, the schools do that. Whereas actually a really well-aligned system is one that incorporates, all those aspects and has the player at the centre of it as well.
Mm-hmm. And Bristol are certainly looking to play over the course of this second half. They've started quite strongly in the opening 5 minutes. We saw get fairly close to that opening score of the half. A couple changes potentially on their way. You can see Yunsei Yasuda is about to come on for Bristol. Clifton Boy makes his way onto the pitch, and I think it's Frey Lant that's going to make way. He was receiving a bit of treatment before. Katinge Fuki is also ready and waiting to come back on for the resumption of his match after his yellow card. Bit of treatment as well to Monty Wells, I think, who's just getting himself back into the picture here. You talk about physicality, and I know under 20s level, especially at England, you are fairly blessed with the size of lock forwards, but there are potentially a few more coming away by the looks of things across the board, and that Bristol lock partnership are not shy of size. And
yeah, we've been pretty blessed, haven't we, over the last 18 months with some of the second rows, and yeah, to still have the players that we've got with Tom, Junior, Alamadi, still in and around it is there's a bit of a decent crop there, isn't there? And
what are they feeding them?
What is a really good challenge, I think, then, is for the players coming through in those positions look, that's the benchmark.
Yeah.
So if I want to be in and around that, and if I want to then push on for senior honours further down the line, then I'm going to have to be much better. So actually, I think it's really good. I think the level of competition in the that sort of higher England group from sort of 23, 24 down to sort of 18, 19 is pretty strong, quite exciting, and actually hopefully laying down some good sort of markers really to say, look, if you're an aspiring England player, this is where you're going to have to get to.
And I think it's a fairly quick score off the bench for Yunsei Yasuda. What a moment for him. Coming into the fray, highly rated at Clifton College. They really like him over there, just for the spirit that he brings. And it looks to have been transformed into this Bristol squad. You can see the celebrations. They're really pleased with that catch and drive effort. And Yasuda, the beneficiary there.
I think Bristol will be pretty pleased. They've scored 5 tries now, and actually they've been able to play tight. They've moved the ball. They've created opportunities from deep. So probably a good all-round balanced performance, I think, from them.
And Penny, for your thoughts, if you're in the Newcastle camp at the moment, when you get to this sort of position where the scoreline seems out of grasp, but you're still looking to very much play for pride.
Yeah, well, they've got to keep more than 14 players on the pitch, haven't they, at once, which is never. I mean, it's never easy when a team are on a roll and you've got 15. So to have gone down to 14, were they down to 13 as well? Maybe at one stage.
I think at one point for a brief moment when the yellow cards are switching round, they are back up to the full complement now. Katingi Fuki has rejoined us in the bright red boots. Here's Gamble, who, like Morris, is always keen to find space in the Bristol backfield. Ball comes shooting out the back, and Lewis Popple will clear. They're without Kandam Vanam level on the usual fly half for Bristol. Lewis Popple of Clifton's come in to fill that gap. He's done well so far. But now Newcastle with a bit of a platform, and everyone now on the pitch can potentially have a go at matching that sort of quality they found in the opening 5 or 10 minutes. They've managed to collect it, and Eddie Morgan's on, but he won't get a chance to touch the ball because a penalty goes Bristol's way, and they're very keen to play here. Ball comes firing out, and here goes Williams. Bit of pace. Morris steps back on the inside. Oh, the ball spluttering this way and that. And in a tight spot, Charlie Deneen does manage to get it away and gets a bit of yardage to boot, but Bristol in a prime position now. Tofty, Bristol are very good at this. They're really keen on, no matter how the ball gets there, getting it wide when they know there's space available.
Yeah, that's sort of some Newcastle up, didn't they, really? They had a line out 30 metres out, they overthrew it. Then they managed to regather the ball, lost it at the breakdown. About 6 of the Newcastle players turned their back where Bristol had a tap and go, and they find themselves 60 metres up the field. I think, is it Morris, the fullback? I think he's very elusive. He could probably just have done with transferring the ball quicker into 2 hands there to get the pass away to, did you say it was Gammel's come onto the wing?
Yeah.
It's probably a simple 2-on-1 there. But, you know, good learning opportunity for him.
Bula now cut out in the wide channels. As Bristol look to work it behind smoke and screen. They've struggled with those tips back into the pocket a fair few times, and it's done them again here. And this time Morgan can clear, and Morris will just gather this ball and no doubt have something to say about it. And he's wrapped up this time in fairly quick succession. Good from Newcastle. There's lots of men here in white shirts, not as many in black, so they're going to try and work it down this short side, but they've run out of real estate.
The most impressive thing about Bristol is they're recognising which side of the ruck to attack.
Yeah.
Newcastle only had 1, maybe 2 defenders there on the blind side, and Bristol just overloaded with 5 or 6 players, and just their ability to see where the space is good. And Newcastle have probably struggled a little bit with a sort of double jobbing, we would call it, being able to swim off attackers in the front line and play and monitor them out the back. They've struggled a little bit there, and I think Bristol are well organised in those areas. But again, Newcastle, overthrowing the line out, it's very difficult for them to get a foothold in the game at the minute.
In a world in which there's now so much multi-phase set plays, etc., I'll come back to that question in a minute, because Gammel's going to glide in. The winger gets his score. I told you how highly rated he was. And the Clifton boy skates clear. Morris, the provider. And Bristol have another to potentially see this game out. Again, the catch and pass. Really strong there from Bristol.
Brilliant learning there from the fullback, because the opportunity he had literally 2 minutes ago, he broke through the first tackle.
Similar sort of picture, wasn't it?
That was a little bit more advantageous to him, but he actually then had the ball in 2 hands.
Yeah. And
lo and behold, he's able to make the pass, and he moves well, that kid. I know AJ Edwards, the Newcastle fullback, and yeah, he skated away from him there. That was a nicely taken try.
Gal highly rated, as I say, and as is Bruno Lamb, who has taken his kicks ever so well today. Yeah, that's about right for.
You could have chosen. You could have chosen an easier conversion.
Yeah. He strikes the upright. I can only apologise. Toffee, what I was going to ask you, because I'm really intrigued as to your thoughts here, is that we see so often now that teams are preparing exactly what they're going to do, maybe 3, 4, 5 phases after a set piece. But under-18s rugby, we see a lot more heads-up stuff. Is that what you kind of prefer to see at this sort of level?
I think it's a balance, isn't it? It's very easy to sort of bemoan, you know, what goes on at senior level and you know, should we be coaching that into or out of kids at this age? The reality is you are trying to help prepare them to play in the Premiership and above. So if that's what they are going into, you'd be remiss not to be coaching them things or that they're going, or giving them experiences that they're going to find when they get to that level. So there's got to be a combination. Now, under 18s, you don't find that much kicking in comparison to what goes on at the top level. So naturally, some of those skills aren't necessarily pushed that much, which I totally understand. So, look, I think most clubs from this age upwards would probably have set piece plays, 1, 2, 3 phases max. I think most clubs would have some kind of attack shape, defence organisation, a style of doing things. So I think what you probably find at this level is a slightly filtered version of what their first teams do, which is, you know, some people would say that's good, some people would say, why do you do that? I was reading an article about Arsenal's academy yesterday in one of the papers, and they're very much encouraged to play the Arsenal way all the way down to under-9s. What the implications of that are, well, I guess they know the Arsenal way then as they come through, and if you are blooding players like Ethan, I'm trying to pronounce his name right, Wanyeri, at 17, or Lewis Skelly, then those players know what to expect when they get to that level. If they go into first team training, they know what to expect. So I think there's an element of both, and you can definitely see the way that Bristol particularly play at this age is very reflective of, you know, how their first team play.
And Pat Lamb's spoken about that quite a lot. From what I hear, he's had a strong implication on the pathway scene, and he's insisting that Bristol try and play the same way up and down the age grades. As we see Oscar Thomas coming onto the pitch. Good to see the Wellington boy.
Over here where we got to, lads.
Captain of Wellington College. He's had a bit of a rough ride with injuries over the last couple of weeks, so good to see him making an appearance. As we see, I think that's Ocean Williams, who's just heading off to much applause. Wales under-18s capped. And never nice to see a player take a knock like that, so glad that he's walking and doing okay.
A really good learning opportunity here for the Newcastle blindside winger and the fullback. So scores 40-14. Bristol have been on top probably for most of this half. Reality is they're probably going to play, aren't they?
Yeah.
So,
especially as we know that we're talking about the Bristol way. That is very much the Bristol way, isn't it?
You can actually see AJ now talking to his winger. His winger can probably come across a little bit. The reality is they're probably not going to kick down there. The 50-22 would be not an option really, unless the 9-bit is able to put it on a sixpence. So, you know, they should be a little bit more proactive here, because look, Bristol are going to go anyway. And actually, AJ should find himself up here now, not all the way back there. So again, you know, the benefit of them being able to look at this and review this and say, actually, what would you do in this situation? There's some really good kind of game context moments for them to take.
Absolutely, and it's playing what's in front of you as well, and learning as the game goes on. It's
do you think they should let that go?
I think at marginal levels like that, you put me on the spot, but yeah, I would say that it's potentially something they should think about.
I really love this new law and interpretation around the line-outs. You know, if you're not going to go up and contest, as long as it's not ridiculously skewed, I think that's play on. Situations like that, Newcastle aren't pressing the ball. That's a marginal forward pass. Just let the game flow.
Yeah. Instead, it's Newcastle with the scrum, and they've got options either side. They're going to go across this open side, and it's Conrad Thorpe who's come onto the pitch, as well as Charlie Lawson. Both of those in between the Charlie Deneen pass. Bristol doing ever so well just to slow down proceedings as the ball comes spurting out of the ruck, and going to go down this blind side. Lamb hasn't got many options available to him, so he does really well to make sure that the ball is still retained. There's Bonello. Now there's space here if they can use it. Once again, Evan Morris takes it into contact and he's lost it. Rickaby through the middle. Hogg, the ball doesn't come to him. Instead, it's Edwards who fires it across the face really well. Thorpe. There's Hogg. What an offload. Bellamy. Rickaby as well. The replacements providing an impact for Falcons. Albeit the game's lost, but they can still make some sort of impact. Hogg. How many times have we said his name today? Edwards decides best to go back to whence they came. Little snipe through the middle. Clever for Minnie Morgan, just keeping Bristol honest. Again through the middle. They go.
Leave 16, thank you.
Rickaby again.
Number 9.
They've got the advantage as well. Bellamy looking to thrust himself, but he's been caught there. Look potentially to switch it. Ball wasn't coming, so let's have a think about what Newcastle are going to do. Hogg says, I'll have that, and I'll have a good think about it. I think we might see a little quick tap here. I guess is where this may be going.
Well, where it should go is where there are only 2 Bristol defenders which are over there.
I mean, it's clever.
Well,
it's clever,
I'm not sure
but
why
obvious.
they needed the extra pass.
Yeah. Bit of NFL to accompany the rugby, I think.
Yeah.
And the hike spike from Hogg is going to work out. Yeah. Bristol had lined themselves up expecting Hogg to go through the middle, and instead he pops it through his legs, and Jonathan Broadbent, the beneficiary. He's going to have the opportunity to close this gap with 15 minutes left to go. It's a clever little set play off the tap and go, but as you said, Tofty, Bristol potentially need to be a bit more aware of their surroundings.
They do, and look, you can't, at this level where the lads are probably not training and playing together every single week, you just expect sort of simple things like a bit of scanning, communication, that, you know, pull some defenders out here. I mean, if either of the 2 Bristol defenders who were marking half of the pitch between them didn't feel slightly uncomfortable, you'd be asking questions, wouldn't you?
This ball advantageously dropping in Newcastle's favour. We've seen Patrick Hogg come off, as well as I think a few front row replacements. Casper Wheeler and Evan Davis are on for Bristol. There's one of them in Wheeler, the Hartbury boy, in Bristol colours. One of the try scorers in Yasuda, who came off the bench and immediately made an impact. Again, the little kick in behind. How will this fall? Straight through the breadbasket. That's a penalty. Offside. Bristol wasting little time. Newcastle have been slow to react in these sort of scenarios so far. Bonello through the middle. Morris. Another advantage for Bristol now. The Bears looking to make a statement in the final 10 minutes or so. Hill through the middle. Good sleight of hand from the hooker. He's going to pick and go himself. And they're a few blades of plastic grass away. Go tight underneath the posts. Have they got there? They have. And it's I think Arthur Goyot who's got the score, but once again it comes down to the reaction speed of Newcastle from attack to defence. Yeah,
they probably could do with sort of anticipating, I think, more that That's realistically what Bristol are going to do at this stage of the game, and just a little bit slow. They've got a few people got their backs turned. Great tempo from Bristol. They've say bar that first sort of 10 or 15 minutes where they were a little bit sluggish, they've been excellent. Their ball movements have been fantastic. They present options at the line. They attack both sides of the breakdown. They quick tap. It's actually just like watching Bristol first team play, isn't it? And they're mightily effective. Indeed.
And Gamble this time adds the extras after being put on kicking duty. So it's 47-23. Certainly high scoring, as have many of these games across the Under-18s League been so far this season. Newcastle have been on both sides of it in the regular rounds. They're on the wrong side of it at the moment. Ball back to Gamble, who decides to run it in a place in which many teams would look to clear. This is where Bristol's intent to run everything could potentially come back to haunt them. They're going to have to work it well. Yeah, I think they've come to their senses. It's not found touch though, so Lawson steps this way and that. Good work from the replacement winger. He's been really busy. Newcastle continue to try and finish with a flourish. It's a teasing pass. Lawson comes onto it well. Straight into the 22 now. Alarm bells ringing in Bristol.
Hands away.
They've spilt it though in a crucial situation, but as of Bristol.
Offload was backwards, then knock on by Bristol on the floor.
But some nice play there from Newcastle. We're starting to see them potentially open up.
They are. They're starting to find a little bit of space around the breakdown, aren't they? And then when Bristol shorten up, they've been able to move the ball. Like Lawson's made some decent impacts. I think, is he 23?
Yep.
That's what happens in a game where if you can find space in and around the ruck, around the first 2 or 3 defenders, ultimately teams will have a decision to make. Do we shorten up and get tighter to prevent that? In which case, there's probably going to be more space out wide, and your ability of mainly your halfbacks, I guess, to identify those opportunities is critical. And I thought it was a really good example there of Newcastle playing tight, and they've done that for the last couple of attacks.
Yeah.
And then when the opportunity, when Bristol do get tight, they move it out, and that's all you want really from players. They need to learn in action and be able to adapt to what they see. And so yeah, good bit of tempo in and around the ruck, and some good ball movement outside of that.
And I'm going to ask you to potentially get your crystal ball out and have a think about what you would do in this sort of position if you were Newcastle. There's options seemingly on this open side.
There are. I'd probably have this 14 holding the paint on this side, but he's a little bit tighter than maybe he should be.
Potentially scuppered by the dominance of the Bristol pack that pushed that scrum back and spurted the ball out.
Yeah, Newcastle have got no width, have they? They've got no option other than to play tight. I mean, the widest player on the left by the far post, and the 14's inside the 5, so it's quite narrow. So if you were Bristol, you'd probably be slightly tighter yourself defensively.
Now with Paddy Hogg off the pitch, just having to have a bit more of a general discussion about what to do here.
Well, Bristol have also put more than 2 people the other side of the post.
Which scuppers potentially their initial plans.
No, it's not.
Morgan goes digging. Bristol do well, actually, but to no avail because a penalty was coming.
Number 2, no arms tackle.
Once again, no questions being asked. They're going to go for the quick tap. Oh, it's been intercepted by George Williams. And this is where Bristol love to play. Gamble drives them up into the 22. Hill straight through the middle. Now I think resulting back to his typical open side flanker position. Williams on an outside arc is now going to cut back in. As Bristol find their way towards the Newcastle half, but good work over the ball, I think, from the winger Alfie Warwick there. But you can see Bristol just, their eyes sort of light up in transition in comparison to potentially Newcastle. As to that might be the difference in this game.
No, I think definitely has been that the sort of intent to play, but also interestingly again, context of the game, where you are, scoreboard. The minute there's a turnover, Newcastle will throw 2 people into the backfield to sort of that kind of backfield first mentality, whereas the reality is, can they really cope with just 1 and actually just have 14 in the front line? If Bristol manage to kick the ball and find a bit of space, they do that. But they're actually going to have more players in the front line to be able to defend. I think what you saw there is probably the biggest difference with age group rugby is players of this age, even at this level, find it hard to recycle possession over and over again. There are a lot more breakdown turnovers in defence.
Is that down to shape? Is that down to fitness? Is that down to sort of just rugby IQ?
No, I think it's just a natural maturation as a rugby player in terms of clearing the breakdown threat and possibly a little bit of refereeing as well. But I think it's primarily the attackers aren't as diligent on the floor with their ball presentation. The clearers aren't as effective as they would be. That's not to say that, clearly there are some brilliant jacklers at the top level of the game, but, typically the breakdown skills of the attack are as good, and they typically recycle 90-odd% possession. There are definitely more penalties and jackal turnovers, I think, at under-18 level.
Broadbent has another off the back of a Newcastle maul. He just peers his head over the kitchen counter and spots the space.
I think what will be interesting to see is as the games go on through the day and you have more of the higher ranked teams playing each other, whether the games become more tactical, a little bit more kick focused, a little bit more. So again, interesting. The final Bath Northampton are probably quite happy to play like Bristol for the majority of the time. Bath are a little bit more kick focused in their approach in terms of territory, set piece, etc. So it'd be interesting contrast of that, and you would assume as you get towards the top teams this year playing the defences are slightly better. Maybe the games are a little bit. Don't want to be the curse of my commentating either, but the final ends up being 60 points to 50. But I would have expected to be, perhaps a little bit more tactical. As we get through to the final.
We're also in a world now in which this Under-18s league has had a lot of coverage, a lot of live streams, a lot of footage is out there now. So. In previous years, I think a lot of the team talks would have potentially been about let's focus on ourselves, let's think about our own game, etc., etc. Whereas now, your Northamptons, your Baths, these teams towards the top, Saracens, Leicester in the third place playoff as well, they're going to be able to watch back all of these teams and know what's coming.
Yeah, and the video analysis is a crucial part of the game. And that would have, these lads would have been doing that for the last probably a decade, I suppose. But it's definitely become more prevalent and better understand. But greater accessibility, the use of huddle, and it all sounds very sort of coach-led, but it's actually not. The huddles is a platform where the players feed back to the coaches around there. So it's not all coach-led. I mean, clearly the footage being available, the games of. I'm sure Newcastle would have had a look at Bristol and vice versa. But the opportunity for the players to learn by watching the game back, because you think the main learning points are your preparation going into the game. You can talk at half time about what's going well, what's not, and you can talk about it afterwards. But actually, your biggest learnings go on live in the game. The ability for players to reflect on what's happening, adjust and adapt accordingly, are what you're looking towards. So everything is geared towards your sort of in-game learning, if that makes sense.
And do you think Newcastle have potentially struggled with that this afternoon?
They have probably not adapted as well as they probably would have liked to have done. But of course, it's all well and good saying they haven't adapted. Well, you know, if you don't have the ability to do so, I mean, that's another thing, isn't it? And there are certain aspects of the game of rugby which are hard to come by, irrespective of how much preparation you've done. You know, having a strong scrum, for example. I mean, if you look at the England 20s over the last 18 months, we've benefited from a really strong scrum.
Yeah.
I mean, that's hard to combat if you're an opposition, if you're just not technically as good in the scrum or as strong in the scrum. So there's one thing talking about it, there's another thing actually doing it. But, yeah, looking certainly at what that last kind of three-quarters of the game looked like, Bristol played at a tempo that Newcastle not necessarily weren't aware of, but they couldn't deal with, and their accuracy was just much better, and hence why they were 15-point winners.
Some absolute pearls of wisdom over the last 70 minutes from you, Tofty. I very much appreciate it. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day. But the tail of the tape here, Bristol blowing Falcons away after an exciting start from the Falcons. But it's the flashy feet of Bristol Bears that prevail in a high-scoring encounter. A brilliant advert for this league. Final score here at Kingsholm. Bristol Bears 45, Newcastle 30. Do not go anywhere. We have so much more under-18s rugby to come.
So once again, well done to the Bristol Bears. You have to say, making the most of those sin bins from Newcastle Falcons. As we now turn our attention to the next game, which kicks off in about 17 minutes' time. It's Exeter Chiefs versus RGC. So here are big hands. The Newcastle Falcons. And your game two winners. Please congratulate the Bristol Bears. So a few safety reminders. Here at Kingsholm, your safety is our priority. Please listen out for the instructions of our stewards. And if you have a concern or begin to feel unwell, please find your nearest steward immediately. We are a family-friendly stadium here at Kingsholm, and any abusive behaviour will not be tolerated, and you may be ejected from the ground. If you notice any unacceptable behaviour, again, please notify your nearest steward. And Kingsholm is a non-smoking and vaping stadium. If you do wish to smoke or use an e-cigarette, there is a designated area at gate 2. Please ask your nearest steward for directions. footpaths and pavements available.
Sides are ready. Exeter Chiefs, the Southern Conference side, the bottom side after all the league system was played out, which means that RGC have been invited into the fold today, and the immediate kick is long from RGC, which means that they will get a retake on that, and they'll come back to the middle. It gives me a chance to welcome Kevin Maggs alongside me. Kevin, how delightful for you to join us. Thank you so much. I know you're here. Well, tell our listeners why you are here. Half an eye on a few players sprinkled around today. Good afternoon, Kev.
Thank you for welcoming me and inviting me on this afternoon. Yeah, my role here today is I'm monitoring some of the Irish qualified players that are throughout the team throughout the day. Fine. And, we're certainly looking for anybody of...
Your microphone wasn't on. You might have to say it again. You could hear it. Sorry, my fault. I tell you what, we'll press the right button. Hang on a sec. We'll bring you in a minute, Kev. Hang on a sec. We'll poke that one downfield.
Okay.
And I'll give Kevin Maggs the big introduction again. Bear with me a second. We will get there. The ball is underneath. Next to have it with O'Kane. Flings it out left and wide. Good work on the left-hand side by Sammy Wolf. There it goes, knocked on. Kevin Maggs, hello, how are you? Introduce yourself once again.
Good.
Tell us, you're here with one eye on what?
Yeah, so I'm here with one eye on the Irish qualified players throughout the teams during the day. We've had a few boys that have played for Ireland Under-18s and played for IQ Rugby throughout the last year or so, and we're still monitoring those, and we're still looking for new players as well. So, you know, we've got an eye on that, and anybody else then is potentially of Irish qualification, looking to give them an opportunity to play at a higher level.
I loved it. Just a few moments off air, Kevin was going down the team sheet from RGC, looking at the likes of names like Marnie, Doherty. His juices were flowing. He was thinking, hang on a second, these guys might be interested. You don't just do it off names, though, do you, Kevin?
No, we don't just do it off names. As you see now, it's live on Next Gen. There is a registration link on Next Gen 15 for any players that are Irish qualified to sign up and register their interest.
Look at that. You see, he knows his way around the websites as well. He's a good man. And Exeter Chiefs via Rory O'Kane are going to pump it into the corner. Just talk a little bit about the opportunity that these two sides have. Exeter Chiefs have had a rotten run. They played some good rugby, but they haven't won any matches. RGC get invited. I was talking to one of their coaches in the week, and he said, this is Wales versus England. Make no bones about it. This is an opportunity for these lads. It is, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, every
time it happens, you get up for these sorts of opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. And the RGC team will very much look at it like that, as I'm sure Exeter will as well, to give them another shot, to be seen whether they can be involved then with Exeter moving forward with their academy.
Yeah, good kick downfield as well. Turns Exeter Chiefs, and they will look to get out of trouble with O'Kane off his left hand. Good chase by RGC with that kick. They ran hard and ran as a line and have gained a good 60, 70 yards. Again, good strong tackles coming in. Gruff Rhys-Jones with the last good shoulder that comes in. Newman, the captain from Exeter Chiefs, pumps the ball downfield. Good return by Doherty. Once again, Rhys-Jones with a decent carry. Now the prop forwards involved, Oliver Rowe, one of many out of Llandithrow. The Ace College setup that the RGC lean on so heavily and are such a big part of what they do. Nate James, the outside half out of Exeter School. He gathers that one and an extra kick downfield. Will charge down and immediately regathered by Doherty. RGC back in their own 22 and potentially looking for an exit. Carry from Charlie Cookson. Cookson, the younger brother of Harvey Cookson at Bath. So good pedigree there, as will be the whole of the RGC setup. Excellent North Walian club. Breakdown, coughs up the ball, and then eventually the RGC knock the ball on. Yeah, just talk about the way that this whole day pans out for you. I mean, it is a feast of rugby for us watching. You know, logistically, we were talking earlier about teams having to get here early. It's tough on these young lads, aren't they? They have to be up early and into it.
Yeah, it is tough, and it's a shame really that there isn't something for everyone to play for, even though they are for their particular places at any one point, whether they're 10th or 11th, 8th or 9th. But, you know, give them a plate or a bowl or a trophy or something to, when you're bringing lads 3 or 4 hours down the road, or Newcastle 5 or 6, 7 on a coach, you know, give them something to play for so as they can make a real day of it.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, ball just behind, and again, good defensive pressure from RGC. Unfortunately, just a hand in first from the team in black.
You know, because it is a big day for these lads. You know, they would have spent a long time playing together. Some of them maybe all the way from the age of 13. And, you know, for some of them, this is the last time that they'll be with this group. So as a group, it's, you know, they're memories that you remember for the rest of your career.
One thing that strikes me, when you can't see it on our cameras, but there's lots of fans down in the main stand here at Kingsholm, and after the game there are so many pictures, more pictures than you probably have on a Premiership game.
Yeah.
All the players come over, get with their families and have pictures. It really does mark the end of an era.
Yeah, it really does. And look, this is, you know, these guys are, you know, they're in the best academy teams throughout the country, so it really is a big thing for these guys to showcase their skills and to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, good decent carry from Joe Ryder, I think it is, wearing 20. Ball out the back and skidding along the turf, and all of a sudden Exeter have got it. A little chicken wing pop pass up to Toby Bishop. Unfortunately, holding onto the ball just in the urgent situation that unfolded. The RGC were in over it.
Yeah, the 15 there.
Yeah, kick to the outside.
10, timing.
And a whisper in the ear. Lineouts have been a little tricky. We were talking to George Skivington about all the moving parts. That's a really good lineout off the top. Very difficult skill to perfect. And there is the running of Reuben Gordon-Astbury. I was talking to their coach beforehand, Saul Nelson. He really rates this young lad, and you can see a little bit there, and they've got him behind. That's brilliant from RGC. Ball over the top. Oh, just awkward. Oh, and now all of a sudden it bounces up for Exeter Chiefs. Down they go. Ball kicked end over end. It's going to bounce. It's going to wander its way awkwardly into the dead ball zone. And RGC, little heart in mouth moment. Kevin Max looks at me as if to say, goodness me, that was a little bit panic station. But lovely carve from RGC in the first place.
Yeah, an outstanding break from the 14 earlier on there. Showed some great skill, but unfortunately just that pass, that final pass didn't go to hand. And then all of a sudden, Exeter Chiefs on the counter-attack.
Yeah, Ocean Llewellyn, the co-captain, just having a little moment in his in-goal area, and would have given a few palpitations that would have reached all the way back to North Wales there.
Yeah, it's a good job it was over the try line already, because otherwise he would have taken it back across and given Exeter a 5-metre scrum.
Decent carry from Alec Bagwell, another of the Exeter players, originally out of Sidmouth. Riley Rakes is wrapped up well by some good RGC defence. Ball on the outside. Beautiful one-handed take from Rory O'Kane.
Advantage. Penalty advantage.
Again, some close contact stuff down the guts of it.
Tackle.
Dylan Swiss Carpenter with the most recent of carries. Into the midfield, another big man, Harrison Heyman. Short ball, nice awareness from Chiefs to find him, but over the ball and doing good work is Dylan Avery. The referee's going to reward him in a way, but actually bring them back for a penalty for offside. So Chiefs will get an opportunity to kick this to the corner. O'Kane obliges.
That Jacqueline was okay, but went back to the penalty. Yeah, just quickly there.
What especially impresses you, Kevin, about under-18s rugby? I mean, there's a lot, and people tuning in for the first time to under-18s rugby might be pretty impressed by the size and the speed and the agility and the power of these boys. I mean, yes, they're teenagers, but my goodness, they're big, aren't they?
They are, yeah, and they seem to be getting bigger and bigger every year.
Policemen get younger, Kev.
Either that, or I'm getting shorter and fatter. I'm not sure which one.
I couldn't possibly pass comment. I couldn't possibly pass comment.
It's probably both, to be honest. But yeah, look, there are, some of these guys, they are real athletes. Some of these lads are 6'6" and beyond. And they're sort of 17, 18, 19 stone. Some of these lads, and they are real athletes now. And it just seems to be year on year they seem to be getting bigger and bigger.
Okay. Knock on advantage.
RGC have managed to come out with that. The ball spilt, I think, and advantage at the moment is with the team in black. And through their scrum half, Brooke and Gwilym, they will clear their lines, but only up to the halfway line. A lovely looped pass over the top from Sammy Wolfe. O'Kane is unceremoniously dumped onto the turf. But there's a little bit of space out here. Wolfe again is going to sniff round the edges, and into the 22 he is pulled like a rag doll over that line. Bishop.
No, not now, 7.
Carry for the loose head. Now they come again, a little screen. Up come the RGC defensive line.
No, the other way, 9.
Unfortunately,
Number 8.
Newman is not going to be rewarded for his quick thinking because it's not his. Croc roll is the call from the referee.
Number 8, croc roll.
So nasty. Got to be careful with everyone around that. Certainly, it's no different. Well, I might have another look at it here. Oh yeah, in from the side. Yes, it is. It's quite nasty. Luckily, no one injured.
Yeah, luckily that's the thing. You know, back in the early part of my career with rucking, it certainly solved a lot of those issues.
Indeed. I don't think we want to go back to rucking, do we?
It would solve a lot of the injuries and the hamstrings being snapped off the bone and stuff like that nowadays, you know.
Ball lifted by RGC and just about juggled with, and Kean Owen gives a good account of himself to try and make an extra couple of yards. His front row partner Oliver Rowe joins in. Gwilym comes right hand side. This is Robert Jones. It's a trio in the front row we get to see there. Oh, they're still at it. Oh, little offload there works well. This is Morgan Harding out of the Cobra RFC club. Hello to everyone there. Enjoying this, no doubt. And a little bit of extrication from the back there brilliant by Wolf, who manages to get the ball away, but only as far as halfway. And RGC get a chance here, and these dangerous backline gets an opportunity. Step inside from co-captain Llewellyn, but immediately stopped by the referee for side entry.
It's just really hard for these two teams at the moment to really get a foothold in this game. They can't really get any continuity going or build any pressure against the defences to give them a numerical advantage to try and get for RGC to try and get their wingers away. You know, likewise for Exeter to try and just get a bit of consistency in their play, really.
We see that a lot, Kevin, in the modern game. And is that kind of down to the fact that so much work is done in defence? So much coaching is done defensively now, and there's so many brains trusts being employed in that area?
Yes, certainly. I think, you know, the more pressure now you see lots of teams, you know, they don't commit anybody to the breakdown, so they've got... The attacking team has to make sure they secure the ball with at least 2 players, and therefore they've got more players on the feet than the attacking team have. And unless you get really fast ball to get that numerical advantage and really quick ball, it's very hard then to catch the defence not set. So you know, that's the challenge for these teams, is to recognise where the space is and move the ball to it. To where they've got more numbers.
The voice of Kevin Maggs alongside us here on Under-18 Prem Finals Day here at Kingsholm. If you're joining us on YouTube, welcome. I'm delighted to say that we will be here for a very long time, all the way through to about 8:30 tonight, when the curtain comes down on the final. 7:05, the final game kicks off here, and expect a good crowd for a repeat of last year's final, Bath versus Northampton Saints. This game is Exeter Chiefs versus RGC, and it is the Chiefs in white who are trying to build an attacking platform.
No hands now.
Referee says the ball has gone backwards, and Chiefs will get an opportunity in which to try and pressurise again. Half pump fake, if you like, and away it comes again. RGC seem to have got underneath this lad, and there is the tackle called by the referee. They were hoping for a maul. Again, the ball is on the floor, and they have to sweep up. Round it comes to the impressive O'Kane, off his right hand out here to Sammy Wolf, the Truro boy. A bit of space on the left-hand side here, and offside, I think. Yeah, I was going to say Reuben Gordon-Astbury was not quick enough to get back, and some clever work there from scrum half Newman, captain of the Exeter Chiefs side, just to spot him and chuck it against him.
Yeah, he would have been taught that by one of their coaches. you know, this play for the Cornish Pirates and etc. So he's very smart in the dark arts.
Indeed. Yeah, it's those little bits. I mean, the technical side of the game is obviously important, but just knowing your way around, recognising the sort of pictures that you can see in front of you and taking advantage of it. That's what it's all about. Kev, you would have played against some very smart players in your time, guys that knew how to get half a yard without even thinking about it.
Oh, for sure. You know, that's a great kick as well there from Rory O'Kane to put them right in the corner 5 metres out to give Exeter Chiefs now probably the best opportunity so far that we've seen in this game to put some score on the board.
Little break in play. You played for some fabulous sides in your time: Bath, Bristol, Ulster, obviously the Irish national side. Who was your favourite man to come up against? And I say favourite because obviously every competitor that you had, to come up against. Who was the man that you most look forward to having a go against?
To be fair, the player for me that just stands out as one of the greatest of all time, which his presence basically changed the game, was Jonah Lomu.
Oh, wow.
Jonah Lomu, I had the pleasure of playing against him for Ireland against the Barbarians and obviously New Zealand. And then a few... In 2001, then I was lucky enough to play alongside him for the Barbarians as well.
I'll just hold that thought as we get close to the line. We'll come back to that. It's very lovely. I want to hear more about that, but we are very close to the line. The Chiefs are pressing here. Oh, and they've knocked the ball on. They'll come back out for a scrum. What a man to play against, Kev. You know, how do you sort yourself out to play against Jonah Lomu? How do you get yourself mentally right?
Well, I saw it as a challenge, but God, he hurts.
You used to call him God, did you?
Well, yeah, he was basically like that for me. You know, I just thought when I seen him in the World Cup, you know, when he ran over Mike Catt, and you know, you just go, wow. And then to line up alongside him then for the Barbarians, I was outside centre and he was on the left wing. To see him and play alongside him in real life was incredible.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Kicked out, and some good exit there from RGC.
Black on the edge of the paint.
They've done well there. They were really up against it. So now Chiefs have got the ball back, but they are 35 yards further away than they were previously. Line-out moves around a little bit. Now it goes up. That's a decent one off the top there, and it will give them big platform in the centre.
Knock-on advantage.
Knock-on, two knock-ons. So at the moment, RGC have an opportunity here, but they won't come back and go for it. And to play alongside, was there any names that you really enjoyed playing alongside, playing with? Maybe not just for rugby reasons, but, you know, any good stories that you can repeat for us?
Well...
There's a lot of kids listening, Kev.
Exactly, yeah. So, you know, look, I was very lucky to play in the golden era, sort of going from the amateur era into the professional era, and you know, all the the Martin Johnsons, the Lawrence Delalios, and I've been lucky enough to play at Bath, where some outstanding players like Mike Catt, Gus Scott, Tyndall Bolshaw, Matt Perry, Martin Hagg, Nigel Redmond, all those top stars, so I can't really isolate any one of those, to be fair, but I'm just very lucky and privileged to have had the career and played alongside and against some of the best players in World Rugby ever, really.
100%. And just briefly, before we go back to the rugby, has rugby got better?
Oh, look, I think it's... there's so much more support around the players. There's so much more, there's so much more sports science in behind it now. Ultimately, the top guys now, they're proper athletes. And, you have to put the work in. There's so much that you can be to be the best player you can be now, that to have all that support behind you to give you the best chances is amazing. Whereas, you know, certainly in my era, certainly when I first started and I was a young buck coming up, you know, I still worked Saturday morning and did a manual job and then played a Premiership game at 3 o'clock. You know, my boss would let me off at 1 o'clock so as I could play rugby, and then I'd play a Premiership game at 3.
Okay.
So it's you know, there's a lot more advantages now that some of these guys have to play, you know, and it's, you know, fair play to them. If they end up making it as a job, then fantastic, because it'll stay with you for the rest of your life.
Rory O'Kane from the tee. The Truro College lad thumps it against this upright, and RGC have done well to gather that one, because there was a little bit of panic stations as that one came back off the upright. They watched it all the way. Weirdly, kind of works, although it didn't go over, as an advantageous kick, because it pins RGC right back into their own 22. Chiefs have, you missed it earlier, have not been successful in any of their under-18 games. That's been stripped by Chiefs now. Now that's turnover ball, which is always interesting and dangerous. There's a little bit of space on the outside here if they can use their hands. Spinning and turning inside is Toby Bishop.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chiefs just went the wrong way there. They you know, they had their numerical advantage out then to the right, and that probably should have been the best option.
But they do spin it all the way out to the right-hand side, and Alec Bagwell places the ball perfectly, and pulling off the top is Ollie Batson. He goes, and Chiefs still pushing, still in the position they want to be. Ollie Williams with a decent carry there. The referee warns RGC from it. Oh no, actually they've turned it over.
It's been turned over. Unfortunately, the offload he tried there just went straight to the RGC player there.
Kick out from the young Welsh scrum half, Rockham Gwilym, the Hugh Owen school, and he's got his boys back out of their own 22, which they'll see was a little bit of a salvage moment. It's a game still 0-0 at the moment. Looking to break the deadlock. Line-out has worked well in this game. Maybe it's a response to me calling in the first game and saying the line-outs at under-18s were always a little bit dicey, but they've worked ever so well so far. Nice line cut, short line, but RGC were ready for it. Scrum half almost gets the referee in the way. Dummied the referee there, didn't he? Now, nice little offload. This is definitely in the Chiefs' game plan, to just tip this ball on, try and take the contact, the first contact, and just use it. Ball is spun out rather loosely there, and then young Harrison Heyman has to get down on the floor and tidy that one up. A little stab through is going to be seized upon by RGC, but it bounces back into Chiefs' grip. A 2-3-1 combination there, with the front row doing well, and Toby Bishop takes them up to the 22-metre line. Can they break this resolve from RGC? Can they just apply enough pressure? Oh, lovely inside ball. That could do the trick. Ramirez is in. Ruben Ramirez, the Exeter Saracen, with the perfect inside ball. George Newman moving in one direction, knew that Ramirez would be there. Kevin Manx, that's a little bit of magic. This is a little rabbit out of the hat, that is.
Yeah, it certainly was. It certainly was. And you know, just for him to even see that at the time, fantastic. But he hit that ball with great acceleration there, and that was enough to give him to get away from the defenders on the inside and get away from the 15.
Yeah, it's all brilliant from Newman with the inside ball, but Ramirez has to almost trust him. Has to almost go, I'm going. I hope he hits me.
Yeah, well, great try.
Yeah, really nice opener here for Exeter Chiefs, and that will be the confidence that they need. As I say, they've had a tough time. They've certainly pushed. They've pushed Quins quite close at home. 17-19 they lost in round 2, And Quins are a good side, so there's definitely possibility with this Chiefs side. But all right, Kev, you'll know about losing streaks. I mean, they're as strong as winning streaks, aren't they? They are very difficult to break.
Yeah, look, I think is the challenge for them as well is where they are in the bottom half of the country and their region, and it's just trying to get the players into the college and get them all up to speed. But they've done so well over the last few years, you know. It's just a shame this year with this group, for whatever reason, they've just come unstuck a little bit.
Yeah, they always produce a good calibre, and those two colleges, Exeter and Truro, seem to be producing such a good level of player year after year. Ivy Bridge as well down there doing some good work. RGC, half a little gap. I think it was Avery who spied the smallest of nooks to sort of crawl through. Now they can strike back a little bit. Oh, that's a good tackle in the midfield. The ball has been spilt, I think, but Exeter Chiefs with an absolute blockbuster of a tackle in the midfield, I think by their number 8. Yeah, it was Ollie Williams.
Ollie Williams, yeah.
Lined him up really well. Here he goes. You can see him coming.
Good technique as well. Timed it to perfection.
Back row's dream when you find a fly half like that on his own. You think, oh, I've been looking for you all game.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he would have been dreaming about that last night, I'm sure.
Scrum down though for RGC, just inside the 22. If they can bite back now, certainly make it an interesting game as we head towards half-time. 35-minute halves in these games. And here we go. Little backs move round the back, a little loop, an Irish loop, if we can call it that. Oh, spilt eventually. Knock on comes out for RGC. So this is free go, which Exeter Chiefs kick away downfield. There is no one back at home, which means that Owen has got to go back, and he's going to allow this to go all the way dead. George Owen, once of the Worcester Academy, the RGC 10 there, and tried to make his way into the Sale Academy. It didn't quite work. He's crossed over to...
I mean, look, that was unfortunate there. Just that last final pass. You know, he created the overlap. He created the extra man. It's just that last final pass.
Yeah, it was nicely worked, and certainly shows the potential of this club side, RGC. They've got some electric backs and just need to get that the whole story. Every sentence of the story needs to work, as it were. Up to the 22-metre line. I think Owen will be back, yeah, and he will kick downfield. It's an ugly-looking kick, but ever such effective one. It's going to go 60, 70 metres, pin them back, and Wolf will head back and try and find a little hole in the fence. He tumbles towards the 10-metre line. Space here. Hand in there from RGC. Penalty advantage, says the referee. He agrees with me that was rather reckless. Again, Exeter turn RGC into this corner as well. That bounce has been neat.
That's a great kick from the number 9 there. George Newman, fantastic. He's really kept the Exeter Chiefs team on the front foot with his decision making as well. He's not only set up the try, but just his awareness to where the space is and to get great field position, then to give them another chance. Exactly. With a 50-22.
Line out once again good, caught with the outside arm, so that might alert the referee to what he's given, which is not straight. They'll form up and under a scrum. You can see there, just the arrow's not quite with it.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, really. They just haven't been able to build any pressure, have they, again?
Indeed. This is the case. This is a big occasion, you know, and the pressure will be on, and how these young minds deal with that pressure is probably going to be the tale of the day, if you like.
Set.
RGC with the very impressive Ocean Llewellyn. Well, that'll work as a pass. I don't think it was intended, but it has worked. And up comes Robert Jones, the captain for RGC, wearing 2 on his back. Gwilym is going to kick downfield, a sort of up and under, and he's going to bring Wolf into it, but good chasing tackle from Gordon Asprey. Reuben Gordon Asprey. It's got 2 Reubens wearing 14 today, one for Exeter, one for RGC, and
11, hold him.
Holding on is the call again, and decent kick down the touchline.
Line, yeah. White on the line. On the line.
See there, 2 body positions from RGC, excellent over the ball. Technical skills around the breakdown.
In and set black.
Coached from such a young age. They tackle well, they ruck well, they jackal well. Into the midfield, the Welsh side go a little misdirection with the head and half through a gap, well tackled eventually. And the first man has got hold of the ball, so they pick the pocket there. Decent work from from Bagwell. Now the Chiefs will potentially try and run it out. Ramirez, the try scorer on that far side, gets a half an opportunity. And they come again. Batson will pirouette his way through tackles. And here's the captain, the impressive Newman, who has already caught the eye. Going to go again, and Ramirez is going to get the ball on that right wing once more and try and kick it through, but it's going to be a charge down and turnover ball. And this is kind of where RGC might be able to find a little bit of profit here on turnover ball. Get the ball into the hands of this man, Reuben Gordon Asprey. He's certainly one that you need to keep a close eye on. The ball is spilt there, unfortunately. You know what I mean, Kevin? It's kind of turnover that could be key here for either one of these sides. You catch players out of position.
Yeah, certainly. RGC certainly needs to get it into number 14's hands there.
Reuben Gordon Asprey.
Yeah, they need to get into Gordon Asprey's hands. He certainly looks sharp. And again, Exeter Chiefs will be expecting more out of their number 9, George Newman, to keep on inspiring their team and giving an outstanding performance so far.
Yeah, half-time score in this third game. Exeter Chiefs 7, RGC 0.
Kingsholm Stadium, home of Gloucester Rugby and Gloucester Rugby as well. The next game here at Kingsholm after today will be Friday night under the lights, where Gloucester Rugby take on Quins women. The last game of the regular season. Gloucester Rugby already qualified for the knockout games. News about those fixtures will be coming out soon, so keep checking the website for details. As we have Exeter Chiefs currently in the lead, 7 points to 0. Try from Ruben Ramirez, converted by Rory O'Kane. Rory O'Kane narrowly missing a penalty kick as well in that first half. So it's all to play for. RGC will feel they're still in this, and rightly so. So it looks like Chiefs getting ready for the second half. There go RGC. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the second half.
Half-time in this third game of the Under-18s League Finals Day. The Premiership teams playing for their respective positions. If you don't already know, I'll explain it. North versus South. So it's the North Division with the likes of Sale, Newcastle, Yorkshire, Leicester and Northampton. And then the Southern Division has one more team in it than that. So you've got Gloucester, Bristol, Exeter, Harlequins, Saracens and Bath. And that's why we have RGC playing Exeter Chiefs. So Exeter Chiefs have finished bottom of the pile, and they play RGC in black, who've come over from North Wales and have given a very good account of themselves here, and will be, no doubt, if this continues, asked back again next year if needed be. Because this is a good game between Exeter and RGC. They're just trying to work each other out at the moment, and aside from the wonderful try that was scored in the first half by Exeter Chiefs and Ruben Ramirez off a lovely inside ball by scrum half George Newman, there isn't much to say that differs these two sides. Another big hit in the midfield by the RGC defenders. Kick is a good one. Bounces once into touch, and Jack Williams, one of the Llandrithlo players, his college setup that they have in North Wales, that so many of these players are attached to, and that they use in a number of different ways to school their players in more ways than one. Injury here is a bit of contention with the player, saying that he doesn't really want to go off and had to get it taped up. But the referee is sending the player off. So there will be a substitute for RGC here. It's Gruffreath Jones who's going to come off and just get himself seen to. Meanwhile, his teammates have a line out on their own 10-metre line. Ball is thrown over the top, and Exeter Chiefs Toby Bishop, loose head, who gobbles up the ball and says, we'll go from here. Chiefs will throw it behind the screen off the right hand of Noah Clifford. Out onto the left-hand side, the likes of Rory O'Kane having to work the ball back infield. Here goes Nate James again. Half a gap, there it is. And Riley Rakes has got open pasture in front of him, and he tries the offload, and it bobbles forward. So it will come back at the very least. Oh, first one by Black. Referee has given advantage to Exeter Chiefs here, and this is a golden piece of the pitch for the team in white. Ideal opportunity with Options both sides. Another look at the infringement.
Well, 5. Sit.
Chiefs come right. Decent carry from Clifford. Up to the line, almost. He's going to be short. He's going to be an opportunity to place this back, is he? Because he's been tackled. Numbers on here, all the way out the hill. O'Kane twists and turns. Rory O'Kane. A little bit of Strictly. Gets him over the line. And it's all smiles for the Exeter Chiefs. The pass was ambitious. Rory O'Kane's heart must have been in his mouth as he had to reach high for this one. Have a look at this. Has to reach really high. Opens up his rib cage, but manages to spin out of the first tackle and dot the ball down. Jack Williams uncertain who to go for in the end. And Chiefs come up rosy. O'Kane will have a look at converting his own score from way out on this right-hand side. One last look at the uprights and then thumps the ball. Decent boot, but it just glides to the right-hand side of the uprights, and so no extras added on this occasion. Another look at this score. Does well, doesn't need to spin and pirouette and dab the ball down. RGC suddenly 12 points deficit. Chiefs again fling it wide to the left-hand side. RGC thought they had a little interest there. There's numbers again on this left-hand side as Chiefs look to build. It's Clifford who's working hard up that short side. No thought of kicking here. Once again, they go through the motions, and Batson bats away the opposition. Bagwell with a decent carry as well. Chiefs are still building here. Oh, that's a lovely line. Nice inside ball as well. Captain Newman scampering up to the 10-metre line. They'll go right again. There's numbers here again. Try scorer Ramirez. Stays on his feet. Then he eventually lurches to the floor. 9 is Newman again. A little half step from Sammy Wolf. He's well wrapped up by RGC. Options on both sides. Ramirez again down this narrow corridor. Steps inside. Does well into the 22. Ball across some Chiefs. Just about gathered by Bishop. Bishop is staying on his feet. Chiefs, what a good passage of play this is. 4 or 5, 6 phases now. Making yards up the field. Decent run from Williams. Well, tackled by RGC. They rein in. Delay on the pass almost sets Batson through. And there we go. Ollie Batson, the Exmouth lad, is adding to the credit in favour of the Chiefs. And this is a little bit more like it. Confidence starting to grow. And you can just see the Premiership side are starting to get the right men in the right places and starting to show a little bit of flair. Lovely delay on that pass from Nate James. Just allowed half of the door to open. Batson did the rest. He's a strong lad. Batson looks about 14 and a half stone at under 18 level. That's a big lad. conversion to follow. Well, all of a sudden in this second half, Chiefs have purred, have really strengthened their position, and as I say, the confidence is starting to flow. And when previously the ball was going to deck, it's finding hands, and RGC have got to find themselves in a little bit of a hole here. They're going to dig themselves out. Another look at it. Batson making that look easy. Restart over the head, and Wolf is going to come forward with it.
Take it back.
Speed of the pass to release Batson again. Batson's looking dangerous, and that ball is knocked in flight. Is it by Black? Referee hasn't seen it. Quick tap from RGC, and they could be in here. Gwilym on his own, looks for the offload. Now he decides against it, and Batson's in a fantastic position to make a nuisance of himself there. Batson, heroic a few moments ago in try-scoring form. Now the defensive know-how. Gwilym on his own. It's electric 9, but look at Batson, straight over the ball, interested, no ruck formed. And holding on is the call. Kick to the touchline is a decent one from Chiefs. This is a good period of the game for Exeter Chiefs. They've done exceptionally well, not just in attack, but now Chiefs and Batson get another go. This is the substitute Finn Love.
Tackle!
Come into the action. Speed of pass again to the outside. Kane and Wolf combining. Ball is exposed. RGC converge on it. That's a decent tackle from the Welsh team. Now they're going to sweep on the left-hand side. Bagwell playing out of the Sidmouth club. And unfortunately on this occasion they've given away a penalty, and RGC will get an opportunity to put it through. It was Bagwell who is penalised for holding on to the ball. And RGC with the left boot are going to try and ricochet the ball off the shed.
Do you hear me over there? Yeah, good. Just be loud if you want. Hold there a sec.
Referee just holding things because we have substitutions coming on. Jake Parks and Sam Vickery wearing 18. Now we reckon Sam Vickery must have something to do with Phil. Just trying to work out exactly what that connection is, but he'll have rugby heritage with him. And it's a double change at prop 4, so Toby Bishop and Riley Rakes both come off. RGC, however, will want to try and stamp a little bit of authority on this game. They're on the 22-metre line of the Exeter Chiefs and will want to forage further. Half a break from Gwilym. Again isolated on the feet, and loud shrill blast from the referee's whistle shows that once again holding on to the ball is the infringement. See there that Dylan Avery, the Shrewsbury School lad, was trying to do his bit. Slightly isolated. And it is the Chiefs who get to kick the ball into enemy territory.
Here we go, gents.
Substitution for RGC.
Yeah, let's go.
man coming on has got the number 29 on, and I don't have 29 on my team list, so we'll try and work out who that is. Certainly making way is Oliver Rowe, and Jack Williams has come off. Alex Orahawa has come on this left wing. Chiefs, however, through Batson, are still thundering downfield. Now it's a reload, and numbers again in white, conspicuous by their presence. Tackles are strong. Heyman is repelled. Chiefs have got to go again. Ball bounces. Numbers out here on this left-hand side. Ramirez. One fantastic try to his name already. And again, we're hanging on. That has been a popular call for the referee. Isolated player. Good jackling by the man wearing 29. Let's see where he lines up, and I'll try and work out whether it is... I reckon it might be Corin Jones, it might be Joe Ryder.
Edge, please. Yeah, now or not? Yeah. Hold there, substitution. 4 and 8. 4 and 8.
More substitutions for the Chiefs this time. 19 is Lewis Vatcher, and 20 is Henry Gascoigne. And we have Dylan Swiss Carpenter going off, wearing 4, and Ollie Williams makes way as well. So boys getting their moment in the sun. The RGC line-out is turned over, won by Exeter Chiefs, and forward tumbles the rather athletic Henry Gascoigne immediately into the action. Good line, beautifully cut by Finn Love. Love to see that. Finn Love staying on his feet. One more pass could work, or the loop pass bought a bit of time for O'Kane. Chiefs doing well. Tackle is called by the referee. This is more opportunity for the Devon side.
Knock on advantage. No hands, 20.
Turnover ball. RGC have got their hands back on it. Well held on to there by Morgan Harding.
Always going backwards, boys. We're still going for the knock-on back here.
Held on to it well, did the RGC number 8.
White 2 substitution. And black 4
And it's Dexter Randall on this occasion. A man from Bridgend would have played against Welsh opposition. He would have potentially enjoyed that opportunity. And more substitutions also for RGC.
Same message for you. Scrum point's been really good. Maintain the standard.
Charlie Cookson has come off.
Crouch. Fine.
And also Dylan Avery with the blue scrum cap. Scrum hasn't worked, so the referee's got his free kick hand up to say early engagement. Quick clarification as to the laws there. He was confused because it was a free kick. He was thinking it can't be kicked out, but of course it can be because it's in the 22. So that's where it is. And again, more substitutions. Fred Barrow comes on, and Charlie Tate also enters the fray. So I think that's pretty much everyone off the... Because Josh Addy wearing 16 is also on. So I think that's a full set of substitutes being used by Exeter Chiefs. Free kick.
6 and 8 early jump.
Early jump is the call. You can hear there from the referee, I'm sure.
Just a free kick. On the edge of the 15, please.
Up and under is long. You can't mark this. We can mark this.
What did you say? You say you can't mark it. You say you can't. Might be over the other side.
I was going to say, it was a bit strange. I heard what the referee heard there, which was he can't mark it, which I have to say I thought was a bit strange, but kick was too long from RGC.
Yeah, just be clear. Shout.
Well, number 16 is Logan Goodluck. St David's boy. And it's a good line out that he oversees, and he's got the ball at the back here.
Don't chase now. Use. That's one stop it.
Turnover ball, great work from Harrison Heyman coming through the middle of that pack. You could see him working incredibly hard in close proximity to the ball. And he's turned the ball over for Exeter. Have a look at it here. As he lands, he swims his way through the middle. Gobbles up good luck, doesn't he? And scrum half Gwilym can't get the ball off him.
Set. You stop.
Chiefs again into the midfield. Batson floats the ball out wide to Wolf. Wolf decides that the kick over the top could work. Here goes Gordon Astbury. Nice offload. Oh, I was going to say nice offload, but it was chucked forward, says the referee, who was in a perfectly brilliant position to make that judgment. 14 minutes is the chat from the referee as to how many minutes we've got left. Third game of this wonderful day, this wonderful feast of under-18s rugby. Still to come. Do not miss the next one.
Set.
Should be a really good game between Harlequins and Yorkshire. Exeter go blind side. It looked as though it went forward as well as being knocked on. They'll come back. And then the two big games, if you like, of the day. Saracens will play against Leicester Tigers for third, fourth playoff. And then the final is a repeat of last year. Bath against Northampton Saints. Northampton Saints are making it 4, I think, finals in a row. And they've lost every one. Can it change? Can their luck change? And they play a repeat of last year's final, which Bath won thanks to a James Lineker feast of drop goals. And James Lineker is back on the field tonight, so don't miss that. 7:05. Northampton Saints will be coming out absolutely firing. Loads of people travelling down from the Midlands for that one, and over from Bath. It'll be very, very well attended. Well, Wolf is going off with a bloody nose. RGC will get this restarted at the scrum, and they'll pump the ball into the midfield, and it'll be turned over, will it? Release. Gwilym twists and turns his way forward and then spills the ball. Brookham Gwilym, just unfortunate. He was working at quite some pace and just didn't quite work for him. Whether or not the man was back 10, I'm not 100% sure. But on that occasion, the hard plastic surface bumps the ball clear.
Crouch. Bye. Set.
Chiefs will fire this into the midfield. It's another break by Batson. Batson is enjoying himself in the Exeter Chiefs midfield. That has gone backwards off Black Hand. So that is play on at the moment. No infringement. RGC will build from the back, and the work of Grufflewid is rewarded because Exeter Chiefs are over and on the floor before they have a go at the ball. And that will mean it's a penalty to RGC, which they'll kick clear. Ollie Batson is having great fun in the Exeter Chiefs midfield. He's a large piece of furniture and he's moving very, very quickly. And he manages to break 2 or 3 tackles a go. So he will probably be employed a little bit more, I would have thought, from the Chiefs' point of view. If I was one of the Chiefs players, I'd be saying, get it to Ollie Batson a little bit more, see what we can do. RGC come down with the ball. It's a good rolling maul. It's got a little bit of grease to it. Moves itself forward. Now breaking off the back of it is Logan Goodluck. Nice hands, lovely hands from the Welsh side. Bit of space here. Gordon Asprey is hauled down. Can't give him a huge amount of space. Loose pass in the midfield, and that's going to be difficult because now he's isolated and Chiefs are over it. Luckily his mates got there in time and just about did enough. There's a player lying prone. It's Gordon Asprey who's down behind this line of play, so I don't think they should play towards him. In fact, they're going to kick the ball up, and referee might see this as a problem. No, he doesn't. Noah Clifford comes down with it, and the referee might say it's okay at the moment. Ramirez. My apologies, it's not. It's Lewis Vatcher with 19 on his back.
High above the sternum.
Penalty, you can hear the referee there. See, Jack Williams has come back on for RGC. About 10 minutes to go in this game.
Yeah, cool. Black line, George. Okay. Hold it there. Yeah, you will be.
Game will be stopped as we have a little bit of attention here to one of the Chiefs players who's taken a knee.
You okay? Do you need treatment?
I think it's Harrison Heyman who's been impressive. And there will be a little stoppage. I suppose in this stoppage I can remind you of the games to come. Please do put these times
So when you're setting, your legs are too
in your diary for today, because there are some absolutely wonderful games. Coming up next, Harlequins versus Yorkshire Carnegie, then Saracens versus Leicester, and then the final at just past 7 o'clock is Bath versus Northampton Saints. Substitution has been made by Chiefs to allow this to go on. Ollie Williams, the number 8, has come back on, and I think will replace the limping Harrison Heyman.
black line.
Played his rugby at Devonport. Brilliant rugby club. Stolen at the line-out by RGC.
'29, hands in. Just there if you want it.
Off the
29.
feet and using their hands, RGC. And Chiefs will kick this to the touchline, and they will make it just inside the RGC 22, which will be another really good place in which to build an attack. And if I was designing this play, I would put Ollie Batson on quite a short line. Let's see how it plays out. Line-out's got to work first. Neatly off the top. Great work by Harvey Willis at the top of that line-out. Come down with it. Round it rolls. Maybe they don't need Batson. They can do it without him. Forward they tumble.
Black. No hands black. Use.
They're going to try and keep it short here. Keep it tight. They're going to try and clamber through holes. They're not going to use the backs, I don't think, as it's almost been spilt, been ripped in the tackle. RGC have got it, and they're going to run it from behind their own line. And Chiefs get a hand in there.
Relax.
To
whistle. 19. Thank you. No advantage.
I'll come back for the knock on, the spillage. Have another look at it here. Right? It's more of a rip than anything else. Some decent work by Caleb Marnie, or Mahoney, depending on where you are in the United Kingdom and Ireland.
Crouch. Point. Stand up. Gents. No rows. Yeah, yeah. And I think that gap's too big then. Let's go. Let's go, lad. Crouch. Point. Set.
Scrum doesn't get going because the penalty is given. Away come RGC. Williams down that right-hand side. He's back on the field and he's surging upfield. Massive hole for RGC to carry on with. The arm is out, looking for the offload. It doesn't come. He decides to do it himself. Brilliant from RGC. This is much more like it. Look at the speed with which they're operating. Ball is in hand. Lovely delay on the pass. Excellent work. Up comes Good Luck. Ball over the top. Oh, into the hands of Exeter Chiefs. And away they go. Decent from Chiefs again to keep the ball alive. Initial break from Ramirez. They're going to go on this side, and Ramirez could get his hands on the ball again. Ramirez, inside ball, doesn't use him. Now he does! Chiefs are going to be pulled back for the forward pass. Freddie Barrow thought he'd done enough. He comes back a little bit disconsolate. This is the Ramirez pick. Almost I suppose, in American football they call them pick sixes, don't they? That would be a pick 5. Do you think it will catch on? I don't think it will. Ruined by the forward pass. Scrum time.
Crouch. Point. Set.
Scrum from RGC. Oh, a little bit of invention. Nudge over the top is going to make it difficult. Well, I say it's going to make it difficult. Expertly handled by Noah Clifford. And they've kicked the ball away. Given away a penalty, kick the ball away. Referee's going to march them back 10.
12, first one, must release. Second one, kicking the ball away, number 12.
Probably not enough time to make any difference on the outcome of this game, but RGC still playing with a lot of endeavour and ambition, trying to make things happen. And why shouldn't they? They're absolute hit to nothing here and coming over to Gloucester and trying to make a name for themselves. I think they've equipped themselves pretty darn well, all things considered. They are not an academy setup. They do not have anything like the infrastructure and resource that these other academies have, and they've done exceptionally well. Coming over from North Wales, it'll be a job done good, if that makes sense. You know what I mean.
No hand, 7!
Climbing towards that 22-metre line. I'd like RGC to get a little something on the board. I think they deserve it. Left they come again. Delay. Come back. Brilliant. Oh, it knocked it on. Alex Ohawa, unfortunately, difficult ball above his head. It's a lovely disguise on the initial pass, but Ohawa not quite with it.
There we go. Crouch. Point.
Can't be too long left in this game,
Stand up.
especially if we have to reset our scrum.
Let's see both of your inside shoulders, please. Let's go.
Can RGC get anything out of this score-wise? Can they make an indentation of their own? Chiefs, I would agree, have been the better side and definitely deserve the win. And it has been a long time coming. They haven't won any of their Premiership Academy games, so they'll be pleased to end on a high here. And tell you who else is ending on a high is Ollie Batson, who's had a fantastic game in the centre. He gets another carry there. RGC come through legally, so says the referee.
Tackle!
Scrum half had picked the ball up, which allowed the player to come through and tackle him.
Gents, that's gone, leave it.
Chiefs are going to scoop this one to the back, and Barrow is going to thump this downfield. It's going to go out, and it's going to go out in the full.
Sorry. Last play.
There we go. Indication from the referee that this is time, and therefore RGC have one final go to try and cross the whitewash.
You receiver. 9's out. Let's go. 9. I think they're from the 9.
Line out. Agonisingly spilt.
First one in the line, that's a knock on.
And that will be full time. Exeter Chiefs have worked incredibly hard this season, and prior to today had nothing to show for their troubles. So for the men in white, it's all smiles. A good victory. The RGC team, however, must be credited, coming over and joining in this this opportunity. And they have equipped themselves exceptionally well. Unlucky to have a nil against their name, and I'm sure that they will have done themselves proud when all is said and done. The final score from this game, the third game in this Premiership Finals day, is Exeter Chiefs 19, RGC 0.
Cheers, buddy. What a mate. What a mate. Well played, 9. Good game. Cheers, mate. Well done. Cheers. What a mate. You just put this stud on. Cheers, mate. I couldn't hear in that second half. Like, I'm sure. Someone said, Mark, cricket might be their players. It sounded like it. And I said, did someone say Mark, cricket? Cheers, mate. Yeah, pass it on. Yeah. Sorry. Cheers, mate. Great game. Well done. Yeah, we'll have a look in there, yeah. I think that'll be alright. Cheers, mate. Well, I don't remember if it was there, but it sounded like someone wanted you and said it. I was like, what's going on? Oh, yeah, to be honest with you. I was like that.
Well done to the winners this afternoon of game number 3, Exeter Chiefs.
Did he? It's an odd coat, man.
That's it for me. I'm going to hand you over to Andy Wyman, who's going to
Oh.
all the way into the final. But thank you for your attention today. Have a lovely rest of the day. Don't forget, Gloucester Heart we play under the lights on Friday night against Quins women. So come along and join us.
Warming up on the pitch in front of us are the teams from Harlequins and the Yorkshire Rugby Academy. We've got those teams to run through. Kick-off is coming your way at 3:15. This game is for the 5th and 6th place playoff. We'll start with the lineup for the Harlequins team. Playing at number 15 for Harlequins, Sean Sharp. Number 14 is Jack Tyler. Number 13, Noah Slay. Number 12 will be Finley Pennison. Number 11, Luke Springate. Number 10 is Matt Jones. Number 9, Harry Comey. Wearing number 1, Gerald Goleku. Number 2, Ashton Graham. Wearing 3 will be George Chandler. Into the second row, number 4, Noah Screen. Number 5 will be Henry Laidlaw. Number 6, Elliot Williams. Number 7, Adam Beanie. And today, number 8, Tate Williams. The bench for Harlequins. We start on the bench with the number 17, Emmanuel Shanu-Alo. Number 18 is Jago Morgan. Number 19, Spencer Godlin. Wearing 20 will be Hayden Amos. 21, Fergus Cannington. And number 22, Joe Taylor. Now to the Yorkshire Rugby Academy, starting at number 15, Aidan Doe. Number 14, Anesu Chindobi. Number 13, Wolfgang Navicki. Number 12, Isaac Firth. Number 11 will be Freddie Brown. Number 10, Kaylan Umanga. Number 9 is Harry Payton. Into the front row, wearing number 1, Miles Lister. Number 2 will be Harry Tunningley. Wearing 3, Sam Bland. Number 4, Fraser Perry. Number 5 will be Jack Bailey. Into the back row, number 6, Luca Teal. Number 7, Henry Westmoreland Smith. And number 8, Josh Oakey. To the bench for Yorkshire Rugby Academy. Now we've got a number 16, Chris Flinders. At the moment, no 17 named, but number 18, Ben Smith. Number 19, Tom Reilly. Number 20, Ethan Britton. Number 21 will be Seth Jeffers. 22, Thomas Harris. Number 23, Alex Corbett. Kickoff is coming your way at 3:15. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, Kingsholm is a non-smoking or vaping stadium, but you can gain exit and re-entry through gate 2. So if you need to take part with the smoking or vaping facilities, please make your way to gate 2. Kickoff coming your way at 3:15.
we're going to go to the here and now, which is Harlequins against Yorkshire, who are taking our screens. And alongside me, there's no one better to talk about a bit of Yorkshire than Stuart Dixon. Stuart, lovely to have you with us. You're able to give some context on a few of these Yorkshire boys against a tough Harlequins outfit, obviously, as Caelan Umunga gets us underway.
Yeah, it's great to be up here, Will. Thanks for having me. Thanks for giving me the 10 minutes to get my breath back after coming up all the stairs. But, it's great to be down here again. Currently 1-1 in the annual match Yorkshire versus Quins trilogy. So looking forward to see how this one pans out.
Indeed, and we're not going to take too much of your time, as obviously you will be very keen on watching this one with a good eye. So we're going to get the most out of you as we can. We've just been speaking off air. You've travelled down in style, I heard. A Holiday Inn was maybe involved.
Style maybe overstated it, but we came down last night. I think it's just a nice way to end the programme for the lads, give them some nice time together and give them that kind of big match atmosphere of preparing for a game. We were lucky to get on at Hartbury College yesterday afternoon and have a team run. And if the theatre analogy rings true, the dress rehearsal was awful, so I'm hoping it's going to be all right today.
The referee is Rebecca Piddleston. Harry Groves and Emily Hope will run the touchlines. A variety of referees supplied by the RFU across the course of the day. See if we can do anything without that person in the middle. And making sure the scrum is all set and sorted as Harlequins get the first put in. Look at that for a response from Yorkshire, but it is Harlequins that come out with the ball, and it's Tate Williams at 8 for Harlequins. It'll flick out the back, but no one's home. Good pressure applied by Chindovi. Ball flung out wide, and it's been stripped by Umunga. And the scrum will go that of Yorkshire's way. Bit of northern grit to open up the account.
It doesn't matter which age group you're working with, the front rowers are always going to get excited about that first scrum.
Yeah.
Great to see Miles, Harry and Sam going at that one. As we were saying before, we know that Quins are going to try and play how Quins do, fast, wide, keep the game moving, so we definitely want to make sure we're aware of that. It's a great play by Caelan there to dislodge the ball.
Umunga, of course. Yeah, it is that family. The Umunga family, tainted in rugby history, and the latest edition coming through the Yorkshire ranks.
He's I played with his dad Mike at Rotherham for a few years. So
Does that make you feel quite old?
Very much so. The fact that I knew Jacob when he was a baby, who's obviously now playing his trade in Italy. Very much like his dad, Caelan can fall asleep on a washing line. So in the team room this morning, while a lot of the lads watching the games, Caelan's grabbing all the sleep he can get before this match. So quite relaxed.
Well, he's certainly woken up at the start of this game, and his defensive acumen leads to this position for Yorkshire to try and attack off. Wide set for Freddie Brown. He's hugging the paintwork on this left-hand touchline, but it'll take a lot to get over to him first. A lot of bodies to work through. Let's see what Yorkshire can come up with. The bottom of that is Harry Payton, who flings it out to Firth, and Umunga's going to pick the right pass. Chindovi, the offload is good to Aidan Doeg. Payton just peeking his head over the counter, seeing what's on offer. Decides to go with his half-back partner, who travels down this left flank and sees a little bit of space in behind, and I think this one's just going to trundle into touch. A positive start for your men, Shu.
Yeah, it's nice, good settler there for Caelan. Working really hard on that kind of launch play to get us into the game. It's a good, confident start by the lads. And of course, this is the big battle is Jim Evans versus Richard Beckett line out. Lots of banter going to and fro on the WhatsApps this week about what we're going to do. 1-0 to Jim by the looks of it.
Yeah, they go to the front and it works out. And Ashton Graham of Gordon's takes it up in the white scrum cap, unmissable. A lot of Gordon's players in this Harlequins setup. Their success in the Ace League filtering through into Academy Rugby. Of course, Matt Jones running the show from 10, a diminutive figure who's made a big impact. He's, in the absence of Felix Bateman-Champagne, been doing really well at controlling things over the course of this Under-18s League campaign. I'm sure we'll see a fair amount of him today. Knock on goes the way of Harlequins, but lucky potentially not to be pinged for offside. But another scrum, another chance for Lister, Tunningley and Bland to get stuck into this Harlequins pack.
Yeah, Miles has been outstanding for the last couple of years. Made a decision to travel over to Kirkham for his sixth form education over in Lancashire, and yeah, he's bought into it really well. Whenever he's available to train, he comes across, and he's been outstanding. We can't fault his commitment.
And there he is at work again. Harlequins under pressure, but they managed to get the ball away. Jones flies it across the face. Chindovis says, have a bit of that. Some spare ribs going round Kingsholm, and away go Yorkshire. What a tempo this is to start things. Harlequins do their very best to slow the ball down. Dyke picks it out. Firth, the ball knocked on, and Harlequins have managed to grab it. Lister does his best to try and take the bins out. Williams caught in the contact. Harlequins, you'd see most sides try and clear their lines from here, and they're going to do just that. The kick from Cromie is good and finds touch, so a chance for a breather after what was a pretty electric couple of minutes for Yorkshire.
Yeah, we kind of spoke in the week about being really accurate when we get into that area of the pitch, and sort of being wary that as soon as Quins turn you over, that's when they're the most dangerous. So whilst the accuracy wasn't there, the way we reacted would have been pretty positive for the coaches.
You told me before that we came on that you were watching a fair few of the games this morning. Do you think, obviously, I'll come back to that, as there's a lovely line cut here. Great work from Navicki. Payton just gets his dustpan and brush out and just sweeps things up for Yorkshire quite nicely as the ball went awry. Umunga goes for the crossfield. Going to be asking questions of the Harlequins back three. The questions have been very much answered. Sean Sharp gathers the ball now, and all the referees involved. Ridden the challenge well, actually. Now Jones, he can be dangerous in those sort of situations, keeping Yorkshire's defence honest for now.
So this is where we said that Harlequins are going to be dangerous when they get this tempo in the game, and it comes a bit scrambled and chaotic.
The chaos is where Harlequins love to play, and they're creating it at the moment. Jack Tyler, maybe a bit of space for him, picked off the toes of Noah Slay. And Yorkshire bundled into touch. You cannot take your eyes off this game, can you, Stu?
No, it'll be fast and furious, that is for sure. Great to see Sam Bland, the tight head prop, managing to deal with the hot step in 10.
There's the ref taking the tumble, and Noah Slay does ever so well there to keep the ball in field, and as you say, Westmoreland Smith just taking the ball into touch. Another line out, another opportunity for this battle to commence. They go to the tail.
Oh, great line out.
It's been picked up, good arrows to initiate that. And here comes Sean Sharp, the Seaford College man. Sharp by name, sharp by nature. That's the sort of stuff you can expect from that man.
Yeah, great variety at the line out there from Quins, and some good deception in that launch play, allowing the space on the outside, and great finish by the 15.
He's been doing that all season for Seaford, for Harlequins. I have a feeling he might end up doing it for England towards the back end of this campaign too. He's been that good. That little step on the inside, so difficult to defend against. And at the pace in which he operates.
Yeah, we spoke in the week that it's really important that against a side like Quins, you know that at times they're going to put pressure on your defence, and it's that idea of trying not to panic and honeypot around the ball. But when they play like that and get to the edge, it's difficult. Like you say, a drift in defence and then step back inside.
You mentioned it briefly, but that line out.
Yeah. So I mean, what they do, and as you've identified, they draw heavily on Gordons, and the benefit of that is they've got the patterns for the team, and there's lots of understanding, which is probably something where, even though we draw from the whole of Yorkshire, we've got a lot of different combinations.
Ball's gone back, so Gerald Gorleku is able to collect it for the Quins. Can that pass across the face? Matt Jones just picking his option. Brings it to Williams, who's going to stretch his legs, and he's got a lot of them. Through he goes. Williams, is he going to go all the way? What a tackle! 8 on 8. Brilliant work from Josh Oke to blunt this Harlequins attack, but the job's not done yet. Jones, quick pass. Gorleku. It's been knocked on.
It's a really good example there of everything we spoke about. Great break from the Harlequins 8, but rather than panic, the lads have got back and set nicely for that next attack. But referring to Josh at R8, he's been outstanding this year for Ampleforth College, equally adept at centre for schoolboy and 8 in the scrum. Quite possibly the most laid-back man you'll ever meet. But he's capable of doing things like that on both sides of the ball, so he's great to have around.
Certainly showed his fight and spirit there in what seemed like a battle he'd almost lost as it begun. The pace of Tate Williams to break through there. But OK did not give up, and as a result, Yorkshire will have the opportunity to play themselves out of their own 22. They're going to do just that. Firth looks out the back. Umunga. Chindovi. Now he will stretch his legs. And he races up into the Harlequins half.
Keep coming.
Umunga stands off and plays provider. The passes are teasing and tempting for Harlequins.
Midfield. Nothing coming.
Advantage is coming for offside. These passes across the face of the defence. Both teams are doing it at the moment, and it just keeps us on a knife's edge.
It's where the game's currently being played. It's always the intent to have a go when you get the opportunity. The best way to exit is to run the ball 30-40 metres rather than trying to kick it. So,
and talk to us about Anesu Chindovi, because he's a brilliant player when he gets going.
Yeah, again, he's absolutely outstanding. His big point of difference is his aerial threat, so we'll often see him chasing kick-offs and trying to get up in the air. If we see the space on the edge that you saw earlier on, Caelan going for a crossfield kick to his wing. So that's his real point of difference. Hopefully heading to Nottingham University this time next year, so hopefully lighten up Buck Super Rugby over the coming years.
He's just receiving a bit of treatment to make sure he's all good, and he's going to be back up and running, but for now, it's the bigger pieces of furniture that are called into action for Yorkshire. And now here come the backs. Umunga. There's Oku already showing his experience on both sides of the ball. The ball flung out wide now. Freddie Brown jinking his way up towards the 5-metre line. Payton running into a bit of traffic.
It's a shame.
And Harlequins have stolen it.
Leave that. Let it come. Off it. Timing.
Looks like Harry Cromie will look for another exit.
Advantage over from the knock.
He does just that. Into touch, and red zone efficiency for Yorkshire starting to come into question potentially.
Yeah, we'd be a little bit frustrated that just when we get that forward momentum that we're not quite accurate enough and making maybe the right decisions. Probably all stem back to, even though it was a great break from an essay, we had to put far too many backs in that ruck to make sure we kept the ball, and then that left us short.
Not straight. Option, flag.
Bit of trickery at line-out time, but
I'd say Jim's definitely winning that one at the moment. The non-compete at the Maul, it was a sucker punch, and then even though the French got away with it at Twickenham last week, we've been called for not straight there.
Yes, I think it's going to be one of those laws that takes a couple of weeks, months for people to get fully used to. But now a chance for Harlequins to have a bit of a run around. It has been breathless so far. 15 minutes played. It's only 7-0. Feels like a lot more. Williams, we've already seen what he can do, and he's going to do it again. Williams straight through the middle like a hot knife through butter. Tate Williams is stretching his legs. Is he going to be able to go all the way? He doesn't have many people alongside him either. He's brought down in the 22. Now Jones picks it out the back. Sean Sharp. Ball fired across the face. The two locks in Screen and Laidlow combining. Now at the back it goes. Jones, that's beautiful. Switches it over the top. This will be a score for Harlequins if they can make it count, which they do.
So we definitely haven't spoken in the week about allowing Taylor Williams all the time in the world to run. Hopefully they'll get really tired towards the end of the first half. But again, you saw a great line break by Quins and the way they kept their shape and caught us on the edge there.
This is the initial break. Again, it's just that long stride. So difficult once he gets up to fifth gear.
Keep feeding in those pictures. Anything else?
Well, the Quins do well to recover the ball here. And what about this from Matt Jones? A little flick pass over the top.
Again, that just kind of comes from the confidence that you know you've got that support out there. So that's something we've identified this week, that we want to keep that high line press, and every defensive system's got fallibility, and fair play to Jones there. He had the confidence in his teammates being out there.
Sharp with a slightly more difficult conversion. He was superb off the tee against Saracens last time out. He continues that form.
It seems a little bit unfair that Williams is as fast as he is for being as big as he is.
Yeah, he's sort of taking everything there. There's some poor bloke out there that's tiny and slow.
Well,
I think that
might be me. Yeah, I'm going to say.
Well, there we go. It's he's certainly been the difference.
Thank you, Dave.
Unfortunately, it looks like
that'd be Josh, I think.
Yeah, Josh O'Keefe's down and receiving some treatment in the corner, and he's off the pitch. So Yorkshire are going to have to stomach playing with 14 for now without having any ill discipline costing them. He looks like he's trundling back into the picture. A strong carry as Henry Laidlow twists and turns his way. And here go Quins again. Good bit of pace as Springate potentially tries to go around the outside. He does just that. It's one from the fullback, one each from the wingers. Harlequins playing the Harlequins way. And it's Springate.
I was going to say that'd be disappointing to concede the gain line so easily there. That allowed them that very short blindside, but well executed by the guys from Quins. And then when you're in that kind of like form as they are, that speed, it's difficult one-on-one to make the tackle. So great finish again. The Yorkshire lads got to find some solutions.
Of course, and the way that this Under-18s league has conformed, this is obviously for 5th and 6th, which is a brilliant achievement in itself for Yorkshire, considering your trajectory over the last couple of years. but Harlequins were a point off this final.
I know.
And they beat finalists in Bath.
Yeah.
Like the way that the Southern Conference has ended up has meant that there are some top teams that unfortunately are having to fight out in this 5th and 6th playoff.
No, absolutely. And I spoke with Chin, my counterpart from Quins, in the week, and he was sort of saying you can't script it really. We did what we did against Bath, and then just don't turn up against Saracens, who then did a number on them. But yeah, all 3 of those teams were absolutely outstanding. When you watch the videos back, you know you're going to have a tough tussle whichever team you end up with.
Yorkshire are going to continue to play what they have in front of them. Zamanga goes for a slightly different option, and it's worked.
Yeah, good shot.
Take us behind the curtain. Was that rehearsed?
So we do pride a lot on if, for example, Chinny's going to go up and they fill that space, he's trying to find the next space on kick-off. So it's like the first opportunity we feel to get the ball back. So yeah, we'd have a little bit of variety around it. And we're lucky that Caelan's got, if he was a footballer, they'd call it a wand of a left foot. So
yes.
He's good. He's got that creativity.
He can select from his infantry of kicks, and he chose the right one there. And the cavalry has arrived for Yorkshire. The centres, Nafiki and Firth, are both now involved in this maul as this blue wedge rumbles across the West Country. But a bit of daylight robbery from Harlequins. They've managed to nick the ball, and this is where they work really well. Oh, they're fortunate in that the ball has remained with them. And through the middle goes Jack Tyler. He's dummying this way and that. He had Sharp out on the outside, didn't choose to use him, and instead, here's Matt Jones through the middle. Oh, the pass is wayward. Isaac Firth with a very early Christmas present. Flicked on, and into the contact goes Sam Bland.
Let it come, Black.
Oh, spotted a gap. Luca Teal.
No, still in.
Peyton has to retreat to get back in line with things. Bailey, the latest to carry. And again. Among us in the pocket.
Hold in front! Retreat!
So maybe a lack of comms there. Doesn't seem to be many people chasing.
This is where Sean Sharp can strike.
It's a great kick.
50-22 on.
He's so good in those sort of positions. How's this going to bounce? Bounces favourably for Yorkshire. Umanga. That might be on the money as well. It is just that.
So it's interesting there. So Jack Bailey, who's our skipper, having a great year for Quegs, who've made it to the semi-finals of the National Cup. Been great for us. He's covered across all the back row, and today doing a job for us in the second row, having lost Morgan Crew last week against Falcons. So look forward to kind of seeing him. Takes a lot out of the players' legs when they're in the engine room. So he's doing a great job for us this season.
Fair few Quegs Wakefield boys. That school have done so well. That contest against Warwick will be exciting in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. There'd be, really well coached in Ian Wolfenden and Sam Cook. They not a team of superstars, but they all have a real clarity on what they bring to the team. So yeah, we'll be excited for them next week.
For now, we've got academy stuff in front of us. Sharp, the little chip in behind. It's not textbook, and it does trickle out of play. Springate short.
Yeah, they got two. That's all. Just hold, please.
Just a bit of attention being shown.
Both sides. We've got Williams down for Quins.
Yeah.
I've got you.
And, Henry Westmoreland Smith.
You got Crackles.
Replacement onto the field for Yorkshire Academies number 16,
I got you.
Flinders. Leaving the field is Henry Westmoreland Smith.
Time's rolling today.
So Flinders on for Westmoreland Smith. Are we going to see Flinders in the back row, or are we going to see Tunningley in the back row? How's this working?
So Flinders would be naturally a back rower who can play in the front row if needed.
Gotcha.
So he'll probably pack down at 7. Again, really good schoolboy player at Mount St Mary's College. Introduced him to the scrum at the Warwick Festival last year in his first 4 scrums against Leicester Tigers. So if you can get through that as an introduction, then you'll be all right.
Williams, on the other hand, seems to have come to his feet and is okay to play on. So the dart's still full with Tunningley. He's going to have to hit tops here. Goes to the tail, and it's poached by Harlequins. Matt Jones clings onto it. Pass into the midfield for Cunnison. Jones, just a little side of hand. Springate, what an offload. Nice lay in the scrum cap. Jones goes himself. Just that injection of pace that he can sometimes bring is just holding Yorkshire accountable at the moment. Cunnison through the midfield. Good clearance. There's numbers here if Harlequins can use them. Depends on where they go. Again, it's fortuitously bouncing back into the hands of Harlequins. Oh, what a shot that is. We've seen a few of those now.
Nothing coming. We're going to go back. Knocked on, scrum back.
So it's a question of, you keep saying it's kind of fortuitous the way they get there, but that's their mindset to play. So the more they do it, the more times it's going to come off. And everybody buys into that. I think sometimes, if it's not your mindset, that's when mistakes happen. But these guys are going, this is what we're about, that's our identity.
9 and 3.
And I'm giving it 2-0 to Blandy now. That's twice he's taken the 10 down with his little jink. You might be hoping he doesn't get found out again. I think he's coming off one of his spells now, as a good tight head does. 25 minutes and then give him a bit of a breather.
Thanks very much. See you later. Yeah, bland off. Ben Smith's coming on. Seb Jeffers is also entering the fray. Peyton making way.
So Ben's one of twins. Both have played for the 18s this year. His brother Sam generally plays loose head and Ben plays tight. And
God, spare a thought for that living room.
It's a big feed. But yeah, and they're absolute characters around the training. They go at each other like hammer and tong, which is great. So it drives them both on. But Sam got to make the debut. Ben was out with a little bit of a niggle, and Sam made his debut, so that went down well in the house. 1-0 on that occasion.
What about Seb Jeffers, who's just come in?
Yes, Seb's a great guy. Played a lot of rugby league. Represented the England Lions last year at under-16s at rugby league. Kind of in-house, we call him the Yorkshire DuPont. He wears the scrum hat. Loves the physical side of the game, so which is good because we're going to need him for the next 10 minutes or so.
Yorkshire have got their defensive job on here. This is probably where Harlequins will love to set up. A scrum on the left-hand side. Options are plenty, and Matt Jones has just got to pick the lock here.
So it's been a really good challenge for Ben. So both he and his brother would have been back rowers up until the summer and transitioned. So he's up against a real tough opponent in Quins Loosehead. And yeah, any backs coach loves the left-hand scrum.
And they've got it just here. Sharp, used as a bit of a battering ram rather than the usual dancing feet we see. Good tussle there between Bailey and Benny. Williams, again, continuing to make metres. Yorkshire look to try and get themselves clamped over the ball. They've definitely slowed it down to the displeasure of Harlequins. Jones fires the ball across. Gorleku's picked it up, and Gorleku will rumble on. There's hands on the outside into the corner. And Jack Tyler gets another, a brace for him.
So
it's chaos personified, isn't it?
Yeah, and fair play to Quins and the way that they are playing, bringing that pressure and that speed throughout the game. You notice that the Yorkshire lads now are starting to not go as quickly as possibly should, and there's a little bit of a disconnect in the midfield there. But great carry by the prop and offloading. I mean, that should be an automatic ban in my book, that prop forwards offloading like that.
Scarily creeping into our game more and more.
Absolutely. But no, it's a well taken score, and again, like we said before, everybody's got that mindset of how they play, and finished in the corner. And the way he's kicking the ball, you'd say it could be 28-0.
Maybe that's a bit of a
I'm
double
hoping
blow
so.
from you.
Commentator's curse, is that what you call it?
Something like that. Let's see.
It's a great kick.
Yeah. Sean Sharp doesn't get cursed. This the score, as we say. A lot of the passages of play working in the way of Harlequins, who continue to push on. There are a few changes. Fergus Callington's on, Joe Taylor's on as well. Callington of Whitgift, Joe Taylor from Cranley. I think looks like Noah Slay's come off, as well as obviously Harry Cromie. So that's the switch at 9. There's Cunnison. Penalty.
Like Tom Reeves come on for Yorkshire for Fraser Perry in the second row.
There we go.
You okay? Yeah.
Jones will find touch really well.
Take the edge of the line, please.
It's amazing when you kind of on the back foot, as we currently are, that everything then starts to seem to be going against you. So you could do with a slight shank from Jones there, but no, he's nailed one 40 metres downfield.
Yeah, that's a rarity for the Gordon's boy. Quins again. Oh.
Free kick.
Ball hadn't been thrown. Oh. Don't see that one too often, but well refereed.
There's so many infringements at a line. I don't know how the guys do it. It's outstanding.
It's a great kick as well, knowing that it heading out on the full would have resulted in a line out from where they kicked it. Sean Sharp is ushered into his seat by Jeffers. As we say, a scrum half that loves the contact. Who would have thought it?
Yeah. We've got it all. Scrum half tackling and props offloading. That's what's so good about the Academy Finals day.
Williams is going to make way. We saw that he was a bit battered and bruised before, and they're going to call it here. Hayden Amiss is coming on, wearing 20. They're not short of size across this Harlequins pack, and they've replaced Big Meat with Big Meat.
Yeah, it's one of our concerns. We feel it's evolution in Yorkshire, that we've spent so much time down the mines that we've evolved to be quite short, and like you say, Quins just roll another 6 foot plus fella off the bench.
Yeah. Well, the size and shape of players at under-18s level has developed over the last couple of years to a frightening scale. You only need to think about someone like Tom Burrow, of course, who may be an exception to the rule, who's doing so well with England under-20s at the moment, captaining the side. Talk to me about him, because that must be a real proud moment for Yorkshire.
Yeah, outstanding. Obviously, Mum and Dad, Mark and Emma, have been massively supportive. Dad used to be a Sarries, so obviously some of the Sarries genes of height have come through. But no, Tom was outstanding when he was with us. Really, really diligent about trying to understand the game. We talked about props offloading. He had a decent left foot of his own, and he's really settled in well at Sale. I know the guys over there are really pleased with what he brings to the group. And yeah, captain your country at any level's an amazing achievement. So we're super proud of him, and following his footsteps, we had Ty Raymont make his Premiership debut for Sale.
He's been featuring in Mark Mapletoft's sides as well. It's brilliant that these boys from the Yorkshire Rugby Academy are are seeing the fruits of their labour, and it's a positive sign, I guess, for the boys out there at the moment. Yes, the scoreline at the moment isn't ideal, and yes, there's no guaranteed direction into professional rugby from this academy, but it shows them that there is a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, absolutely, and more as more people start to understand what the programme is, the lads become really interesting. So not everybody's going to make the senior academy, however good we are. So this is going to be our highest ever finish at Academy League. But regardless of that fact, we probably won't get that many signed initially. So what happens then is, what's the next best opportunity? Is it a Bucks Super Rugby? And we know that the Prem clubs are watching that kind of competition as well. So it makes us really proud. So of our first year, OBNE side for sale out of Newcastle University. So we know that there's a pathway there as well. So whilst we don't have that one club at the top end, we definitely have different ways to the top. And of course, we had Ned McCormack make his Super League debut last year for the Rhinos. So
talent pouring out of this academy. One of those talents on the ball now, Chindovi. It's been knocked on. Thought for a moment there that Yorkshire are about to play Harlequins at their own game. It's been spilled twice and the advantage was over, so Yorkshire are going to play with this ball. Oh, there's another front rower on the loose.
They're all at it now.
That will see us into the half. Well, I cannot believe that Yorkshire are going into this half with nothing to show for it, because they've been really impressive, especially both sides of this first half. But it is Harlequins that will go in with the lead. The opener from Sean Sharp, then 2 from Jack Tyler, and added 1 from
comms. Will Parkin, how are you? Are you ready for a feast of afternoon of rugby? Isn't it great?
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks for having me, Sam. I think actually it's your son that can take credit for bringing me into this. It was actually him that collared me this morning.
Oh, he got there early, did he?
Yeah,
okay,
he did. He came and said hello, and then left it with, "Oh, you wouldn't mind coming and doing 10 minutes of commentary, would you?" So,
fantastic.
Yeah, he can take the credit for that.
Well, we join this match, and if you're joining it now, it has been somewhat one-sided. Harlequins have put Yorkshire to the sword in the first 35 minutes. 28 points they lead. Some good scores, and you would think nothing less of a very fine Harlequin setup. But whilst we have you with us, we'll give you a few questions with your England hat on. Nothing too difficult, but certainly just paint a picture of about the academy journey for each one of these players. And of course, what the next few weeks, you're in charge of the England Under-18 setup, and there's a Six Nations to be sorted out. And whilst I won't ask you any direct questions about personnel, I will say, I suppose the first question, an easy place to think about or to start with, is how do you feel going into that Six Nations setup, Will?
Yeah, obviously looking forward to it. I think today is a great day for a lot of the Under-18s to finish off what is sort of 5 years' work for some of them, coming from 13, 14-year-olds to finishing today, and that's probably the main focus for a lot of the boys today. But from our side of things, with the Ireland standalone fixture and then the Six Nations out in France, we're excited for it and looking forward to getting together next week.
100%, and you know, there's a lot of talent. You don't have to watch this age grade level to recognise that, you know, these are talented technical individuals, and today is a showcase. Is there a lot of these young players will come in today thinking, well, if I have a good day today, I can potentially change minds. Is there an element to that?
Yeah, look, we've watched all the games throughout the season, both their academies, their schools, their clubs, their colleges. So a lot of work's done throughout the months leading into this. But I think Tim, the Under-18 analyst, and I were discussing earlier the performance of Charlie Mile a few years ago, really cemented himself into the Six Nations side that went out and did so well out in Dublin 2 years ago. So yeah, I think the boys have always got an opportunity to get into squads at any level, and if they can do well today, then it's another step forward for them.
100%. Sport is just that. A couple of knock-ons, and we are in the 22, and Yorkshire will have the putting because the first knock-on came from Quins. And Yorkshire will want to try and get a foothold back in this game, not just because of the scoreboard, but because of everything else, as Will Parkin mentions there, that has gone with it. This is the end of a long journey for many of them. And regardless of the outcome of today's match, they will want to put their very, very best foot forward. Lovely to hear from Stuart Dixon before the break with Will Roberts speaking so glowingly about the individuals involved. Yes, rugby players, of course, but mostly human beings. And Stuart and all his counterparts at all of those individual clubs, Will Parkin, did an amazing job of creating human beings, not just rugby players.
Yeah, I think for all the academies, it's a much bigger piece than just producing rugby players. I think for a lot of these lads, the dream is to go and play professionally, but the grand scheme of it isn't always that's where they go to. So to support them in developing good personal skills is a huge part of our roles as coaches.
100%. Yorkshire out the back, a little opportunity. Chindove down that left-hand side, off his left wing, or right wing, shall I say, and into the action, although Quins look as though they've snaffled this ball back. I think they will have done.
Sawing up this top edge.
Cromie feeds his big men. Now they come left. Sean Sharp, lovely little delivery over onto this side. Bit of space, lovely interplay down this left-hand side. And it is Jack Tyler who is going to romp home for Quins once more. It doesn't take long for Quins to find the key to the door.
Yeah, no, they've been excellent at that all year, Quins. Certainly the transition, but Ashton in particular in those wider channels as a hooker has been outstanding for Quins all season, and Gordon's as well throughout the ace.
Yeah, 100%. They bringing all of that to finals day, and it looked relatively simple, very difficult to do at high speed. But that's what good rugby teams can make this game look. And a conversion for Sean Sharp to add to his collection. He was peerless in the first half, kicked all his points, even from out wide. And now I've given him the big build-up. Go on, stick it through. Oh! Sorry, Sean. But quite some talent, Sean Sharp, eh? And but interestingly, from under-18 point, actually, and explain this quirk, unavailable to you.
Yeah, so our selection's based on the year the boys are born, so not all the players that are out there today can actually qualify for this upcoming Six Nations. So if their birthdays are before Christmas, they're effectively under-19 players, so their opportunity comes at a different stage. So from us, from an under-18 point of view, where the boys are born and what year they're born makes a massive difference, rather than just their school year.
100%. Fergus Callington, the Whitgift lad, thumps that downfield. It's kept in play and then flung back in field, and Yorkshire's scrum half Galen Umanga, the famous surname, part of the Umanga tribe, and having to deal with something difficult there at the back, but clears his lines well.
On the edge, please. Thank you.
Harlequins will get a line out just inside the Yorkshire half. Graham feeds this line out, and then it's a lovely kick, which there's acres of space out on this left-hand side. This ball is going to sit pretty for Quins. Umanga goes back and dips the ball down, and the referee says he's taking it back. Well, he had to make some sort of decision there. Agonisingly, wasn't that, Parky, for the young lad?
Yeah, it's a great option from Math. I think Quins have used Elliot and Finn Cunnison exceptionally well, not just today, throughout the year off their line-out strike. So to mix it up and pick off the space is a great example of someone playing with their heads up, which ultimately is exactly what we're looking for from a coaching point of view.
Yeah, this Harlequin side has a strong Gordon's hue to it, doesn't it? And it's always advantageous to take that school form into this academy setup, and it's no surprise to see groupings of players turning up in the famous four quarters.
Yeah, you see that a lot. Certainly, well, all levels really, when you can get a group of players that are used to playing together, and you do see a lot of success off the back of it. England probably in the recent Six Nations game seeing that.
Indeed, Quins have carved it open again. Joe Taylor has found his way through, a lovely move and worked off, and just the big fend from Taylor made it worthwhile, and all of a sudden Yorkshire's heads are going down, and it's becoming a little bit more difficult to stay in this fight. Let's have another look at this. Talk us through this, Will Parkin.
Yeah, similar to play actually to what we just mentioned there with that final try from England in the France game. I think Finn, you can see there, 9 straight to 12, stays nice and square, which is a big thing whenever you're running that shape that I'd certainly be going after, is staying as square as you can as a ball player, just to try and sit a defender down. And great example of Finn doing that, and Joe staying nice and hidden to rightfully finish it off.
I've got a question for you about, you mentioned there the senior team. How much input and how much shared information, and indeed how much opportunity do the England under-18s and indeed perhaps the 20s get to sort of feed off the top layer of those players? Do you get much interaction with them? Do you get much advice handed down?
I think from our point of view at 18s, the most important connection is the one with the 20s. I think that's ultimately the important thing for us, is that we're exposing 18s into those training environments with the 20s. Noah Kaluri, Will Knight of Gloucester have both trained up with the 20s already this Six Nations, and we're seeing Henry Pollock out there last week with the senior team. So I think for us the most important connection is the one with the 20s, and actually if then the 20s boys can get exposure with the seniors, then even better.
As they do, indeed, you're right. Yorkshire ball on the floor again, and again the chase is excellent to really hassle and harry, and Manga's just taken a little knock. And Harlequins not only good with the ball, but very good without it, and putting a huge amount of pressure. It's it's been a funny one. I'll ask you about the split in terms of north and south in this division. It has been tricky that the south has had so much talent in it this season, and unfortunately it can happen like that, can't it? Divisions of setups, you see it in other sports. You know, certain divisions have all the talent in it, and the Southern League in this setup did seem to have a load of good teams, as we're seeing in these games.
Yeah, I think this year's a great example of that. I think in previous years it has been perhaps less one-sided in the Northern League. I think certainly Northampton have done well this year, but that's not always the case to see someone go unbeaten. I think certainly the South this year with Quins, Saracens and Bath pretty much all beating each other shows the quality of player, not just in the South but across the country as well. I think a little bit comes back to what we spoke about earlier with the sort of cohesion of players. You look at the Bath side, heavily Beach and Cliff, a lot of the Gordon's boys featuring out here in this Quins team, and we saw that in the Ace League as well, with all those state-funded schools competing in that South competition that literally came down to the last week to see who'd be into the final.
100%, and that's the way it plays itself out at the moment, and it probably makes your job as coaches of the England team, you know, it's great, isn't it? It's absolutely fantastic to have this raft of talent coming through, and must make it difficult though when it comes to choosing people for selection.
Yeah, obviously I'm in a very privileged position to be in this job. I think it's great for English rugby that we're in this position where there's plenty of boys coming through both private and state schools, through the ACE programme and on that private school loop as well. And we're in a lucky position today where we're seeing it all out on the pitch. I was over at Warwick Uni yesterday working with the coaches in the counties programme, and there's another 150 boys over at Warwick this weekend that aren't involved in academies that are being supported through the Midlands, South West, North and London programme. So from a country, I think there's certainly players coming through, and it's our job to make sure they keep pushing through.
And that's crucial as well, because in the best will in the world, sometimes people do slip through selections and they do go off and then they change and they morph and they get better. We need to keep those guys in the game. We need to have an avenue for them to come back into the game.
Yeah, 100%, and just to stay involved in the game, whether that's through club rugby, coaching, playing through national leagues into the championship and beyond. We were speaking yesterday of Ollie Chesham actually came through that counties programme. Tommy Freeman was involved in it as well as an under-17, so there's a huge piece for it.
Yeah,
100%. Hope Jacob's all right, seeing him walking off there.
Yeah, Jacob.
Oh, sorry, Kane.
You made the mistake that I was trying not to make, Kane Umanga. Just being taken off. I think he took a bit of head knock. I think it a bit of precautionary take off, but we shall see. That is the voice of Will Parkin alongside me, England under-18 coach, and a busy day, no doubt, for him today. Are you all here? Is JP here?
Yeah, the whole crew's here actually.
Okay.
Tofty was here.
Oh, we had him on a bit earlier.
Did you?
Yeah. He walked through at the wrong time as well.
No, myself, JP, Tofty, but then also supported by our medical team are here, checking in with the club's medical staff. Our S&C staff are here, and Tim, our analyst, as well. So the whole crew.
Three-line whip, fair enough. Busy day, big day. Absolutely fantastic to have you with us. Well, don't feel obliged to stay any longer than you need to, Will. And this is a good vantage point. I know you can see a lot from here, but we're very grateful for the time that you take with us.
Yep, no, enjoying it. It's actually a lot warmer up here than it was where I was sat about 10 minutes ago. So
I think it's because we stand and we move around. I don't know. Although maybe it's the hot air that I spiel out. Do you think it might be that, Parky?
Yeah, something like that.
You're supposed to not. You're not supposed to agree with that.
Fines.
Right, come on then, Yorkshire. Let's put a few things together.
Very deep off this scrum attack.
It won't get to them. They'll get a penalty though, and Quins will be marched back 10 metres because of the infringement, and forward they come now, and Yorkshire will kick the ball downfield. I almost called them one of their previous incarnations, but Yorkshire Rugby Academy. line out. Between the 10-metre line and the halfway, Quins steal it. Down it pops into the hands of Spencer Codling. He is taken down the other side of the halfway line. Now Quins going to go short ball. Great line from Williams.
Oh, great offload.
Super offload as well. The try scorer, Taylor, carving it up into the 22. Quins will go again. Out the back they come. Sean Sharp, a lovely pass over the top. One more inside. Oh, he doesn't use him. Down the sideline he goes. And once again, Jack Tyler is in. Sean Sharp with the beauty of the pass, but the finish from Tyler. Once again, Quins showing they've got the skills to pay the bills.
Yeah, excellent example there of what actually keeping the ball alive can do. Very, very tough to defend when the speed of the ball's that, like what we've just seen there. Excellent from Elliot with the ball off the floor, and then seen again Sean with a great pass over the top, but that's come from him working off the ball to get himself into that position. And great finish by Jack Tyler. Indeed.
Lots of people around the game saying great things about Sean Sharp. Is he as good as all that positive stuff suggests, Will Parkin?
Yeah, I've seen some excellent performances from Sean. Obviously, the stuff we've seen today, not just with his goal kicking, but certainly the stuff that he's doing on the ball. But for me, the bits that he's been really good at is actually getting his hands on the ball. You see a lot of players with the ability that he's shown in terms of his running game, but it's all about getting yourself those opportunities to show that. And watching him there, you can see the stuff he's doing off the ball to link this from math to then put himself in a position to show what he can do with a pass like that is excellent.
And he kicks goals, as you saw as well. Fine player. Long way to go, of course, even at under-18 level. A lot can happen with a player, but Sean Sharp is in as good a position as you can possibly be to make the transition. We will watch him as he progresses up and through.
Elliot Williams has been outstanding at that side of things. Saw him earlier going through, but just does so much good work for Harlequins throughout this season.
Indeed, another really good player, good forward, and actually Yorkshire going to be marched back an extra 10 metres by the referee. She makes the hand gesture that suggests a little bit of verbals was dished out. You can't do that at any level in rugby. We pride ourselves on the ability of the referee not to take any flack. And all of a sudden Yorkshire find themselves back in the 22. Ashton Graham will look down the barrel of this one.
Stationary before you go up.
Goes right over the top and ball bounces the way of Chindav and Yorkshire.
Elliott's nicked it.
Back it comes, Quins side. Opportunity here. Can he free his arms? No, is the answer. Yorkshire get it back, but deep in their own 22. Ball bounces kindly for Yorkshire. I thought for a moment they might have let Quins back in, but no, keeps on going, and they've resisted the opportunity to exit traditionally with a kick. They're going to try and play it out from their own 22. And that's what happens. They've coughed up the ball. Work being done by Shanu Abu. Out the back again, ball over the top. Almost a carbon copy of previously. Sean Sharp. The feet of Fred Astaire, Sean Sharp, and he tap dances his way to another 5-pointer for Quins.
Yeah, two good examples there. I think that one's a great example of it from the turnover, actually looking to move the ball straight away. I think the previous one we saw where it led straight to a carry. You can see right now, I think they get the ball early away to 7 and moves the point of contact straight away. And I think when you get that from a turnover, it ends up in such good opportunities here for try scoring, but certainly just getting the ball into space. Really good example there from Quins.
Yeah, very very apt example. We were mentioning it earlier about the opportunities, because there will be turnovers at this level. The technical skill will mean that the ball does bounce loose, and just how quickly you can get it into a position of advantage is kind of the difference at this level.
Yeah, and I think at all levels you're trying to get the ball to space.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, any level of rugby.
You'd hope. Double post.
He can do everything, Sean. He can hit both posts at once.
No, at any level you're trying to get the ball to space and ultimately go forward. And I think from turnovers it's such a hard position to defend. You can see they're over chasing. Good use of footwork from Sean, staying on his feet, leads to a decent finish.
Well, it's a 50-point game, which is rather unfair on Yorkshire, but it shows the finishing quality of this Harlequin side, and also goes to show just the level of ability that the Southern League has had, in a sense. Oh, that looks as though it's been knocked on, has been coughed up. The referee is going to bring them back. I thought might have been missed. There was an arm in there just before Peyton started to scamper away. But it does show, because Harlequins are effectively the third best side out of that Southern Conference. Saracens and Bath above them, and you can see just how good a side Saracens and Bath are if they finished above them in the league, and it augurs well for the remainder of this day and just the quality of rugby that might be coming our way.
I think also it's great for the boys to play against teams that they don't tend to play against. Hopefully there's some changes coming in next year that will promote that even further. But certainly, you look at, I know the Saints Bath match happened last year, but Tigers and Saris, those sort of fixtures don't tend to happen very often, so it's nice to see the North go up against the South.
100%, and you've prompted a question in my mind, which I will ask in a moment, just after this Quins attack either converts or peters out. We'll see what happens. Downfield they go.
Great kick off his weak foot as well.
Insight from and all of a sudden the ball is over the top, and he's going to use the post to try and escape there. Oh, a little kick over the top. Depending on how this bounces, this could be interesting. Decent work, excellent work from Quins, and Sean Sharp is running beautifully. The balance of Sean Sharp is something else. Oh, hello, Sean Sharp. Well, if you didn't know much about this boy before today, there's a really good example of why people are exceptionally excited about him. The running balance of this lad, his ability to change direction is like something. Well, I would say that he reminds me of a certain New Zealand fullback, but that's my heritage. Sky Sports, going all the way back to some pretty silky skills. But he's got some balance, hasn't he? There's some poise when he runs.
Yeah, beautiful finish. I think to shout out Tate as well. I think the work that he did there in terms of the kick chase off of Math, to then cover it, and actually you see a lot of people probably just carry there. But as we touched on earlier, that ability to move the ball, you can see here him getting across, coming back onto the pitch to move the ball now, creates that opportunity for Sean.
Yeah,
so
100%.
from him.
Yeah, brilliant from Tate Williams as well. Lovely score from Quins. Restart well gathered. Yorkshire still fighting. Callington fires it off the left hand. Good work from Laidlow. Callington's going to head downtown. Little stab doesn't quite work. It's well fielded by Springate. Knocked on. Okay, so this was the question I was going to ask you. It's a really simple one. Bath or Northampton? It's tight, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's tighter than you think. And last year's final was something else.
Yeah, it was an outstanding game, and obviously seen a lot of boys that were involved in that game go on to bigger things. You see Steph Emanuel, the 12 for Bath, involved in the Six Nations this year. Eduardo Todero as an under-18 playing for Italy again, for those two. But then also the likes of Connor Treacy, that's now back fit, training with the 20s this coming week, which is great to see. So yeah, it was a great game last year. This year it'll be interesting to see how it goes, to be fair. Two probably contrasting styles of playing. So yeah, I'm sure we're all looking forward to it. Got out of that one.
Yeah, you did. I tell you what, you're as elusive as Sean Sharp. Forward they come again, Quins. That will be knocked on. And oh, that's a lovely little offload. And Chindub is down the corridor of Pointstown. Well done. There is the response. Anusu Chindub. And there's a smile on his face, and so there should be. That man and his mates has worked exceptionally hard to get something out of this game. And it was just that little chink of light, that little turnover there. Lovely little offload out the back, and away he scampers. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, excellent offload and great finish there by Anesu.
I've got started square and then going straight across that last scrum.
Yeah, good mention for a York rugby club.
I'm happy with
looking
the
after
We're just not staying
Dove in his
legal dominance.
in his earlier years, and making sure that a good side and a good outfit get a mention on a day like today. That's what that's also about as well. These not just schools that these players are coming from, rugby clubs as well. A lot of work on Sunday mornings, but you don't miss that, do you? Sunday mornings, going and having your hot dogs and your bits and pieces, your Monster Munch and all sorts, your weak orange squash. What a feature it was on a Sunday morning.
That's where it all starts. That's where it all starts.
Hot weak orange squash. Of course it is. Yeah. Absolutely. It's got to start there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And it's important for all these boys, for all of us as people involved in rugby, to remember where it starts, because ultimately that's where you get the passion for it. My local rugby club, close to you, only rugby club, that's where I came through, and
that was my first rugby club, you know that.
Was that yours as well, was it?
My first rugby club, there you
go,
you see. The grey and the pink.
Yep.
Well, a bit more wind in their sails for Yorkshire now. I wonder what else they can do with it now. I mean, got points on the board, they will ping it deep into the backfield. I thought that was maybe to give them a bit of space to kick, but no, it's space to run, and they've turned over the ball, and that's been a hallmark of recent moments for Yorkshire. And that actually has been turned over brilliantly. Great jackal over the ball, but they're still in their own 22. Williams wraps up the number 9, Peyton, and says, I'll have that. We'll stop the game and have another go. A feature, Yorkshire with the ambition, but unfortunately also coughing the ball up, and it's always dangerous when Quins are on that sort of, or in that sort of mood.
Yeah, I think I'm a big fan. If there's space there, you would play from anywhere. I think ultimately, if you're going to play from anywhere and any form of attack, the most important thing is having the ball. So the importance of the skills of the carrier around the contact area, but then, as we've seen there, the speed of the support as well. If you want to play, that's ultimately you've got to come down to those basic skills to form that. I think they use Sean here. Yeah.
Oh, they would have done if the pass had just had a little bit more to it.
Space was there.
Carried back in.
Yorkshire come left. Does well to keep the ball alive. Away come Yorkshire through Alex Gorman. Well wrapped up though by Quins, and they've got underneath him, and he can't get his knees on the floor. He has got his knees on the floor. Now the referee says that's a maul, and it's all over, and it's taken in, and we'll turn the ball over.
And I called maul.
He was working hard, and he'll remonstrate with the referees to say, come on, I was doing my best to get to the floor. But the referee had made her mind up, and that's turnover ball.
Yeah, you can see Finn Cunnison, I think there's a beanie in there as well. Finn, excellent at that for Bishop Wand, and I think certainly a big area of his game that he's been going after in the in the academy games over the past 2 months. Seeing it again there.
Impressive technical knowledge on show all day. Would be, if you've not watched this level of rugby before, you will be surprised by just the skill sets on show. As we've seen in this game and in previous games this morning, some really, really good rugby. As I say that, the ball goes behind, but on the deck and is actually well picked up and dealt with by Springate. Springate continuing to go. Lovely offload. They keep the ball alive. Yorkshire interested, though, in the jackal. Now it's done again and fired across. Oh, super hole. And Quins are in again. Well, it's something of a procession, Will, but ultimately you've got to take your hat off to the way that Quins are seeing the space and working it well.
Yeah, across 1 to 15 as well. You can see Gerald there going through for the score. I think they've gone round Yorkshire well today, but a great example there of actually, as we touched on, 1 to 15 having the skill set to go out the back, or as we've seen there with the tip to go through.
Yeah, Gerald Gallagher, Bishop Wandsworth boy, on the end of things, and doing a grand job and dabbing down, and always nice for a Lucy to get a bit of a go. And Sean Sharp with the extras.
Sean Sharp.
I think Gerald's done a great shift across the Academy League. Played a lot of hooker in the ACE programme, obviously with both him and Ashton involved in 2 different ACE programmes, but both involved in the Academy. Gerald playing almost out of position at loosehead. He's done an excellent job, not just today, but across the Academy League season.
Yorkshire will restart. Not a huge amount of time left in this game.
Inside.
Quins will get an opportunity to poke it down the left-hand touchline.
Take the edge, please, Black. Edge of the line. Inside. Stationary before you go up.
Quins have stolen it again at the line out. Huge fend from Laidlow. Laidlow continuing to go, taking no prisoners. Backline gets a soft shoe shuffle. Yeah, Cunnison. Beautiful work and more dodging and arcing, and away goes Tate Williams. Well, I think there's tired bodies out there, but there's also excellent awareness and offloading, and when you've got that sort of alacrity in a back line, anyone can score, and Quins are doing just that.
Yeah, excellent skill. I think actually just the breakdown before this, the work of Gerald off of that from Henry's carry, one-man breakdown allowed them to just move the ball straight away, which ultimately it just becomes so hard to get set as the Yorkshire defence, which with the quality of the Quins backs and forwards are able to pick it off there.
Yeah, 100%. It looks easy. It's anything but. Takes a huge amount of skill to get everyone on the same page, working as one. And as you say, doing a huge amount of work off the ball. Not the guys carrying it, just but the way that they get the right bodies in the right positions. And Tate Williams galloping home. He looks a brilliant player, as do many other boys out there today. Springate, another one who's looked excellent. What a good carry that is from Springate, and I think it's in again. My goodness, and I think this could be a hat-trick. Joe Taylor is the man who rounds it off, and I don't think we'll have time for too much more, but credit to Springate, who has been a live wire today, and what power he had, and what selflessness to give the ball inside.
Yeah, caught up with him last week actually. He's done a great job for Epsom this year at centre. Bit of a different challenge for him playing on the wing for Quins, but you can see here in terms of the fight in his carry, which he's shown for school, and then the awareness to link with Joe to finish it. Great example of what we've seen both at school and transferring into this Academy League.
Super assist from Luke Springate. It is Joe Taylor from Cranley who gets his hat-trick, and this is turning into the outstanding performance of the afternoon so far. Harlequins definitely laying a marker down.
Great shot.
As is Sean Sharp, who is kicking as well as anyone else. And that is it. The referee calls time on it. It's an 80-point to 5 scoreline. Incredible. Final words of this game belong to Will Parkin. Impressive, aren't they, Quins?
Yeah, really impressive from Quins. I think just going back to what we said earlier, I think for both teams, it's not what defines them. It's actually the work they've put in over 3, 4, 5 years, or for some of them that are coming fresh this season. It's the end of their under-18 journey, and whatever happens next, whether that's off to university, local club rugby, or for some of them signing professional contracts, hopefully they can look back on this period with a great experience.
My thanks to Will Parkin. An emphatic scoreline, but a wonderful, wonderful match. Well played to Harlequins. Your winners of this this fourth game. Harlequins 80, Yorkshire Rugby 5.
5:20. The teams taking part: Saracens versus Leicester Tigers.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you to Harlequins and Yorkshire Rugby Academy. in the playoff for third and fourth place, kicking off at 5:20. Saracens play Leicester Tigers. The lineup for Saracens. Wearing 15, Ben Morrow. Number 14, Noah Kaluri. Number 13, Alex Mason. Number 12 is Ryan Jones. Wearing 11, Zach Finch. Number 10, Patrick Keaveney. Number 9, Asa Stuart Harris. Into the front row, number 1, Alan Poku. Number 2, Charlie Kingsford. Wearing 3, Gabriel Regis. Number 4, Matisse de Holte. Number 5, Lewis Golding. Wearing 6, Henry Gargan. Number 7, Jack Marshall. Number 8, Matthew Branch Holland to the bench for Saracens. Number 16, James Talami. Number 17, Dylan Jenkins. Number 18, Marlon Farouk Roy. Number 19, Aston Ilinich. Number 20, AJ Henry. 21, Finn Keelock. 22, Daniel Lake. And 23, Ty Allain. The Leicester Tigers play in lettered shirts. We do start fullback, but wearing letter O, Will Payton. Wearing N, Josh Field. M is Joe Vesti. Wearing L, Finn Hughes. Wearing K, Oliver Shipp. J is Oscar Talbot. I, James Townsend. Into the front row. A will be Danton Moore. B, Jamie Longier. C, Ben Beer. Wearing D, Sam Bird. Wearing E and captain, Will Smith. F is Finn Charles. And H is Ricky Ate Owosu. Number 8, or wearing G, George Marsh. Onto the bench for Leicester Tigers. Wearing P will be Fergus Hanna. Wearing Q, Alex Catchside. R will be Seba Batakoro. Wearing S, Charlie Ray. Wearing T, Rick Larry Owusu. Wearing U, James Alcott. V will be Dom Smith. W, Lockie Glacken. Also as travelling reserve, we have Freddie Ferguson. So that's Saracens versus Leicester Tigers. Third, fourth playoff in the Premiership Rugby Under-18 League Finals. This game kicks off at 5:20. The officials will be referee Max Marshall and referee's assistants Mark Hyde and Will Foster.
Well, good evening. Welcome. I hope you're ready for this. The third, fourth playoff. Saracens take on Leicester Tigers. And we are ebbing towards the end of a wonderful days of rugby. If you've been with us, you will have been treated. There's no two ways about it. Some absolute pearlers earlier in the day, and these last two games that we have in front of us, Saracens versus Leicester Tigers now, Northampton Saints versus Bath Rugby, the first place playoff to come. They are going to be really, really good games of rugby. Saracens, for many, because of the way the pool stages work and because of the type of rugby they play, many feel that Saracens are as good as it gets in this competition. Leicester Tigers are going to have their work cut out. I'm going to have my work cut out a little bit because they don't wear numbers on their back. They go old school. They go back to the old-fashioned Leicester Tigers way of wearing letters on their back, which means that I have to convert them, and that can be at times a little bit challenging. So please bear with. We will try and make it as fluid as we possibly can. But it will be Leicester Tigers to kick off. And we will get going with what we need. Here we go then. Saracens field the ball away on their right-hand side. Digging for the ball is Stuart Harris, the St Albans school scrum half, and immediately Saracens have knocked the ball on. And it's going to be a scrum. Across the front row, Alan Poku, Charlie Kingsford and Gabriel Registe for Saracens. Dante Moore, Jamie Longyear and Ben Beer make up the front row for Leicester Tigers. Wearing the ABC, the famous ABC club.
Crouch! Fine! Yeah, let's go, Gab. Let's go, Pope.
Both these sides with good returns out of the pool stages, if you like. The mini league that went before that. Oh, spilt in the midfield. First touch of the ball is a frustrating one for Finn Hughes, who coughs it up. And immediately Saracens get the chance to feed their own scrum and go again. It is a little bit chilly out there. The rain has abated. There isn't too much moisture coming down. It's still damp, if you like, and as it is this low-hanging cloud across the United Kingdom at the moment, and it is cold. It will take a little while for those fingers to warm up, but there is potential to throw the ball around, score some wonderful tries. Harlequins in the last game mustered 80 points, dismantling Yorkshire with some absolute wonder scores, and both these sides will fancy their chances. Into the midfield they come, and I give them a big build-up, and once again the ball is coughed up. Leicester go through the phases again, and good work from Owusu over the ball. More good power up the left-hand side for Leicester Tigers, and they'll recycle.
Move, Black.
More decent tackling, and Townsend feeds his back line. Good hands, good work. And again, this is Owusu wearing H on his back. Little ball, little dab over the top from Talbot. Makes Leicester work, and the ball has gone backwards and then forwards and then fly hacked, and that'll be a net benefit for Leicester Tigers. Scrum to them, deep inside the Saracens 22. Good pressure from both Peyton and Field. The fullback and winger combining to make it very, very difficult for Saracens to get that ball back. So George Marsh is packing down at number 8, wearing G. And Ricky Ante-Owusu wears H on the open side. Finn Charles on the near side. here is the powerful Marsh, and he careens his way into the midfield. Quick ball for Leicester to deal with. Decent run from Will Smith, the captain. Pass goes astray. Saracens will seize upon it and will keep the ball alive. And actually the kick of Noah Kalori is a huge one. It is going to bound downfield, make it all the way to the Leicester try-scoring line, and it stops just short. And Leicester will have to build from a long way out now. What a kick from Noah Kalori, and a penalty as well, coming in at the wrong angle. Noah Kalori is chuffed to bits with that quick kick, and so he should be. Big, huge boots. Actually, Kalori who makes the tackle, and then the clear out coming from all sorts of different angles. No wonder the referee wasn't happy with it. Tap penalty for Saracens. Here they go towards the line, and I think they're there. They are. The referee points skyward. Up they come, all smiles.
Try for Saracens, scored by number 3, Gallagher
Registe is the man over. It was he who took the tap. And another look at this turnover, which is pretty blatant there, the clear out. And then Registe pushing his way with the help of a couple of mates, but most of it he does on his own. Gabriel Registe scored a try versus Bristol, and now he's got one in the finals day. And he'll be happy, the tight head.
Conversion is added by Ben Morrow. Score Saracens 7, Leicester Tigers 0.
Conversion is added by Morrow, as you can hear from the PA announcer, Andy Wyman here at Gloucester, the man usually in charge of things down here at Kingsholm. Leicester need to respond, need to get back into the field position, which was proffering so much early on. Oh, spilled again by Marsh as he twisted round there. He let go of the ball. Not what the Tigers would have wanted. Scrum time with the put in to the men in black. Scrum half Asa Stuart Harris. He came back from injury against Bath, having been out since December.
Set!
I'm delighted to be here, as all the boys are on finals day. As we've been mentioning all day, pretty much the end of an era for so many of these. Here goes Morrow, and unfortunately that ball is made its way out. There's a real danger man. Noah Kalori out on that right wing is pretty dangerous, to say the least. And I want to get the ball to him, but the passer will want to be better than that.
That's you.
That is Noah Kalori in shot. He's absolute star boy, trained with the England Under-20s a couple of weeks ago. They think that highly of him. Ball is over the top, bouncing, and here is Kalori, who flings it out left-hand side, left-hand to Ryan Jones, the vice-captain of this Saracen side, and Marsh on his way back manages to get the ball, but is dumped onto this plastic floor. Owusu has been clattered there. I'm not sure if it was his own man or relatively accidental or not, but he's been hit in the face and he's recoiled in pain. And I think there's a bit of a damage there. I think it's Kingsford who, it's the second man in. I don't think in any shape or form it's intentional, but he has hit him very hard there. And I think both players will have a little break and a check on both of these players at the moment. Kingsford a little dazed and confused, having a chat with the physio. You can see here he's actually the second tackler. And Ricky Ate Owusu, who's twin brother, Ricky Lawe, is on the bench. He's come off a little worse for wear. He glanced one across the nose, and so they'll just have a little check on this.
Gents, we're not rushing this, so just take a moment. No, not for me.
Slowly, Owusu makes his way to his feet. And he is replaced by his twin brother. Ricky Lawe Owusu comes on. So I think that will be a check. I don't think it will be an HIA. It should be at the very least. Might be more. He looks a little worse for wear. Ricky Lawe Owusu will wear T. Just to distinguish them. It is quite difficult to distinguish them. My director's just had kittens about the fact that there's two chaps who look very similar on the pitch and trying to work out who's who. But he's wearing T on his back, so that should help us. Through the midfield they come. Jones pumping it up. Saracens looking dangerous, popping through holes. Keaveney, very decent 10, Keaveney. Here's the try scorer, Registe. Oh, offloads are plenty. How's about that? What footwork on the left-hand side by Zach Finch, and they're going to pump it wide, pump it on the right-hand side. Oh, what offloading, brilliant. Noah Kalori, what an offload from Alex Mason. The Berkhamsted boy with beautiful hands. And Noah Kalori gets what we all wanted him to get, which was a try on finals day, but made by magic hands across the field. Have a look at these, the way that they keep this ball alive, the feet as well, the feet to match the hands. And then this last little piece, lovely little interchange, and then just off the floor, off the deck, Noah Kalori, easy as you like. And there's a few of his fans who are in and made the trip to Kingsholm, and he's happy with that one. Kick is absolutely superb from Ben Morrow. I tell you, we've seen some wonderful kicking. All the parts of the game, in the adult game, you have here at under-18s level. Make no mistake about it. It is a real top-quality day, and as you saw from that last try, every single part of it in mint condition at under-18s level. Tigers restart, 2 tries down, and Saracens beginning to get the machine operating at full pelt.
Retreat! Keep going!
Saracens will build from the back. Morrow will fling the ball out to the left-hand side. Kick downfield. As Talbot twisting and turning. He won't kick. He'll try and bring in players. One of them is Josh Field wearing N.
Sternum.
High tackle, is that? Yeah, high tackle, I think, from the referee, Max Marshall.
13 above the sternum.
Kick from Talbot is good one. Into the 22. Leicester need to strike back.
Edge of the line.
They need to try and get a foothold in this game. Jamie Longyear with the line out. Decent line out. Now, this is what Leicester have been able to do quite well this year. A rolling maul. It's part of the East Midlands DNA, of course. Now they break. Marsh. George Marsh manages to get the ball to the floor. Little show, and Hughes attempting to go through. Five metres out. Can Leicester batter their way through the front door? Oh, little inside pass there, might have had the deception they needed to. No, the referee is saying no. And he's saying there was a crawl, and therefore, despite the fact that most of the crowd think that he has scored it, it will come back and it will be a penalty to Saracens for rolling on the floor, propelling himself once he was down. Seemed a little harsh looking at the replay, but there we go. We are all referees from our armchair. Yes, mate. Sorry, caller. I can't answer that one at the moment. I'll be back to you soon.
Not straight. Option, scrum or line? Scrum. Pardon? No, we're straight. Okay. Time is off. Gents, on your line out, you need to stop. You can't run in and go straight up. I need you to set the line out, okay? Thank you.
There's been a break in play. Saracens' man is down. 15 minutes on the clock. Bit of blood coming out of the nose, and we've got a chance to get some water on and get some messages on. Leicester need to have a little bit of a shake-up. Sean Maitland carrying the water bottles for Saracens. He's down there in the white cap. Maybe our cameras can try and pick him up, the former Scotland international and Saracen. We're hoping to have a little bit of him later, potentially. Might be joining our broadcast, Sean Maitland. We'll have to see. He's going to be a busy man, I'm sure, but he loves his academy rugby. He really does. He's found a real penchant for it. And he's an absolute knowledge base of it all.
All right, water off now, thank you. Not straight, scrum. Here's the mark.
We will have a scrum in between the 10-metre line and the 22.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Leicester put in. Into the midfield they come. Big crash ball taken up by Finn Hughes. Now they get another go. Finn Charles this time. 2 Finns for the price of 1. Good marshalling by Saracens to pull them wide towards this touchline. Longyear continues to beast his way up the field. Now the screen is in place. Runners. That's neat from Leicester. They're going to find the outside edge, and the ship is going to get an opportunity to carry the ball. Saracens are interested in half a turnover. They don't take it fully. Half a gap there for Townsend. He kind of went for it and then almost chickened out as Saracens collided with him. Townsend in again. Pull back, lovely ball. I was about to say lovely ball. Morrow, he wants people with him. And the gas, the converging Leicester Tigers defenders did for him, didn't they, for Zach Finch? He's got some wheels, but couldn't quite get away. Here goes Saracens again. Morrow looking for a hole in the fence rather than the players outside him. They'll still go. Decent again, wonderful hands, little dab through. Calori is after this. Oh, it doesn't quite sit up for Ryan Jones. That's unlucky. This is where the bobble comes. Morrow onto it. Finch pins his ears back. Good covering tackles. He stays alive with the ball really well. A little nudge through from Ryan Jones, the Mill Hill lad. Doesn't quite sit for him. Frustratingly so for Saracens. That could have been Very, very interesting. Good passage of play once again from the men in black. Jones just nursing a little bit of a hand injury there as he hit the deck. We have another stricken player. It's one of the Finns, Finn Charles. Doctors and medics just checking him out and making sure he's okay to continue. He gives a little nod all round and he's back to work. Saracens, though, deep in enemy territory. Leicester have got all the work to do to get out of this particular hole. Shed's not full, but my goodness, if it was, they'd know about it, these Leicester Tigers and Saracens players. You imagine the shed with both sides to shout at. Be brilliant. Referee's coming back, Max Marshall. Get himself sorted as well, and we'll huddle up, put our arms round each other and have a scrum.
Bind! Set!
Leicester scrum under a little bit of pressure. Marsh has to try and push his way out. He actually has to go behind his own try line to find a gap. He just about does that. Townsend is going to feed it on. Leicester still in a little bit of a hole here, and potentially not with the angle because of the small in-goal area here at Kingsholm. Townsend disrupted. Charge down. Where is the ball? Saracens look as though they've got it. Numbers are accumulating out here to the left if they can make it work. Oh, there's a huge hole for Jones to dive through. And Ryan Jones, who was so close a few moments ago, the Millhillian has dotted down.
Try for Saracens, scored by number 12, Ryan Jones.
Saracens' offensive style continues to show itself. Great turnover ball there. Townsend was in a huge hole, but that doesn't stop the fact that Saracens did an excellent job of not only creating the turnover, but then converting it. Conversion from Morrow, the Millfield lad.
The conversion is added by number 15, Ben Morrow. Saracens 21.
Another look at it. Looks relatively simple, but all built because of their work without the ball. The pressure that they applied to Leicester Tigers deep in their own 22 meant that they coughed the ball up, and then 1, 2, 3 passes later, they're underneath the sticks. Restart from Leicester. Into the growing night sky. It is getting darker and darker as we head towards our finale. I hope you're going to stay with us. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Repeat of last year. Saracens, however, versus Leicester is not often repeated at this level. In fact, not sure whether or not they've ever played each other at under-18 level. So a good chance for them to go up against each other. And at the moment, Saracens showing the quality of this Southern Conference. If you weren't here with us, if you don't know much about under-18s rugby, the Southern Conference is super strong this year. The likes of Bath and Harlequins and Saracens, even Gloucester can suggest that they've done well. Bristol, another good side. Whereas the Northern Conference, and obviously sometimes that is just the way it goes at under-18 level because of cohorts and because of the way it works. South super strong at the moment, and showed earlier in the game between Harlequins and Yorkshire, with them putting 80 points on Yorkshire.
It's a free kick.
And at the moment, Saracens in control of this game. Will it be the same in the final? I don't know. Northampton, a different kettle of fish. Crossfield kick from the free kick is not the best one and bounces up for Leicester to play with. Through they come. Joe Vesti, a famous East Midlands name. Marsh, good carry from him. He's been industrious. Even with his team losing, he's tried to make a very good impression on things. Through Saracens come, they are penalised for climbing through without the ball. Matthew Branch Holland, another emphatic back rower for Saracens. He's been mentioned as very, very close to being yeah, very, very good back rower.
We don't need that.
Competitively, I've just been informed that Saracens did play Leicester in a bye week. I meant competitively. We'll have to see whether or not we can find anything that they had done competitively at this level.
More.
Down it comes. Good line out. Owusu, the substitute, fighting his way through the tackle. Saracens equal to the task. Jamie Longyear, carry from him. He makes a few extra yards, then gets pulled back a little bit. Ball out wide. Tackles again come in low and hard from Saracens.
On his elbows.
Holding on, says the referee to the tackler, I assume. Noah Kalori is staying down, looks in a bit of discomfort, unless he's remonstrating with the referee.
Time is up. Yeah, he's on his
He
elbows.
does look as though he's hurt himself a little bit. Eventually, Kalori gets to the field. It was Morrow who made the tackle. I mean, I can see his point. I'm not 100% sure what he did wrong there. Noah Kalori, he was the second man in. Looked as though he came from the right angle.
Edge of the line, Black.
Leicester. Good rolling maul, good wedge formed. Maybe this is the way they can hurt Saracens. Now they creep ever so much further forward. This could be it. The referee's in position, and there is the score. Leicester Tigers get the rolling maul absolutely correct. And it is George Marsh who comes up with the ball, but that was a full 8 that put that ball over the line. Absolute effort from every single one of the pack. Have a look at the way it was formed. Not easy to do this. Everyone moving, everyone pushing, everyone heaving themselves towards that line. Very little that Saracens can do to get themselves in the right position. And even when they did get themselves in the right position, Leicester were able to move them, manoeuvre themselves to the side and over the line. That's a good score, a good response, and certainly what the game needed. Leicester Tigers with a try. Conversion unsuccessful.
Timing.
Saracens get the restart. Misses everyone. Into the hands of Finch on this left-hand side. And now they reset. Decent carry from Matthews de Hauteur. Into the action, Noah Kalori, and offload and Morrow. It's as simple as that. The good work from Morrow there was really recognising that Noah Kalori was in position for the offload. If you watch this again, and we'll have the whole thing played out. Good gather from Finch there. Now, have a look at this, because it comes from the work of de Hauteur to get the ball back. Now watch Kalahori. Now it's the offload. And Morrow is gambling that he knows that Noah Kalori is going to be available for that. He is at full pelt when he takes that ball. And that's why when you play the style of rugby that Saracens do so often, you can almost mind read. You can almost get into position, and no wonder there's a smile on Ben Morrow's face. Just have a look again, at full pace, taking that ball because he knows that Kalori is going to have his hands free, and he just says, on your right, and we have a converted try.
Scrum advantage.
Noah Kalori, spectacular in the dab back as well. Leicester have got their work cut out. This Saracen side is pretty accomplished. All areas of the field, they seem to be having the answers at the moment. I suppose the only way that Leicester could potentially go is what they did a few minutes earlier, which is the rolling maul.
Sorry, that way.
Knock-ons, 2 of them. First one against Saracens, so they'll come back for the scrum to Leicester. This the latest, a little rip. Lost ball.
Yeah. 9. Correct. 9 to play. Crouch! Bang!
Scrum time, James Townsend. A group of boys. James Townsend hoping to get on the right side of selection for England under-18. Competitive at halfback, that's certainly true. And Will Parkin up here, he was giving away nothing earlier when he was talking about the various different players. All he said was that he's got a very, very tough job to do, trying to work out which is the best combination. He also shed some interesting light on the fact that there are certain players playing today in this competition who will be too old to play from England under-18 because the cut-off is January the 1st. So anyone born in that particular school year before January, i.e. September, October, November, December, isn't eligible for England under-18 and effectively are under-19. One of those was Sean Sharp, which may interest you if you're a Harlequins fan.
Yeah. Okay.
Knock on,
Subs.
and the ball is back in Saracens' hands on this occasion. Seen a fair bit of this in the midfield. Substitution for Saracens. It's actually Gabriel Registe is going to come off, the tight head. And Dylan Jenkins has gone on, wearing 17. And this is the first time we've seen Dylan in under-18 action this season. And maybe that's why he gets a little bit more time than potentially a normal front row substitution would get. Early engagement, second early engagement, which means penalty from the referee. Which makes this kick from Patrick Keaveney, another Millfield lad, to a little bit easier. Really good kick up towards the 22. 35-minute halves in this age level of rugby, so we're not too far away from a 5-minute break. A reminder, if you're only just joining us, the final, just past 7 o'clock. We will have that for you. Bath versus Northampton for a second year in a row. Northampton are in their fourth final in a row as well. So they've been defeated in every single final they've played in, Northampton Saints, at under-18 level over the last 4 years. So they've got some business to sort out. Bath beat them last year, so that is painful. If you're a Northampton Saints fan, you will want redemption, and it could be coming your way at just past 7 o'clock.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Leicester with a scrum. Try scorer Marsh is going to make further inroads. Look at the tackles coming in from Saracens. Look at the body positions from Saracens. A new man, only on the field for a little bit. Dylan Jenkins already into the mixer. Finch is underneath this. Watch Finch fly. Tackles come in, 2 men it takes to bring Finch down. And then the turnover comes and must clear out. Marsh on the wrong side.
He's got to go.
Referee penalises Marsh because second man in from Saracens wasn't able to clear out because he was prone. Have a look at this again. So 2 men. Second man can't really do a decent clear out if Marsh is led there. Quite right, says the referee. So Saracens get a kick to touch, and it is up towards the 22, not quite there.
Edge of the line.
Forward trots Charlie Kingsford. Spins the ball in his hands and now looks at a shortened line-out. 4 men in it. Not straight, says the referee, even though Leicester Tigers did not compete for that, which is probably what you can hear from the Saracens analyst team alongside me. If you did catch that on the microphone, it was. I mean, they are right. That is the law. Whether it's being played at under-18, I assume it is. That if you do not compete, it can be not straight. But there we go. Referee's the only man with the whistle.
Crouch. Bind! Set!
Now Marsh comes blindside, gets away from the first man, has Field with him. Marsh then flies in. Knock on. Referee's seen it. Scrum down to Saracens. Again, one of these under-18 games that's just breaking up a little bit because of the handing errors. One more scrum. I think the clock on our monitor here suggests that we are over the 35-minute mark, but the referee has got that clock and might be a little bit longer.
Bind! Set!
Now Saracens break into midfield. It's a missed kick, but it kind of works. Morrow is brought in. Finch on a straighter line. Ball flies through a couple of pairs of hands. And the referee's going to come back for a penalty, and I think he's been advised by his AR about this. Stuart Harris is looking for where he can take the kick from. Following the referee like a lost puppy. Now Keaveney hoofs it towards that far corner. And we do have time for a little bit more. It's a penalty anyway, of course, so it couldn't be dead, but here we go. Another opportunity for Saracens to garnish their tally. Neatly off the top. Referee is saying 2 receivers in there. Referee is saying that there were 2 men, so come in early, and yeah, he spotted something. Another infringement at the line-out for Saracens, and this will be kicked downfield by Leicester. Saracens will play quickly. Noah Kalori flings it infield. Jones, Mason steps away from the tackler, but then is brought down. A little kick over the top from Stuart Harris will sit up on this synthetic turf. Leicester will bring it back on that far side. Townsend is going to look to the skies. Take from Keaveney. Jones has spied a little bit of space, and his kick is an absolute corker.
Release, Black!
Leicester player Peyton
is in the side and off his feet.
is wrapped up before Saracens infringe once more. The referee saying quite clearly there that there's number 2, Charlie Kingsford, to blame.
Edge of the line, edge of the line. Black.
Again, another decent line out from Leicester Tigers. Down they come with the ball, and they will put shoulder to the wheel and march their way towards that 22. This particular vehicle has greased its wheels rather well, and up it goes again, and Saracens have to reassemble behind it, and still Leicester are motoring.
Change 5.
Now the referee is suggesting that they need to use it, and this back line will get an opportunity. A little pop pass in the midfield, it's coughed up. Referee says, yep, advantage, knock on, and I think that'll be half-time. It will. Well, they had to manage the last few moments or so, Saracens, but at the moment they are in complete control. Some masterful rugby on show. And at the moment, Saracens, as we head to half-time oranges in this third-fourth playoff, Saracens 28, Leicester Tigers 5.
Just give you a reminder that Kingsholm is a non-smoking or vaping stadium, but you can gain exit and re-entry through gate
Some worrying shots across the bow, Leicester Tigers, with that wonderful rolling maul of theirs. And if they can get themselves into similar position again, they will cause Saracens some trouble. The issue for Leicester Tigers is getting themselves into that position. Saracens have done well trying to turn over the ball and make a general nuisance of themselves, and handling errors have also caused Leicester difficulties. The ball is flung all the way out to Oliver Shipp, who had precious little to do in the first half. Decent tackle by Noah Kalori on Will Payton, and pushed into touch.
Edge of the line, green.
Another look at it, and
How many, please?
textbook really. Good strong shoulder from Noah Kalori. Make a note of the name Noah Kalori. Lots of people thinking he is heading places. Also heading places is the ball into midfield, but it's well swept up by Henry Dargan. Alan Poku.
Release green!
One on his back for Saracens.
No clear release.
Saracens rewarded with a penalty. They go quickly through the work of Stuart Harris, and not too far away is Branch Holland wearing 8 on his back, and Stuart Harris is away up to the 22. Lovely little scamper from the scrum half. That's a really good pick up off his toes, and round they come again, and De Hauteur is trying to reposition himself. Inside ball is brilliant. Finch with the feet. Finch is away. And I tell you what, whatever Noah Kalori can do, dear old Zach Finch is equal to the task. He is a rapido, and his side-to-side action is almost as fast as his go-forward action. This was the initial break from Stuart Harris. St Albans school lad doing well to get the ball back, but then have a look at this inside ball from Jones, and then boom. A slippery fish. Zach Finch with the score. Ben Morrow with the extra points, and Saracens continue the conversation in their favour.
Saracens 35, Leicester Tigers 5.
Aching hole there for Finch to go through, and he, as you can see, he doesn't need a huge amount of space to operate in. Decent take at the line at the restart. Underneath it, coming down. Decent work from Lewis Golding. Saracens have recycled the ball onto their own 22. Away comes Keaveney. Golding once again involved. Kalori unlucky with the kick. It goes out on the full, and therefore they'll come all the way back. Noah Kalori looking for another try to add to his collection. Apologises to his teammates as he gets back. He's already got 6 so far in 7. 7 today, I understand. Yeah, that's right, doing my math. 7 tries. He's absolutely flying, is this young man. Leicester Tigers come forward. Suspiciously flat passes from Leicester Tigers, but eventually the infringements catch up with them. It's knocked on, and the referee's going to have a scrum down. Decent work from Owusu to get through the tackle. Barge his way upfield, but unfortunately just nudges the ball forward.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Stuart Harris feeds this back line. It's a cut back across, and Kalori spills the ball, and now Leicester have got an opportunity here. Can they make it work with quick ball? Saracens' defence comes on hard and fast, and That's what almost costs and creates the knock-on in the midfield.
First knock on by black.
Joe Vesti with the unfortunate spill.
A, B and E.
That was Kalori's knock forward earlier, which is the one they'll come back for. Substitutions. On come P, Q and S. Fergus Hanna, Alex Catchside and Charlie Ray enter the fray. So that is a couple of front row replacements and then a second row.
Bind! Set!
Marsh, little decoy, thought about going one way, then the other. This is the running style, which is repulsed by Saracens. Oliver Shipp not getting much change out of the men in black. Both players contesting well for the ball. Jones does exceptionally well. Oh, magically well. How did he stay on his feet there? Leicester come through, make it really difficult for the scrum half. Now, Keaveney, crossfield kick. Finch is underneath it. Finch wants the outside, gets the outside, and is home. Oh, my goodness. Well, he showcased his talent a few moments ago, did Zach Finch. And my goodness, crossfield kick and half a gap. Almost the defender said, I'll let you on the outside if you like. I think I've got you covered. He didn't. Zach Finch scorching around this Kingsholm pitch. Have another look at it here. Looks about level. Finch up against field. No contest. Day's work done for Henry Dargan, who comes off. Morrow kicks it through the posts like it's on a piece of string. Ben Morrow is the son of Phil. If you thought that name in Saracens colours was, it rang a bell. Ben Morrow, Phil Morrow, of course, off to England and looking after everything nationally. So Ben Morrow certainly one to watch. Got a very good pedigree, and as you can see at the moment, can play rugby exceptionally well. Some decent tackles still coming in from Leicester Tigers. They are still trying to push themselves into this game. Kick over the top. Jones is underneath it. The offload is outrageous and it doesn't work. Now Leicester have it. Offside. Oh, huge gap. Massive gap for Payton to go through. Payton on the outside break. Tests Morrow, and Morrow has him just about. Huge break came over ambitious defending from Saracens.
Black release.
Leicester have got in there. There's half a gap here, Leicester Tigers, towards that line. This is better from them. There's numbers over here. Can they make it work? Fires it in towards that line. Got to get over. Looks as though it might be held up. Might be, it is. Shipp, unfortunately, short of just dabbing that ball down. I think arms might have been underneath it. Obviously, with a TMO, if we had one, we'd probably have a look at it. This again, well worked, well fashioned, some good work early on. Owusu, this was the attempt to try and get the ball on the deck, and we quite clearly see it hasn't happened, despite the protestations from Oliver Shipp. Finger in the air means nothing. Referee was right. Restart from Keaveney. Leicester come again, and it's Talbot who tries to make an impression in that midfield. Saracens stand tall. Half a gap again. They've had a little bit of productivity in and around that area. Another big gap. Saracens leaving gates open at the moment. Oh, a little hack through could work. Leicester could be in again here. Good gather, good score. In the blink of an eye, Leicester Tigers are starting to roar. Second try for George Marsh. Nice little bit of invention this from Marsh. Lovely pickup as well. Good athleticism from the back rower. And he'll be pleased with that one. He's been working ever so hard, and that try is just reward for him. He gulps down several litres of Kingsholm air to try and make up for it.
No. No.
Ball is falling off the tee for Oscar Talbot, who will get a chance to reset and go. We'll have to be relatively quick about this. There we go, that's a little bit more like it. Conversion from Talbot.
Saracens 42, Leicester Tigers 12.
Really good hanging restart. Well taken in the end. More good work from Owusu. Saracens come through, and they do exceptionally well, and now they're on the front foot. And Saracens are going to ask some questions once again of this Leicester Tigers defence. They go to the line, the timing of the pass is perfect, and away steals Alex Mason. Everyone else has had a go so far this afternoon, but Alex Mason. So therefore, it's his turn, and he takes it with aplomb in the corner.
Back try for Saracens, touchdown by number 13, Alex Mason.
This back line of Saracens isn't just fast, it knows when to pull the trigger, when to pass the ball, and that is ever so crucial because it allows so much space for runners. You watch this, they hold on to it just at that point where they need to, and then pop someone through the hole. They don't pass it too early. You often see junior sides pass the ball a little bit too early, which enables players to drift across. Each one of those Leicester Tigers players, you look at it again, each one of those Leicester Tigers players bites in, allowing the space. Ben Morrow, by the way, just continues to kick goals over. You could place him in Cheltenham at the moment and he'd kick it over. He is extraordinary. I thought Sean Sharp was pretty good at kicking the ball. Ben Morrow is extraordinary. Have another look at this. Bite in here, bite in there. Perfect. Exactly what you want. Great rugby. Saracens in absolute full control. They come through on that and do a good job of messing that around, and the knock-on will be first from Leicester Tigers, I think. Looked as though it might be AJ Henry who made a mare of that, but no. Marlon Fruit Roy as well.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
More ball for Saracens to play with, and you'll guess that they will actually run this. There'll be no exit here. They will test the seams. Oh, no. There you go. There is the kick. Payton. Can the Leicester return this with interest? There's your answer. Spilt ball, and all of a sudden Saracens are in and behind the hard running of Branch Holland. Almost impossible to stop. Up to the 22. Further they go. More good play from the back row. Jack Marshall, the captain. Haven't seen a huge amount of him with ball in hand. He's been doing all his work without it. Brief cameo from him as he takes the ball into the 22. Once again, Saracens have it. Crossfield kick. Kalori is loitering. It's going to be taken exceptionally well under the pressure by Shipp. Now he's on the floor, and Leicester will have to dig themselves out of their own 22.
Last feet.
something of an angle for Talbot to kick with, and he does well. That was a good exit from Leicester Tigers there, all the pressure coming on.
Replacements for Leicester Tigers, wearing U, James Alcott, and wearing B, Dom Smith.
So James Alcock and Dan Smith have both come on. Dom Smith, should I say?
Must stop and set the line out. You must
For Leicester
stop.
Tigers, and also taking the field. AJ Henry wearing 20. Oh, I misread, was already on the field. He is now, of course.
Wasn't straight.
Not straight, says the referee, and therefore they'll give the ball to Leicester Tigers. Gabriel Regis, who started the fun of the fair in the first half. His was the first try for Saracens. He's back on the field, having taken a little bit of a timeout. And he thought he was away, but they'll come back, and actually they'll elect to have another line-out. The Leicester line-out has been working like clockwork so far this afternoon. It has been a real positive. Glad it worked then, just as I'd said it. As soon as I said the word positive, I thought they're gonna muck this up. They don't.
Once.
Alcock is going to find Talbot, and Talbot's left boot is going to prod its way towards that touchline, and one bounce does make it all the way. So they'll be happy with that, Leicester Tigers, as they march inside Saracens' half.
Edge of the line, please.
Good tackles from Leicester in the centre. Saracens not able to come any further. Now the little screen, the ball out wide. The referee's going to say forward pass, though. I thought it was almost too good to be true. Ty Lane does not get an opportunity to show off his wares. More substitutions. And the backs this time, I think. Lockie Glackin, I think it must be. Or was it Freddie Ferguson who's come on? The travelling reserve gets an opportunity.
Crouch!
Another scrum to oversee.
Set!
Leicester into the midfield. A shape that was there to try and deceive. Doesn't do so for Leicester, although they don't get away from the ball. And now quick tap, and away they come. Good work from Alcock.
Release, Black.
Into the 22, he steals.
No.
Now it's there again. A little pullback, lovely tip on. Little bit of space here. He is Glacken.
Release, Black. Black, release.
5 metres out, Leicester Tigers. Would like another try to add to their collection. Towards that line, they tumble and turn, and I think they've got there. They have the outstretched hand. Is it that man again? I think it is. A hat-trick score for George Marsh.
Oh, you knew. Not for me to reach. He's allowed to reach.
Taking on all comers. Spins, reaches. Gets over the line. 3 tries. I make that for George Marsh. Or is it? I'll just try and work out my maths there. I thought he'd scored 3. There we go. We'll get to the bottom of that. But George Marsh certainly taking all comers with him. Gets a brilliant score there.
Saracens 49. Leicester Tigers 19.
Scrum advantage.
Not fielded at the restart by Saracens. Leicester will get another go at this.
Take it back. Advantage over. Wait it.
Kick downfield on the angle. Mason is underneath it.
Access!
Mason kicks the ball high. Doesn't go terribly far forward. And underneath it is a good take by Alex Catchside. Behind the screen doesn't quite work. Now Leicester and Lucky Glackin.
Nothing coming.
Referee's going to come back into the midfield for a penalty. And it will point the way of the East Midlands side, Leicester Tigers.
19 in front.
Kick by Talbot is short of the line and exceptionally well gathered on this near side by scrum half Asa Stewart Harris. Line out to Leicester. Fergus Hannah. Not held at the top of the line out, and Saracens are going to spill it in turn. Unfortunately, the communication and connection between James Talamai and Noah Kalori doesn't quite work. See the ambition though. Talamai lurking at the back, just trying to get that offload and just a bit behind Kalori, otherwise he was away once more. Clock clicks round towards 6:30 and 57 minutes or so gone in this game, according to our clock here. The referee's watch could be slightly longer, and we are not far away. If you're just joining us, brilliant take by George Marsh, and Leicester are once again involved. The arm is out from the referee, and they're going to press again. Talbot, a little kick through. Going to make things difficult towards that touchline. The referee's going to say no advantage, going to come back for the penalty. Talbot knew exactly that that was going to happen.
16 early.
Offside, says the referee. Final not far away. 5 minutes past 7 or so. Bath versus Northampton Saints. Do stick around for that if you can. It will be a absolute feast. A repeat of last year's final, and two of the finest sides that we have on offer today, most definitely. Saracens could lay claim, Harlequins could lay claim also to being one of those. But as it stands at the moment, the way that the pools were divided, Bath came top of theirs, Northampton came top of theirs. That's why they're playing each other. Owusu is going to fight his way, as he has done all game, towards that line. Lots of industry from the Owusu brother, who is still with us. I hope Ricky Ate is okay. He left the field early on with a facial injury, and his brother Rick Lawe has come on. Twins, a little bit, I suppose, a little bit like the Curry twins, aren't they? Doing their business, replacing each other, doing an absolutely wonderful job.
Black on the line.
Line out to Leicester in exactly the place that they wanted. They scored in the first half from one of these. Awkward. Towards that line they go. Doesn't quite work the first go. They'll try again. Lines of players in black stand in front of them. They deal with the first and second wave. Here comes the third.
No hands, Black.
Players scrambling back to be in position in Saracens' colours.
Okay, step.
This is where determination has to play. This late on in the game, Saracens will want to keep them out.
Release, Black!
Round the corner they come again. Not a huge amount of invention from Leicester, but This is the way they want to play. This is the way they feel as though they can make some sort of inroad. Saracens good for it at the moment, though. Tackles rain in. You can see lots of bodies flying this way and that.
No, Black!
Tigers again pushing, asking the question. Now the backs fan out. Maybe there's a bit of space here. There's short on the left-hand side. The arm is out from the referee, and I think there will be a yellow card, which will make things slightly easier for Leicester Tigers to reduce Saracens down to 13 men. Sorry, 14 men. Referee's going to say you've got to take it from the right spot, and we'll bring Marsh back, and Marsh will clamber to his feet with a resigned expression on his face, because he's just given away the secret that he was going to get the ball. Here they go again. A little bit of mismove, a little bit of something. Here we go. Bish, bash, bosh. Some Saracens have read it really well. Excellent work. Branch Holland. A bit further back. Marsh he's a strong lad, is George Marsh, and he's got through a huge amount of work. Now Leicester go towards that line. They look as though they're there. The referee's in position. He says try scored, and it will be credited to Finn Charles. Finn Charles with an F on his back. Super Finn over the try line. A little bit more like it from Leicester. Perhaps a little bit too little, too late, unless, of course, they get a hurry on. They have got a little bit of time left in this game, and I've seen stranger things than this happen in a rugby match. You would have thought the Saracens probably are a bit too good to let Leicester too far back into this, but it's a lovely conversion from Talbot. Stay glued to this one. It might be interesting this next few minutes or so if Leicester can again get down the field. Marsh with a carry. He really has been Leicester's player to watch, I feel, today. And Finn Charles benefiting. A lot of hard work done over a short space of field by Finn Charles at the end there. I'll give him that credit. Tapped back by Saracens, and away they come again. Brilliant from them towards that 22-metre line. It's recycled. And now this exciting back line might get an opportunity to play with the ball. Dahuter up to the 22 with a carry. Now it comes again. Through the tackle, or attempted tackle, is Branch Holland. They recycle.
by number 18, Marlon Farouk Roy.
Moment, I think we might have lost you, so apologies about that. You managed to catch the try, I think. So you got the important bit. And it is Saracens 56, Leicester 33. I understand one of the problems was that you might have lost audio. You might have lost me in commentary, which, as I understand, some people say to me is the best way to watch a match without me. Saracens in control of this. Leicester have definitely fitted in this last 15, 20 minutes or so, really come to life, and credit to them. They have brought a huge amount of fight to this game, despite the scoreboard saying potentially otherwise, and away they come again. That's a good break from Freddie Ferguson down that short side. Ferguson won't collect it. That's such a shame. It was a beautiful cameo from him on the right-hand side. Freddie Ferguson doesn't quite collect his own kick through. Have another look at it. Good speed from Ferguson, good awareness to go up and over the top. The ball bounces just not quite correctly for him. A couple of late substitutions. Ashton Ilicic is on. Last couple of minutes or so. A reminder that the final is on its way towards you. Just past 7 o'clock we'll kick off for that. Bath will host Northampton Saints, a repeat of last year's final. Coach! And if it is a complete repeat of last year's final, you will not want to miss it. It was an absolute humdinger. So stick around for that if you can. I know that you will. I know the numbers are growing online, and a lot of you enjoying this wonderful festival of rugby. Saracens certainly are. Forward they come again. Some wonderful play. Saracens have really been excellent, and eventually they get that ball out, and an aching hole appears here. Saracens once again in and around. Saracens the offload. Here it works, it does, and Kalori is over once more. Noah Kalori doing some wonderful work. Excellent work in fighting. This was the run that sprung it all. The man without the number, I'd love to know exactly who that is. I think it might be Dan Lake. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, it's difficult for me without numbers to exactly tell you who it is. Dan Lake, I can see wearing 22. Is it Finn Keylock? Could be. With a number not on his back. Just trying to work out exactly who's who. We don't have a 21 on the field. We'll have to see. Well, regardless, I think this game is done, and it's a fabulous try to end proceedings for Saracens. And a consummate score. What a kick that is as well. My goodness. The icing on the cake, but just what this game deserved, quite frankly. A fantastic display from Saracens. Leicester played their part. They certainly made them work. Some really good under-18s rugby. Just shy of 100 points in the game in 70 minutes. That's how good it's been. Final score in this game. Saracens 63, Leicester Tigers 33.
Thank you to both teams for that game, and also a thank you to the officials referee Max Marshall, and assistant referees Mark Hyde and Will Foster. The next game in the Premiership Rugby Under-18 League Finals is the final game of the day. It is the final, competed for between Northampton Saints and Bath Rugby. Kick-off for that game is 7:05. Again, just a reminder that Kingsholm is a non-smoking or vaping stadium, but you can gain exit and re-entry through Gate 2. Thank you for your cooperation.
Comms mic 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
The next game at 7:05 is the final of the Premiership Rugby Under-18 League table. The final is being competed between Northampton Saints and Bath Rugby. We have the team lineups here, starting with Northampton Saints. Wearing 15, James Pater. Number 14, Ernie Jackson. Number 13 is Henry Lumley. Wearing 12, Freddie St John. Number 11, Charlie Tamani. Number 10 will be Hugh Shields. Number 9, Harry Evans. Into the front row, number 1, Matt Brown. Number 2, Zach Garrett. Wearing 3, Aidan Reid. Into the second row, number 4 is Ollie Hull. Number 5 is Jack Lawrence. Wearing 6, Jack Lewis. Number 7, Harry Price. And number 8, Sia Walter. Onto the bench for Northampton Saints. Number 16, Ferdy Barnett Vincent. Wearing 17, Lucas Fevers. Number 19 is Mark Miska Alvarez. Number 20, James Hudson. 21 is Lucas Norton. 22, Max Innes. And number 23, Sonny Good. For Bath Rugby, wearing number 15, Henry Derwents. Number 14, Julian Nunn. Number 13 will be Jack Harrison. Number 12, Declan Treaty. Number 11, Will Corbett. Number 10, James Linegar. Number 9, Isaac Mears. Into the forwards for Bath Rugby, number 1, Frankie Foster. Number 2 is Fred Cartwright. Wearing 3, Cody Bernal. Into the second row, number 4, Henry Kempton. Say it again, Fred Kempton. Apologies. Number 5, Henry Ball. Number 6 is Ed Salisbury. Number 7, Ed Elliott. And number 8, Noah Murray. To the bench for Bath Rugby, number 16 will be Oscar Thomas. Number 17, Adrian Mess. Number 18, Charlie Dorr. Number 19, Teddy Skinner. 20 will be Henry Sui. 21, Aidan Pugh. 22, Max Super. And number 23, Charlie Greenhoff. The final coming your way. Kick off, 7:05.
So then, the final, Northampton Saints versus Bath. We've had 5 superb games across the course of this morning, afternoon and into the evening. And I do believe that this one will very much live up to the predecessors. We've seen this game before in this setting. And Bath were victorious. However, this is a changed Bath side. This is a changed Northampton side. Such is the way of age grade rugby. Previous form is slightly thrown out the window. So it falls to the 23 in blue, black and white, and the 23 in green, black and gold that will determine the winners.
Yeah, last year's final was absolutely splendiferous. A real event. Lots of people talking about it for weeks afterwards. And both these sides will want a similar sort of showing. Different types of outfits. Potentially a little bit of a mirror of their senior sides. Bath, full of energy, endeavour, and a very, very cutthroat, very hard, very set-piece oriented. Northampton Saints, a little bit more off the cuff, a little bit more throw it around, a little bit more party. It should be a fascinating contest.
Should be just that. The referee for this game is Tom Hurdley. Rebecca Piddleston and Will Foster are going to be running the lines. It looks like it's going to be Northampton Saints that will kick off. No doubt Hugh Shields will get us underway here. Final few comments in blue, black and white. This team that have run so well across the course of this competition. They put the sword to Exeter in the opening round. They then went on to beat Bristol, Saracens, fell short to Quins, a flurry against Gloucester to get them into this position. Northampton, on the other hand, have had a clean sweep of the northern bracket.
Stop your own, fellas. Stop on.
Saints v Bath. Script rewritten. Under-18s Finals Day will continue to deliver. Ball up in the air. Hugh Shields gets us underway, and already Isaac Mears is calling his forwards into action. There's no secret to the way that Bath play. We know that this will head up into the air.
Timing winger. Use!
Mears goes long as much as he can, but he finds touch. So Northampton Saints will have a platform to attack inside the Bath 22.
It will be a feature of this afternoon, the way that Bath manoeuvre themselves around the field, especially from the boot of Isaac Mears. Doesn't pass the ball a huge amount. And Bath's model is definitely around the 8 large men of their pack.
Not straight, option.
Not straight, says the referee. Or not 5, or retake, or re-go. We'll have a scrum.
This is another platform in which Bath will be licking their lips. Fred Cartwright, Cody Purnell, and Fred Kempton. It's Frankie Foster, Fred Cartwright, and Cody Purnell, in fact, that have been anchoring this Bath scrum. Matt Brown, Zach Garrett, and Aidan Reid in there for Northampton.
Crouch!
Cody Purnell in particular. On this tight head up against Matt Brown. That'll be a fascinating battle. Purnell, a very good scrummager in his own right, and I think he's got the penalty there.
One collapse.
Which will mean up steps James Lineker for the first time this afternoon. His 3rd Academy Finals Day.
Yeah, quite the record, and well, quite the shine he put on things last year. The drop goal absolute clincher. Clutch performance from James Lineker last year. I know the school of Kingswood, just outside Bath, will be on the hillside there, looking down over Bath. They'll be cheering their man on once more.
Bath go to the catch and drive.
Don't change 7.
Rumbling well up into the Saints' half. It's Cartwright who's got his hands on the ball. Mears now. They exchange it. Lineker fires it out. Here's Julian Nunn. We know the pace that he can produce. His legs pumping that challenge up against Charlie Tamani on this right wing, or closest wing as we see it. It's going to be absolutely fascinating. Lineker pulls it back. They're going to go through the hands. Oh, it's dropped, though, by Jack Harrison. So this time, Northampton Saints will get the put in.
Yeah, Charlie Tamani and James Pate are doing a decent job combining to try and shut down Julian Nunn. A little spill there from Jack Harrison has been a feature of today, just especially early doors, just players getting a little bit anxious, trying to reach for the ball a little bit fast and spilling it. Another scrum, though, this one.
Underneath you. Push position.
Harry Evans
Crouch.
will feed this scrum.
Bind.
So many impressive nines that Saints have been able to produce at under-18s level over the last couple of years. Johnny Wyman last year, Archie McParlin the previous year, both of which have gone on to represent Northampton at senior level. Here's Aidan Reid, looking to make infringements, but struggling to get past the game line. Over to Lumley. And now there's Pater. Rolling through. Tamani up against Nunn. There's the explosive raw power of the 16-year-old. Another that we'll see for many years to come in this under-18s bracket. Another knock-on, though.
Yeah, this is failing to quite light up at the moment, but you can see both sides, the shape of what they're looking to try and do. And Tamani is a handful on this left-hand side. A lot of people talking about Charlie Tamani, and I think Saints will want to get the ball into his hands. They want to get him through the hole and see what damage they can do.
Okay, 9 we're outside. Crouch! Bind! No, it'll become too close. Get that space back, ear to ear, no closer.
Reset. Referee not happy with the pictures he's been presented with.
Good crowd now down below us in the main stand at Kingsholm. Travelling, of course, Bath haven't had to come far, but Northampton Saints have a good contingent travelling with them. There's a lot of noise being made if either one of these sides goes over.
It's picked up on the base from Noah Murray. And through the contact goes Declan Treacy.
Good work over the ball.
It's brilliant work over the ball. See it, Walter getting his mitts all over it, and Northampton will have the opportunity to go to the corner.
Yeah, see it, Walter doing a very good impression of a certain Henry Pollock. He's got a headband like him, and he's over the ball like him. Great work from the Northampton number 8.
Edges you. Hang on, Blue, step out again. Edge of the line, please. In we come, Green, one receiver.
Line out, disrupted by Bath. They're all over it, but potentially to the benefit of Northampton, as it's not messy. It is messy, it's far from clean. Mears just setting up Purnell. And yet they will go to the boot. Lineker's in the pocket, so it's either going to be a box or a kick from him. It does look like Mears will take the duties on himself. And he does exit, but not too far from where Northampton started.
Northampton will be happy keeping Bath here. They know that ultimately pressure can turn into points, and they'll want to apply the pressure in the 22. A little conversation going on now at line-out time. Seen a little bit of invention at line-out time. It saw an early shortened line-out attempt. They might have thought that's the way to try and beat this Bath side, take away from the set piece.
Fred Kempton is such a disruptor at line-out time, and once again, even his presence has affected things for Northampton, but they've still come away with possession. Reed looks to bounce off the defenders and head further upfield into the 22, deep in the 22 now, Northampton. It comes out the back, a great double shot from the combination of Tracy and Murray, but Northampton still have the ball. That's what counts. Shields.
Knock on.
It's been knocked on, and Bath are going to have possession here. We'll come back for it.
Knock on here, then knock on.
When you get into these sort of positions, playing against Bath, you need that clinicality to come to the forefront, and at the moment, Northampton aren't providing that.
You can see again the shapes that Northampton are trying to cut, trying to give a bit of opportunity on both sides of the ball, these tip-ons which have become so in vogue and so good at unlocking defences. I think that's what Northampton are trying to do. Of course, for those to work, you've got to hold on to the ball. But at the moment, I think Northampton will be relatively pleased with the sort of shapes that they're trying to put forward.
5. Set.
Ball, Murray out the back. There's none.
Use. Release tackle, 6 release.
Mears will look to the sky.
So. Use.
Oh, Saints try to pick it up before it heads out of play. And it continues the narrative of a scrappy first 10 minutes.
Yeah, ball not quite landing at the moment, not quite going either way. And that will, in a sense, suit Bath, because they do have the firepower and the kicking game to manoeuvre Saints around the field. Saints want to keep the ball in play. They want to keep the tempo high. And at the moment, the game is sagging because of the knock-ons and the fact that we have to have so many resets and scrums. And at the moment, Bath will be happy with the way things are headed.
5. Set. 1 early. What's that?
Early engagement and another frustrating free kick to give away.
Lineker will put this one skyward to select from an arsenal of kicks. I think he's going to go for the spiral bomb. It's a really well executed one. Well taken by Pater. And look, Northampton look to go through the middle. Mears catches it on the half volley. The kick in behind, going to put loads of pressure on Bath, and the decibel levels raised around Kingsholm as Bath trouble Northampton.
Well, it was a gamble, the little kick through, but Bath saw the opportunity, and that little stab through, perfect, ideal. Exactly what they would have wanted. It was inside the half, wasn't it? 50-22. The referee's absolutely right. But still, Bath put the pressure on.
These arrows are going to have to be good. They haven't been so far, and that continues. And the knock-on means that Bath have gone from one end of the pitch to the other in a couple of kicks and have got a midfield scrum underneath the sticks.
This is the sort of narrative that Saints would not have wanted. This is exactly the game plan that Bath need and desire and execute so well. They move the opposition around from set piece to set piece, and they sort of take you apart practically, pragmatically. Saints need a little bit more jouet in the game, and that's not the way it's going at the moment.
5. Set! Use.
Lineker flings it out wide. Whoa, far, too far. And usually the player with the coolest head has too much heat on the hands.
Bit of adrenaline there, I think. This is a huge pass from Lineker. Bit of a miscalculation there.
Northampton have to get their line out right, and this time they do. Evans utilising Jack Lawrence in that white scrum cap, captaining the side. St Joe's boy from Ipswich. He's a big presence physically and in the dressing room.
Saints haven't relieved a huge amount of pressure with that kick, in so much as Bath will get that ball back and off this line-up potentially look to build again.
Lineker uses the midfield. That option to Murray was very much available, and it won't matter because they've got the penalty. Lineker will look towards the corner. Yeah, that pass, if it had gone, you'd imagine that Noah Murray was potentially even under the sticks.
Decent tackles coming in the midfield from Northampton Saints. Some big shoulders being put in, and they'll have to. Physicality from the Bath side is pretty obvious.
Get blue clear access throughout. Green sacking ball carrier only.
Cartwright with his arrows. They go to the middle, brought down well. Now this is where Bath usually profit. Countless driving mauls have found the whitewash for the blue, black and white this season at senior level, at under-18 level, you name it. That's where they find their gold. They could open the scoring here with one. They've got the advantage if they so wish. No secrets where this is going. Bath keep it tight. A melee of bodies. Northampton come out with it.
Easy. No, don't get involved. Don't get involved.
Heated feelings. There's going to be a penalty.
It was quite a cynical entry there from Northampton Saints. I was just wondering whether the referee would think about more than just a penalty, bearing in mind where it is.
I think if this goes well, which it does, this sort of position for Bath and their driving maul seems a relative inevitability.
In come the family.
They're over. Fred Cartwright scores for Bath. We've heard that multiple times across the course of this season. He's been the beneficiary on the back of mauls time and time again.
It's rather unspectacular. It is not something that potentially will make a highlights reel, but my word, is it effective. We saw Leicester Tigers turn to this sort of game plan, and Bath Rugby are exacting exactly the same sort of framework to this game. We mentioned it pre-match. This is the clash of styles. This is the way that Bath want to play the game. They want to keep it tight. They want to stuff it up their jumper. They want to use their muscle. Northampton Saints are the exact opposite. They want to play the ball around. They want to throw it about, and they won't be able to do that if they continue to cause infringement, give away penalties, knock the ball on. This is what needs to change if Northampton Saints are going to have a say with this trophy not going back to the wreck.
So Lineker, touchline conversion. He usually strikes them so well, and this is no different. So it's a full complement, 7-point score.
James Lineker showcasing what he is about. He is an excellent boot, not just off the tee, from hand as well. Dab hand at the drop goal. I think Bath have just set their stall out. This is exactly what they're going to do, and they will do it for the full 70 minutes if you let them. Saints have got to work out how to stop that.
They go long and deep again, Northampton, and the work rate means that Bath are pinned inside their own 22. Mears takes his sweet time to utilise Purnell. Mears of Beach and Cliff clears the ball. A lot of these Bath players representing Beach and Cliff.
Is that a secret to their success? The fact that you have not only academy players playing together, but schoolboy boys playing together. It really does show itself in so many good academy sides that you get that nucleus from one school and they all play together. They know each other. They know what they're supposed to be doing.
Northampton looking for a reply. Sip Walter crashing it up through the middle. Out the back it goes. A good pass through the middle. Pater up towards the 5 metre. This is where Saints need to be patient. Crashing through, have they got over? Yes, they have. A try for Jack Lewis, of course it is. 5 tries from the blind side this season. He makes it 6. And it's one of Northampton's most crucial scores of the season.
That is a little bit more like it. Jack Lewis hitting a perler of a line. Brilliant work from Pater. I thought he'd spilt it. I thought the chance had gone when this ball didn't go on the outside. There was a man lurking out there, out wide. But, of course, Lewis timing his run to perfection and crashing through the Bath defenders. Game on.
Lewis has been finding the whitewash so often across the course of this season, not just from that sort of range as well. He's an athletic blindside, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of over the coming years. Shields levels the game. 7 points apiece.
Well, the last 2 minutes of rugby have showcased exactly what this game is going to be about. Fast hands, quick thinking from Northampton Saints for their score. Solid, pragmatic building for Bath. Power, set-piece supremacy. It is all there in front of us. That is where we are. 20 minutes gone on the clock, and we know where this game is headed.
Lineker. Once again, the kick goes straight down the middle. And it's good work from Henry Lumley to set up this opportunity for Northampton to stretch their legs on this far side. There's Zach Garrett. Off the shoelaces, Pater. Out the back it goes. Oh, that one's just asking a little bit too much of Harry Price.
Brilliant pick-up from Shields in the middle of that, but hands just eluding Northampton Saints again. I was just about to say, it seems to be clicking. That pass, as you say, just asking a little bit too much of the open side. But the previous phase, Saints were dragging the ball back really nicely, and yeah, I just wonder, it will be hurting. Northampton Saints, you cannot, I know it's a new year group every year, effectively, at under-18s level, but the legacy of losing all of those games, getting to the final every single year and continuing to come up short will be hurting. They're up against the same side that beat them last year, and there will be a lot of chat about this. But giving away penalties is not the way to go about it.
Definitely not against this Bath side. Lineker will look to the corner and take his time. He always does. That's the early engagement that meant that the free kick turned into a penalty. And Bath have a line out in the opposition 22. Alarm bells ringing in Northampton camps. Cartwright needs to get his arrows right. They need to get people in position as well. Noah Murray joins the line out late. They'll go to the front, collected and caught well. The drive is on.
Once, 9, once. Don't change. 5 away. Out.
Mears continues to look at his fly half as to what to do. Now they decide to use it. Tracy through the middle. A name so formidable with under-18s and Bath Rugby. Rolling over, have they got there? Yes, they have. It's a bundling score.
Once more, onto the breach, dear friends, they go. And Bath, a little bit more expansive. But my good, the power is still there. Wonderful work from Cartwright. Over he goes, twisting and turning. That's another good score from Bath, and this game is going to seesaw this way and that. Oh, my goodness, are we in for the sort of evening that last year conjured up? I understand Johan van Graan is in the building, watching over this one, the Bath head coach. He will be pleased to see the way that his side, or the Bath under-18 side, are controlling things.
Cartwright has his second.
Conversion added by James Lineker. Northampton Saints 7, Bath Rugby 14.
Northampton, once again, go down the gullet of Bath with the restart. Good work over the ball, brilliant work over the ball. Harry Price wasting little time. Through the hands, Aidan Reid, what a pass that is. Oh, Charlie Tamani just cannot keep a hold of that one.
Yeah, not being funny, I think that pass made Reid almost caught Charlie Tamani out. It was so good. You're not expecting his tight head to fire one at him at pace. And Charlie Tamani is shaking his head as he makes his way back here. Here's another look at the penalty. Good work over the ball. This has been a feature. And there's that pass, rifled across. Too fast.
Still a position in which Bath are going to have to work their ways out of.
Take a step back.
You can see Luke Charteris calling orders into a microphone on his chest. Part of the Bath coaching setup here for the academy. Sees them all the way through to the senior academy setup as well. Bath have taken such pride in their youngsters over the last couple of years. And this is the proof of that commitment to the next generation.
Will Parkin, the under-18 coach, was talking earlier about how important that connection is between under-18s and under-20s. Really need to get that pathway right before you think even further. You need to get the good players at under-18 making their mark on the under-20s as well. You can see the logic. That's probably an example of why Luke Charteris is involved in that step up.
Ball comes slipping out. Been knocked on. So it will be Bath ball, but the line-out has not been functioning well for Northampton, and as that is not to their dismay, that is just how good the likes of Fred Kempton are at making a nuisance of themselves at set piece.
Yeah, once again, you got Salisbury and Kempton getting up and making a real nuisance of themselves and getting in the way. Even if they don't get hold of the ball, they're in front of the guy supposed to be catching it, and they're making it really, really difficult for the Northampton Saints players, who will feel as though set piece is an issue. So they'll be nervous anyway.
Another set piece to follow. The scrum is so strong from Bath, and they've turned it over inside of that. Tracy out to Derwin. moved back to fullback today after spells elsewhere. Throughout the course of this under-18s competition, he will finish it as a 15.
It's been turned over.
It has, and it's now in the hands of Jack Lawrence.
Your man stood over him. Your man stood over him. Not going to reward that, mate.
Reed, out the back it goes, twice. Tamani, ball in hand. This is where he can be dangerous. Charlie Tamani doesn't go out round, he goes through. And he might pay the price here, but he's dragged down.
He's on the floor, yeah, must release.
Out it comes. Another through smoke and screen. Hard line cut, this time by James Pater. He's been straightening attacks throughout the course of the first half. Little dab in behind, but no one was wise to it. So they're going to come back for the penalty. And it's all got a little bit exciting in that midfield bunch.
Yeah, Aidan Reid in the middle of things as regards handing out cards. And the referee might speak to both sides here, but at the moment, Northampton Saints will want to turn this territory, this possession, into points. Let's listen into what the referee says.
Here by 10, playing advantage, and there's a bit of pushing from behind me off the ball. What we don't need is firstly your number 3 shouting he's throwing punches, and your players getting involved as well. Okay, we're 27 minutes into a good game of rugby. It's not spoiler now. Talk to your players. We're going back for the penalty for 10 high tackle. Yeah, of course.
Clear instruction from the referee there.
Word, yeah. The mark is down here.
Yeah, it was
we're just giving the...
well thought out by Hugh Shields.
We're just giving
that little kick in behind, but Ernie Jackson I don't think was wise to it. But it didn't matter because they're going to come back for this penalty, and this is when Bath have to knuckle down, I imagine. Northampton will kick to the corner.
Right. 10 high. You as well. Yeah, fine.
They are going to do just that.
Clear, please.
Within 5 metres, Northampton Saints
Line is you,
trying to play Bath at their own game.
I reckon this will be a setup for a move in the centre. Need to get the line out right, though, and they haven't.
Overthrown, and Cartwright picks it up. Murray, it's gone through the hands. Tracy, though, gathers it. The kick in behind. They're going to race onto it. Well taken by Shields, who jinks this way and that, and actually finds a bit of space for James Pater, who's ushered into touch, runs out of real estate on that far side.
Yeah, it's decent from Shields to create the space. Pater not able to operate in the small channel on the right-hand side. But again, you can see the set piece, which at the moment Bath have in their pocket. So advantageous at under-18s. The line-out especially a difficult skill to convert. And Northampton at the moment paying the price. Coughing the ball up in prime territory. And now Bath have the put into their own line-out and will work a move off it.
Another penalty goes Northampton's way.
Great work from Zach Garrett over the ball. Super, as all good twos do. That extra open side, if you like, straight over, lets the man down, onto the ball. Super.
Oh, the kick to the corner is not found. Shields couldn't find touch.
They're going to get the ball back, but 20, 40, 30 yards before, previous to where they want to be.
Blue, step out.
This is the kick to touch. It's scuffed, but I thought for a moment it would have the legs. But no, Derwent was wise to it. But
better line out.
The line out functioning for Northampton. Bit of a silver lining. They go down the short side. Pater, lovely seed out wide. Chucked back in field. This time it's Ernie Jackson. We haven't seen too much of the right winger for Northampton so far today. Through they go. Shields out the back. We knew that was coming. Northampton just trying to pick the right lines at the right time. Zach Garrett doing well. Ball coming out to the try scorer. Jack Lewis knows his way to the line. Walter. Northampton within 5. Shields, there's a mismatch here in numbers. Lewis, Jack Lawrence, the ball came straight to him, but he was none the wiser on. Bath are chucking it around in their own in-goal area, so we're going to come back for the scrum.
That's unfortunate, because I think that's actually a complete mistake, if you like. I mean, obviously it is, but I don't think... No, nobody knows that that's... Shields throws the pass, not intended in any shape or form for Lawrence. Lawrence knows that the ball's not coming to him, and yet still can't get out of the way. It's a little bit of a gilt-edged chance that's gone astray there for Northampton, and they won't have many of these against Bath, so they will need to get themselves back and cooking pretty quickly.
Charlie Reid is currently behind the posts in the...
Oh, I can see him over there. Yes, you're right.
In the right-hand stand, as we see it from our gantry. And he's just...
Is he alongside Mark Hopley as well?
No, I don't think... Hopley's not with him. Reid given the head coach role here at Northampton, following the departure of Will Parkin, who moved up into the England setup. There they are. So with Reece Marshall.
He is, you're right.
Those two, Reece Marshall has been working well with St Joe's College in Ipswich, home of this Northampton Saints side's captain, Jack Lawrence. Charlie Reid, of course, spent his formative coaching years at Ipswich School.
Just down the road.
So those two now formulating the coaching setup for Northampton Under-18s. I'll have a few thoughts about the red zone clinicality Northampton have shown over the course of the first half here. And I'll be disappointed to not come away with more. With a minute left on the clock, as we see it, we'd imagine there'll be more, because ours has been rolling. Bath with his put in. Not easy for them to exit from here.
I was about to say, if Northampton Saints can put a bit of pressure on, we saw it in one of the earlier games, you can almost score without the ball here.
It all depends on how this scrum goes. It's much better for Northampton than it was previously. Forces them to use it, Bath, and it's a poor kick from Lineker, a rarity, and Northampton Saints remain in the Bath 22.
Yeah, again, just a little bit of pressure put on. Lineker off the side of his boot. Yeah, you're right, he doesn't do it often. But even the best, you can just start to influence them if you put a good defensive set towards him. And that's exactly what happened.
Not straight.
My voice can't disguise the disappointment that's involved with this set piece failing for Northampton Saints. It's really not what this game needs, because it will mean that Bath have the ascendancy totally, because they are so good in that area of the game.
Crouch! Bind! Set! That's 6 and 1, off this with the other, play through.
Bath feed it, Mears, Lineker. They go to exit, that's a much better kick. Brilliant kick, in fact. Fired all the way down into the Northampton Saints half.
Lineker almost directly responding to our criticism of him. Shows exactly the sort of kicker he is. Excellent angle on that one.
And, the way this Northampton Saints line-out's been functioning, Bath will be keen to try and continue to disrupt. Goes to the tail again, and it's been knocked on again. And this is the way that Bath Under-18s play. And like a python, they'll slowly close in on you, force errors after error, and work their way up the pitch using set pieces.
Once again, 2 men going up, competing, not getting the ball, but making enough of an issue so that it is really difficult. The throw wasn't the greatest, but even so, if it had been on the money, it would have been trickier. Bath are doing some really good line-out defending, even without getting the ball.
Set!
Mears feeds. They go down the short side. Leniger onto Nunn. Gets his own back onto Marnie.
Tackle, release, throw away.
Tracy just comes into play distributor, handing it on to the bigger pieces of furniture, and the little kick in behind. Shields is going to have to deal with it. It's been touched, so everyone's onside. They're all good. The kick return, though, from Bath. Derwent, who put the nudge in him to start with. Purnell sucks in defenders so well. Any carry, Lineker stops and starts, feeds the co-captain Fred Kempton onto the ball. Lineker again, the little tip on to Jack Harrison, who played in this fixture last time out. Ed Salisbury bundled into touch.
They're going to go quickly, or they're not going to be allowed to?
No, they're not going to be allowed to. Henry Lumley there with the all-important tackle. Another player who, well, the only player out of this Northampton Saints side that started in the previous final, and currently the scoreline is the same result as last year as it stands. Northampton will be scratching their heads as to how they're going in, having only scored 7 points. Chances are plenty for them in the first 35 minutes. Bath have taken their chances well. 2 from Fred Cartwright. Forward dominance prevailing. A half-time score here at Kingsholm. Northampton Saints 7, Bath Rugby 14.
Thank you for your cooperation.
So we've had nearly 500 minutes of rugby being played over the course of today. Just 35 remain.
What a day it has been. Tries aplenty, some incredible running rugby, speed, agility, power, fair few smelters, absolute shoulders going in and people rocking backwards. There is a huge amount of physicality at this level as well. And that's what Bath are bringing at the moment. Physicality, 100%. And at the moment, Northampton do not have the right key to the door. And we will have to see. They need the ball played with pace. They need it in play. They need fast hands. They need clever hands. And if they can do that, the trophy might be theirs.
A change for Bath at half-time. Cody Pennell of Millfield is off and Charlie Dorr of Beach and Cliff is on. We'll bring you any news of, I think I see one Northampton Saints change. Ferdy Barnett Vincent is on, which will mean that Zach Garrett has made way. And those are the changes we can tell you about for now. Sure, a lot will be used. Bath have utilising typical Bath fashion, a 6-2 split on the bench. You'd expect nothing less from those in blue, black and white. It outlines the blueprint of the way they're going to want to play. And they've executed it relatively well so far in this game. The box kick with no caterpillar, a rarity nowadays in rugby union. Julian Nunn just dances his way out of the defenders' paths. Lineker out the back door, and the passes are good. Got all the way up to Will Corbett, a name that we haven't been able to mention yet, on the left wing for Bath. I mean, a name we've mentioned a fair amount. Taking the ball in there, Fred Kempton, co-captain of this Bath side. Derwin invited onto the ball. Lineker just pops it up. Mears again to Lineker. That's consistent. They've got the advantage as well, so what can they do with it? Bath with a chance to be inventive. Tracy, his brother Connor, captained the Bath side that won this a couple of years ago.
Northampton players carrying him out, but no advantage, and they'll come back for a penalty to Bath.
11 green high.
All the way across the other side of the field.
Yeah, but it shows that Bath went through a fair amount of phases, but didn't get anywhere, and that will be to the delight of Northampton Saints, especially with the pack that Bath have been able to display. The fact that you can bring on someone like Charlie Dorr for Cody Purnell shows the relentlessness that this Bath squad have.
That kick has gone dead.
Oh, that's frustrating for Bath. Another change from Northampton that we're just hearing about. Ernie Jackson is off, which means that Sonny Good is on this right wing. Another youngster that's impressed when he's given the chance.
First come second half. Stability, balance.
Chance for Bath, though, to try and put the pressure on this Northampton Saints scrum in the first half. There was a couple of very dodgy moments where the Saints felt the real pressure coming through from blue, black and white. I was going to try and rhyme that. Didn't quite work, did it?
It didn't.
It's the cold.
Yeah,
I wanted to end in blue.
Use the cold as excuse. Yeah.
You knew what I was trying to do. It just didn't work out. We'll get there. We'll get there. Well, should we have another scrum whilst we're talking about it?
Exactly. Northampton versus Bath is a repeat as well of the senior competition's Premiership final.
Indeed.
These two sides at both age grade level and senior level have been battling it out on final stages.
Crouch!
Throughout the last 12 months.
I wonder if there's something in that. There must be. Winning mentality on both of these sides.
Exactly. I know a few households as well where there's Northampton Saints fans and Bath fans in the same one. I know there's a couple listening in tonight, and they'll be having interesting conversations in front of the TV. St John, Pater picks it up off his tippy toes and is dragged forward for the Saints. Shields, here's Sonny Good, his first opportunity to make headway, and he does really well, pumps his legs into the Bath half. Lawrence, the white scrum cap, making him indistinguishable. Out the back door. Little pop pass, and Bath will work it down this side. Charlie Tamani. Oh, what an offload! Can they get there? Yes, they have! Saints, superb in the final. And once again, it's their number 6. Jack Lewis with his second score of the game. Right place, right time. Tamani with the trickery. And Northampton have the opportunity to go level in fine fashion.
Have a look at this again. Wonderful build-up, but just look at the way they exploit this space. And then showtime from Charlie Tamani. Beats 1, beats 2, the dying offload. What a scorcher. A great score for Northampton Saints, and maybe just the touch paper this game needed.
Jack Lewis does so well from that position as well. He's still 5 metres out. He's got 2 bodies on him. He's not too far from the touchline as well. A natural finisher, a blindside flanker. Now, this kick from Hugh Shields, so crucial. And it's good. We've got a level game.
Well, how's about this? 14 points all, 2 tries for Cartwright, 2 tries for Lewis, 2 conversions each for the kickers. Nothing can separate these two. Another look at that wonderful offload. Oh, it would be at home in Super Rugby, that offload. Exquisite from Charlie Tamani.
So Lineker will get us back underway. Picks this way and that. He's going to go to the far side, to the right. Under pressure is Lawrence. The ball's come tapped back, and it's with the West Country side once more.
Great chase from Nunn on that. Really, really good chase to make the kick good.
And now Tracy goes, uses the left winger Corbett, who's going to be bundled into touch. Once again, the defensive acumen of Henry Lumley, a player who will have his wrongs to right in this fixture. Started in the game last time out here at Kingsholm 12 months ago, when he's putting in a real defensive shift.
Yeah, really good tackle. And a good line out to boot as well. This is more like it from Saints. Another replay, and look at this, Lumley working hard. Brilliant stuff.
Saints trying to splinter the Bath defence as they rumble on. Barnett Vincent.
Good work from Ferdy Barnett Vincent. Really good work on the floor as well.
Yeah, and Saints are powering through. St John. Shields needs to pick the pass well. Good comes off his wing. Pater straightens. Pater's still going. He's broken the defenders. Good. One inside. Saints, can they kick on? Have they got there? They're a few blades of plastic grass away. It's been held up. Oh, my goodness. This final continues to deliver. Saints thought they'd scored another screamer, but Bath say no, thank you, and slam the door in their face.
Harry Evans, how's your luck? Lovely pump fake from... And then the step on the gas. How does he not get this down? Oh, he turns on his back. Oh, he just twists and turns. Oh, that's brilliant defending from Bath. You have to say, in the situation, that is brilliant defending. Evans is taking a little bit of a knee to try and sort himself out. But really, all told, that is exquisite defending under the pressure. It was all ends up for Evans to dot that down. I think it was Lineker. I'm not 100% sure over that ball was. Lineker, try saver. What, and let's see it build again. Brilliant. Pater bursting through the double doors. Have a look at him here. He's been eye-catching. He doesn't even dummy, he just goes. And then the inside ball, lovely offload. Little pump fake from Good. Then the hitch kick. What about that tackle from Lineker? That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant from the Kingswood lad. And he may have just saved Bath there. We shall have to see.
It does look like Oscar Thomas is on for Bath, the Wellington College captain. His leadership will be invaluable for the blue, black and white in these sort of conditions.
He replaces the double try scorer, so he's got big boots to fill.
And he will fill them. He's a superb talent, looking most likely to be involved in Six Nations action potentially later on this calendar year. He's struggled with injury across the course of the Academy League, hence why we haven't seen too much of him. But he's back and he's available, and he's coming off the bench. Lineker drills this one really far. Pater, who's been the one to watch, if not for this man, Jack Lewis, the scorer of both Northampton's tries. Shields, who's added the extras on both occasions. St John, who's slightly on his own and could be caught out for that. The referee shakes his head, says no thank you, there's no turnover there. Aidan Reid now into collisions.
Good placement from Reid, nice and long way back.
Out it goes. Lumley to Pater, who once again straightens so well. A trademark of a Northampton Saints outside back, the ability to cut back on the inside and keep defenders honest.
Man trapped.
And they've got the penalty for it. No time to spare. St John, once again, just sucking in defenders. Shields across the face. Reid decides to use his own brute force.
Again, that's really good from Reid. Lewis climbing through the hole.
He's taking another phase as Northampton creep into the 22.
Super hands, pick up.
It's gone loose, but Lumley will collect it in the middle of the park. Barnett Vincent plays 9. Good, looks for that little kick pass, and Julian Nunn is wise to it, gathers it.
It's given Bath the ball back. I'm not sure whether that was exactly what they needed to do. A bit more patience. Thought when he kicked it there might be advantage, but there wasn't.
No, and instead Isaac Mears will go to the sky. This is not how Bath want to play rugby. It's too free-flowing, it's too high tempo. They want to slow this game down and continue their domination, and they won't be able to do that unless they get the ball off the pitch. They haven't done that there. Lumley straight through the midfield, tiring Bath bodies.
Release.
Bath thought they had it again then.
Barnett Vincent to Tamani, who again always beats the first man, seems to do that. I'll remind you, he's just 16.
What a prospect that winger is, but what a prospect Northampton Saints are at the moment, growing in confidence.
Shields tries to break through the gap, seeing soft shoulders emerge in blue, black and white. Reid, front rowers playing halfback. Out the back door it goes. Lewis, good tackle though from Corbett, who just stifles the blind side.
Oh, that's brilliant.
And Isaac Mears has got his hands all over it. Bath have managed to regather possession. It will go back to Lineker. Here, he will clear. Will go high into the sky, but still, the ball will remain in field. Pater will run it back.
Release.
These tired bodies on the pitch. I'm getting memories of Beg Agbenu last year, who carved it up from 40, 50 yards because they kept the ball in play for so long, Northampton Saints, that they tired out the Bath defenders. Again, it's happening.
This ball's been in play for a considerable amount of time. A lot of these players have played the whole game as well. St John plays the right pass to Lawrence, who's wrapped up in the tackle by the Beach and Cliff lock partnership of Kempton and Henry Ball. Out it goes to Lumley, somewhat isolated. Good to the rescue.
Looks like it's out. Referee says play on. Hits the referee.
And finally, this game will have a breather. We need a breather. A round of applause all round. Kingsholm celebrating as we see a change at halfback for Northampton. Lucas Norton of RGS High Wycombe is on for Harry Evans.
Oh, he's been playing as part of an RGSI Wycombe side that is particularly good on the schoolboy scene. This is not a downgrade by any stretch of the imagination. Norton will be just as good as the man he replaces, Harry Evans. And this is warming up really, really nicely. And you can see the style that Northampton want to play. You know, we are seeing it, we're calling it. It is absolutely as they want to do it. They want to keep the ball in field. Bath, with 2 missed kicks to touch, have allowed them to do so. And the likes of Pater and Lumley and Tamani, they are involved. And more big bodies are entering the fray.
Here we go. Henry Sui. His name lends to a certain chant, which roars around Kingsholm. More changes. James Hudson is on. And off in his place, Harry Price.
A reminder, if you're just joining us and you haven't been watching all day, you've missed some absolutely cracking rugby football. But these games at under-18 levels are 35 minutes a half, 70 minutes as a total. That is the number we're looking at as the clock ticks round. And I'll also remind you that should this game be a draw at the end, they will share the trophy. There will be no extra time. There will be no extra golden point or anything. Prop forwards kicking at goal. Despite how fun that might be, they will share the trophy. It almost happened a few years ago.
Oh, it did.
Yes, it did happen a few years ago.
Leicester Tigers and London Irish shared it at the StoneX. That was back when the likes of Phil Fockner-Singer were playing for London Irish. Leicester Tigers had names like Joe Woodward in the fray.
Yes, I remember.
Finn Cardiff, I think, was in that squad as well.
We hadn't, and I tell you what, we hadn't thought about that at all. And it got to the final whistle, and there was pandemonium. No one knew what was going to happen next. And everyone said, "Oh, they share the trophy. We get it 6 months each." That is what will happen. I'm trying to think about this from a Northampton Saints point of view. Would that be consolation? Having lost 4 times, will they be happy to share a trophy?
They
I don't think
absolutely
so.
want to win
I don't
this
think
game.
so. I think that will be feeling like a loss.
Both sides will want to win this game, and I have a feeling if it's anything like last season and like the last time round that these two sides faced here, there will be a winner. This storybook writes itself. Mears. Yeah, penalty goes Northampton's way.
Here goes
Norton, straight through.
They are 10. Away 6.
Sui.
Maybe Sui 10 yards there, I'm not 100% sure. Never mind.
He collects the ball. Walter.
Fine, not held.
Still going. See it, Walter.
He's had a good game, the number 8 for Northampton.
He continues to go and go and go. Norton from the base. Shields out the back. Good again, coming off his wing. St. John.
Good tackle.
Good tackle. Great tackle, in fact, from Jack Harrison. Lewis, the try scorer. 7 now he's up to this season. In only 6 games, it's superb work from the blindside flanker.
Man in the way.
Man in the way. They're going to
don't.
continue to go quick. This Northampton Saints side want to play. Ferdy Barnett Vincent. Norton will go looking. Lawrence, it's been knocked on. Taken in by Charlie Dort.
No, back we go.
Was it Mears? Well,
it's only a knock-on advantage, so as soon as this is kicked away, advantage over.
yeah, and it's done just that. And once again, still, all the rugby is being played in this half at the moment. As the changes continue to be rung, Adrian Mez is coming on. I think Cody Purnell is coming back on. So 2 changes on either side of the scrum for Bath Rugby.
These boys are massive. I mean, it's under-18s, it's teenage rugby, but these boys are 14, 15, 15 and a half stone, maybe even 16 stone, some of them. They are big guys, big units out there. If they ran at you, you'd be worried.
Mears, it's been knocked on. There's an opportunity here. And they've taken it. James Hudson capitalising on Bath blunders. and Northampton Saints take the lead for the first time in this fixture.
Well, that's what they wanted. They wanted to put the pressure on. Bath, to this point, had not made a mistake. And there it was. And in the flash of an eye, a turnover, an opportunity there for them to make it. A knock-on, a bit of pressure put on the half-back. Ferdy Barnett-Vincent with a lovely awareness to find his man outside him. And crash they do. Wonderful score.
Hudson gets over, but it's the work of Ollie Hull. Another man that featured in this fixture last year. He came off the bench for Northampton Saints. He starts in this one, and wearing the black scrum cap, he works like a thief in the night, slaps the ball out of Isaac Mears' hands, and the extras added means we'll have a 7-point game. Bath having their words of wisdom relayed to them underneath the sticks.
Yeah, just a little bit of confusion here. They weren't exactly sure what they should be doing. The clear out was over-exuberant, and that allowed the one-on-one and the pressure to be applied to the half-back. And all of a sudden, Bath are behind. They need control of the ball. They need control of territory. But Northampton Saints have their tails up at the moment. Norton, the scrum half, replacement scrum half, he's injected a fair amount of pace. Decent bit of moving around by Charlie Reid and his team. Good subs.
Lineker gets us back underway. Lawrence, it slips straight through his hands and into the path of Will Corbett. Julian Nunn, in fact, on that right wing. Tamani doing well to slow it down, but not well enough to get it back. Adrian Mess.
Oh, lovely inside ball.
Great ball for Oscar Thomas to run onto. The ball's available, though. Sui. Oh, Bath just not clicking. Aidan Reid, it's come out to Norton here.
He's playing well, is Reid at tight head. Really good skills as Aidan Reid, and you can see them being employed around the park. Good awareness as well to find the right exit.
Bursting through the middle. Northampton Saints continue to rumble. They've really got their tails up at the moment. St John out the back, a floated pass. Tamani will have to retreat to get it. And he pays the price. He's bundled into touch. He lost all the momentum that he gained, and Bath will have a line out in Northampton Saints half for the first time in what feels like an eternity.
Ball over the top was a little over-ambitious. They needed to keep it a little bit more simple and build again. Trouble is, when you play flamboyant rugby, your need to be flamboyant is ever so much more so. And that's the issue that Northampton have got to do. You can do simple, straightforward things and also be flamboyant. You just can't be flamboyant all the time.
Matt Brown is down, just receiving a bit of treatment, and I think he's about to find out that he's just been taken off. Lucas Fevers coming on.
Another really good prop forward Northampton Saints have got, with all the ball skills as well. We saw him break here. Have a look at him go, and the fend and the push and the strong shoulders. A lot of really good players on show at under-18 level here.
Looks like Max Inns is about to potentially come on as well. Mark Mishka Alvarez, those two are the only left for Charlie Reid to utilise on the bench. Back to the action at hand.
Here's the rolling maul. Haven't seen it for a while. Bath employed it so beautifully in the first half, and here it is once again.
Oscar Thomas just brings it out the back to Mears. Lineker, long flung pass over the top, and Corbett's away. Good is over it, but he hasn't got his hands on the ball. Sui goes the way of Northampton Saints, the penalty. Not releasing. Brilliant work over the ball. Not sure who that was. Maybe we can see here.
Good tackle on a big man.
Lumley. Oh no, it was actually Norton, the scrum half.
Oh, cracking bit of work over the ball. Everyone has to play their part. Norton doing the hard yards as well as the pretty stuff. That's what they need.
Mark Mishka Alvarez is on for Ollie Hull, and Max Inns is on as well, and it looks like it's St John who's come off.
Step out.
So all the dice rolled by Charlie Reid. Of course, he can bring players back on, but for now, this is what he's stuck with. Maxins, his first few touches of the ball, and they're good ones as that. Pater out the back, rumbles up into the bar 22. Tamani, the offload is good. He will just ponder on the ball, allowing Northampton to set themselves up. Mishka Alvarez with a little pop on. Lewis had spilt it, but then caught it again, and the referee wasn't wise to it at one point, but now is. And Northampton waste another chance. Red zone clinicality, their Achilles heel.
Once again, Northampton Saints able to produce some lovely space out the backs for the likes of Pater. James Pater is causing a lot of difficulty. You're right, they aren't converting in that red zone, but my goodness, when they are able to create that space, that lovely drag back pass behind the screen, it's working an absolute treat at the moment. And the alacrity with which Northampton Saints can move with is a sight to behold.
Aidan Pugh and Max Hooper are about to come on.
So 9. So bounce, yeah. 6 retreat.
Lineker clears.
Touched.
Another good clearance kick from Lineker. His boot is it's worth its weight in gold, isn't it?
Here come the changes. So Pugh and Hooper on. And Isaac Mears is coming off, as well as I think it's Jack Harrison.
Right, blue on the line. Green step in.
Good pick-up.
Yeah, it's Walter again.
Tackle release.
You see it, Walter growing. There's a real presence in this game at the moment.
Lewis, out the back it goes. Shields, the little kick in behind. Just going to ask questions of this Bath back line. And the questions answered fairly well. Lineker just able to get his dustpan and brush out and sort of sweep things up for Bath.
Use.
The first few opportunities for Aidan Pugh to marshal the troops as he sets up for a box kick.
Clock is ticking. We've got 10 minutes left in this game. At the moment, Northampton Saints have got a handle of the trophy. Just one handle. Don't want to get a full grip.
Step out. A blue change.
That final change is going to be made. Charlie Greenhow is on. But I think he's come on for Ed Elliott. I'll have to double check that. Oh, no, I think that's Noah Murray, isn't it? Noah Murray.
No rush. 22 gone. Just over 12 to go.
So Greenhow on in the back row, despite wearing 23. Spoke to you about that 6-2 split. Oscar Thomas just receiving a bit of treatment.
What a big 10 minutes this is going to be.
To this point, obviously, both fly halves have been faultless from the tee, and you'd hate for it to come down to that. This next score will be absolutely crucial. You'd imagine if Northampton Saints were to add an extra 7 points to the 21 they've already got, they'd be relatively home and dry.
See Mark Hopley stalking the sideline down in front of us. He's been part of it all over the last 4 years, and you can't tell me that coaches don't wear losses any more heavily than players. These boys have seen this lot through and come up short on so many occasions. Ferdy Barnett Vincent. Ball in hand.
Arrows have to be good. Now it's stolen again at the front of the line out. Lineker. They instead potentially look to play, and that's not how Bath usually like to use the rugby. And you can see it there, unnatural for the Bath backline to get the ball that deep. And the handling error costly.
Yeah, great work at the line-out, as it has been all through the game, especially defensively. They've ruined it. But this pass off the left hand of Derwent, absolute killer. I mean, you could be an international and not pick that up. Really difficult ball to deal with. And what a position Northampton Saints have.
I will say that Hugh Shields is named by nature shielding Charlie Tamani at the moment, who's just stalking down this blind side with his outside half, and instead they go towards the open side through Walter, who will pump his legs and continue to drive up towards the 5-metre line. Northampton Saints, if it's going to be anyone, it might very well be Lewis looking for a hat-trick. Norton, Reeds, goes himself, Aidan Reeds! What a moment that is for Northampton Saints, and could it be that the third time's the charm for Mark Copley and his men?
Well, I called him out a little bit earlier, Aidan Reed, because his skill set has been excellent today. He's been at the coalface, pushing hard, working hard against them. This is the mistake that caused this issue. Really tough pass in the midfield. And then it was left for Reed. He got hold of the ball, and have a look at this pirouette if we get to see it. It is an absolute majestic piece of finishing. And wowzers, could that be the score? 5 minutes left, and this kick to go 2 scores clear. Have a look at this again. Little dummy inside. Oh, little spin. Oh, half a spin as he goes across the field, goes across the line. Excellent work from Aidan Reed. Wonderful work from Northampton Saints.
Saints 14 points clear. Less than 5 on our clock, but don't take that for good word. This has been running and running and running, so I think there's still time in this match. Definitely time for more. Definitely time for Bath to come back into this fixture.
Oh, great time.
There definitely will be time if they can take balls like that. Sui takes it in himself. Bath with their wits about them. Good pass out. Here goes Derwent.
Tackle release!
The backs bundle in to protect that ruck. Max Hooper's on, and he's orchestrating things for Bath in attack. Good little tip pass on to Adrian Mess. This game might have a few more chapters in it left.
Great tackles again coming in from Northampton Saints.
Lineker, what a shot that is on him by Lawrence. He might have left him down as well. Northampton Saints have ended up with a penalty. And all of a sudden it looks like it's going the Saints' way.
Lawrence has absolutely poleaxed Lineker, should I say. I wonder if we get another look at this. In over the ball, I think it's Tamani doing some brilliant body positions, rewarded by the referee, but it was the phase before, and Lineker has stayed down. I wonder if we get a look at that potentially, but whoa, there's some brave hits going on. There's some really stupendous stuff. And another look, I think here goes Lawrence, the hit here, boom, oh my goodness. Rearranging vertebrae, Mr. Lawrence.
We had Lecrunch a couple of weeks ago, and well, a week ago in fact, and that was a fitting of a Courtney Laws-esque hit.
Jules Plisson still has bad dreams about that one. I think Lineker will be feeling that hit for a couple of weeks.
The Northampton Saints lot making big hits in big games. It's a story we've all heard before.
Lawrence will be so pleased that you've just mentioned him and Courtney Laws in the same breath.
Hang on. No. Get your timing right. Get your timing right.
Conversations to be had at the line-out. The last thing that Bath want at the moment.
Get the ball in quicker, please, Green.
I reckon there's about 5 minutes left of this game. We don't have the ref's clock. Ferdy Barnett-Vincent, it's stolen again. And Bath are going to look to shift it. Derwent looks for potentially that little kick in behind. Shields replies well, but it's caught on the full. Lineker is going to go for the up and under. Oh, he's been caught late, very late. No one's seen it.
Hit. Referee, I think they might have seen it because I think the assistant has seen it. This is cynical. And this is rather nasty, I have to say. Hudson has left himself in Lineker, imprinted in Lineker. He goes up and he whacks him on the way down. He does know what he's doing. It looks accidental, but it's not. I absolutely promise you that is not. And in fact, not only does he know what he's doing, he knows who he's doing it to.
Lineker, touch is found. This is crunch time, now or never for Bath. They need to score immediately if they want any chance of getting near the trophy that they want to retain.
Would be extraordinary. It would set up this game, it really would. And they've got the firepower from here. It's a little bit further out than they need to be, but my goodness, their rolling maul has worked. Well, that will help.
It's been successful all season, but when it counts in moments like this, Northampton Saints have ended up with the ball. A little reply. I tell you what, if you're a fly half at the moment, your teeth are chattering.
You need to call to your insurance, I tell you. My goodness, there are absolute wallops going on out there at the moment. Put your seatbelt on, boys.
Means we've got a scrum, and it's Northampton Saints put in. The tail of the game so far at scrum time has all been Bath. They've been so dominant at this form of set piece, and in the position that it is on the pitch, they'll want an almighty shove. Our clock's gone red, but I really wouldn't worry about that. There's still life left in this game. Look at that shove from Bath. Maybe there's something in it. They've got the ball. Lineker out wide. Julian Nunn steps this way, and that puts on the gas. Julian Nunn flicks it back inside. It's ended up with Norton. No, it hasn't. Oh, it's all gone backwards, so it is with Northampton.
Use it.
Norton breathes a sigh of relief. There was a moment in which I thought Julian Nunn had just thrown a pass inside to a Bath player, and potentially it could have got very interesting. They are going to clear, though. He needs to find touch. He does just that. Bath, I imagine, will waste little time. Lineker, they need him now more than ever.
Great tackle.
But he's brought down so well by Stuart Walter, who's been the unsung hero for Northampton across the course of this 70 minutes. Nunn comes off his wing. He knows that they need him. Are they over the ball, Northampton? Hayden Reed goes fishing, but comes up with an empty pod. Thomas out wide. Oscar Thomas in a little bit of space. The ball kicked in behind. They knew they were running out of real estate.
Yep, 16 blue change.
Change is being made as well, with Fred Cartwright's coming back on. Oscar Thomas, that will be his last couple of involvements.
He scored 2 tries already, Cartwright. They need him to score 2 more.
Here we come then, Green.
Again, I just want to pick out a couple of players. Rather obviously, the likes of Lewis are going to take the headlines, if you like, for Northampton Saints if they do go on to get this. But Aidan Reid, again, making a real nuisance himself over the ball. But my player who's really, really shone is Walter. He really has done some excellent work, and I think is probably one of the difference makers here tonight for Northampton Saints. And if they are, what it looks like, going to hold on to this and take the title, it's because of the performances of Stuart Walter.
3.5 minutes left to go, according to the referee we just heard. As Matt Brown comes back on, Lucas Vivers will watch on from... No, it's Aidan Reid who's going to hobble off.
A great game from Reid. And has earned his sit down. He hopes it is an armchair that he's going to sit in and watch the remaining few minutes of this game and be able to enjoy the spoils of his work. A lower sixth former again. A reminder, there are some young players out there. Bedford School lad, a lower sixth former, and sorry to see him going off, and he's been carried by his mates. Gets a round of applause, and we're back over on the far side with the line out.
Time back on. Ferdy Barnett-Vincent will have to get his arrows good. He does just that. They continue to go to the back of the line out despite it potentially being a point in which Bath can nick the ball. That's just how Northampton Saints like to play, with a little bit of danger sprinkled in here and there. Norton, he's been told he's going to have to use it. Tamani on the short line. They've got the advantage as well, and they're going to come back for it.
Well kept in.
Bath do so well to keep that ball in field. And there's space here if they can use it. Lineker sacked. As he looked for that pass. Discipline is the cry from the Northampton Saints coaching staff. They know that they do not want to afford Bath any extra territory. Lineker just allowed time on the ball before he's squashed by Ferdy Barnett-Vincent. Julian Nunn, how dangerous can he be in these sort of scenarios? The ball has come spluttering out. Tamani, he's through. Tamani racing away.
He's so strong for a young man.
A centre of gravity, just squashing Bath players in his path. But the blue, black and white have ended up with this ball back. But to my calculations, this game is all but done. Northampton Saints will lift this trophy. But Bath could have the last word, and it could be a fine one at that if they can get it out wide. Out they go. Lineker. Sonny Goo doing everything he possibly can to try and get them into touch. He's now working ever so hard to get himself out the way.
Oh!
Sui's dropped it.
We'll have one more scrum, I think. He did look at his watch, the referee. We will have one more scrum, and look at the drop there by Henry Sui. He's immediately frustrated with himself, and he still is. Well, I tell you what, whilst we wait for this scrum, you know what I'm thinking of? The boys watching from Northampton Saints over the last few years who came and failed. And this is a little bit for them. There would have been so much pain and heartache at under-18 level because obviously you only really get one go at it. And there would have been loads and loads of Northampton Saints players who play in this style, who play this way, the way that this side is playing right now, and they have come up short. Last year was agonising for them. There was tears, there was consolation at the end, but this is for them. I think of those guys that have made it and gone through and gone on to other things even, who will still be tuning in and still be thinking about it, and it will be for them. Northampton Saints, what redemption, what a story. This is wonderful.
Wow. 5. Both sides, too much movement. Stop that way, wait for the calls.
This is music to Saints' ears.
Another reset, so yes, please.
The clock continues to wind down. We're obviously deep into our red, but there's 20 seconds left of this game.
Crouch! 5.
This realisation on Bath faces that this is it.
Set.
Saints have won this match. It's just about how they close it out, and they'll want to finish with a flourish. Norton, the ball's got out superbly. Max Inns, out the back door it goes. Shields, what a pass! Tamani racing in. What can Tamani do from this position? He gets himself back up to the 22. It seems an inevitability when he gets a ball that meters are made. Great work from Matt Brown. He's come on and off the pitch and continued to make an impact. Brown. Norton goes digging.
Another prop forward. He's had an absolutely stellar game for Northampton Saints.
Shields, Inns, penalty advantage as well. Lumley with the ball, with possession. They're going to come back for the penalty.
3, that is time.
That is time. Tap it and kick it out is time is the call. They're going to go for the 3 points.
Ah, look at them. Yeah, the players turn to one another and they hug and they embrace and they slap each other's backs because they reckon, well, they know. They don't reckon, they now know that this is it. Whether this goes over or not, whether this bounces off the post or not, whatever happens to this ball, this is it. The final play has been called. Whatever happens, Northampton Saints have won. What a day, what a game.
If at first you don't succeed, continue to play the Northampton Saints way. They've done just that. And third time's a charm for the men in black, green and gold. They go marching in. Bath hold their heads. They can do no more. Northampton Saints have played better. They've won. And they'll be celebrating into the Gloucester night. What a game, the pinnacle of under-18s rugby at a domestic level. It's paid off in dividends. There is so much story here. These players will remember this night for years and years to come, and rightly so. There are a few names here that we've spoken about that you'll know that will grace Twickenham turf, that will potentially even lift World Cups. There were some that will end up in office jobs in 9 to 5, probably next door to you in an adjacent office in a couple of years' time. Both will hold this night in as much respect as each other. That is the gravitas that comes with under-18s rugby, and it's Northampton Saints who will be looking on it with fonder memories.
I love the story that we've had today about the Southern Conference. I love the fact that the Southern Conference has been dominant all the way through the day until the final. The southernmost Northern Conference team is victorious in the match that means the most. And my goodness, I cannot put across to you with the sort of weight that I want to put it across to you, just how much this means to Northampton Saints. To come this far, time after time after time, and come up short, it really starts to leave a mark. And my goodness, what a performance. There were worries, weren't there, Will? In that first half, Bath looked to the manner born. They looked like they'd come with the game plan. They looked like they were, as you mentioned it, that sort of boa constrictor style that they have taken all the air out of the game and really pressing it. But they stuck to it. Northampton Saints did not wilt in the face of that, and they continued on. Brilliant from Northampton Saints. You have to pay credit to Bath, who have topped the group that contained the likes of Harlequins and Saracens. A really quality Southern Conference.
Both could have very much been in this final. Saracens not in it on points difference. They were so hard done by to not be in this final. Likewise, Saracens, who missed out on the final day. Bath were the chosen ones that were picked to take Bath, and you'd got to think that they would have been coming in with heaps of confidence, having pipped them the previous year. But Northampton Saints righting so many wrongs.
There were so many names that really stood out. It seems daft to pick out of them, but you know, from the back, James Pater was absolutely superb. Lumley brilliant. Tamani, every time he got the ball. Shields managed it round the park. Both scrum halves, Evans and Norton, both played their bit. In the pack, Lewis, fantastic. Siet Walter, Lawrence made a real nuisance of himself. Everyone played their part. Aidan Reid at tight head. The skill set, what a performance. From front to back, from 1 to 23, Northampton Saints deserve this, and they will enjoy it. There is no two ways about it. It is quite a long way back to Northampton, and they will enjoy every single step.
Penny full of thoughts of Bath as well, who have worked so hard across the course of this Academy League. They came in as strong favourites, and when they beat Exeter Chiefs down in Exeter 33-0 on the opening game, we thought, oh, well, here we go again. And,
the die was cast almost. We knew what was going to happen. But as you say, what spirit from Northampton. What spirit to hold their nerve, hold their game, and get to where they needed to get to. Absolutely brilliant. But what a joy the whole day has been, Will Roberts. So I think from front to back, I'd like to thank all the guys that we've had on commentary. if you've been with us throughout the day. I can't imagine that too many people have been with us every step of the way, but I know you've probably dipped in and out and you've heard some wonderful voices. George Skivington, Mark Mapletoft we've had along the way. We've had all sorts of different people adding to our broadcast, and on behalf of In Touch Productions and the Premiership, I'm absolutely delighted to bring you this whole day with you and sit with you and bring it to you from Kingsholm. Really, really good. Will Roberts, you've been absolutely stellar once again. Superb, likewise, great words, and really, really good stuff. I've really enjoyed it. I hope that you've enjoyed it, and I hope that you see just how much this means to these young men and just what a special occasion this is. And you know what? The good news is it happens all over again next year, and there will be just the same emotion, just the same quality, and we will bring it to you hopefully again. And every single story that we've got will come their way. And here we go, Bath come through to collect their losers' medals. What a change, 12 months. What a story. But what a team this Bath rugby side are.
There's so many of these Bath players that will go on to really, really superb stuff. A lot of them have already been contracted. A couple of them not even in. Henry Winters has been unavailable for this Bath side in the backfield, which has been a massive blow to them. He's already signed for next year. Lineker likewise. There's a couple names that will also be added to that. Bath have been pushing their academy over the last couple of years so hard, and they've been reaping the rewards, and look, they'll want to continue to grow homegrown players, and I think they'll do that. There's a fair amount of them in here, but Northampton Saints likewise. Northampton have been able to blood through some really notable names over the last couple of years.
Well, both these sides, you look at actually the first team of both these sides, and there's a spine of homegrown players in both these sides, and you can see what it means to them. And here come Northampton Saints. Talk us through it, Will. What an achievement. It's been a long time in the making, but my goodness, it tastes sweet.
It is, as you say, so many players here that have seen Northampton Saints teams come and go in this competition, and they're the guys that lift the silverware. I think it's interesting to note as well that there are no particular individual real top standout players in this side. There are some brilliant rugby players in the Northampton Saints team, do not get me wrong, but there are none that jump out to you immediately and to the wider media as those as ones to watch. They work so well as a team, and that, I think, along with the way that they play, shows that rugby at this level is really, really at its peak.
Well, that's how you make great teams. You know, you literally get everyone pulling exactly the same way, and this Northampton Saints side are doing that and are testament to exactly that model. You're absolutely right. There are some fantastic players, but as you say, none more so than anyone else. They are all there. Brilliant performance today from Jack Lewis, but everyone around absolutely superb. What an achievement for this side. And here we go with the trophy lift.
Jack Lawrence will finally lift the Under-18s League final. Academy winners for Northampton. Oh, that tastes sweet for the Saints. Such a long time coming. They deserve it so much. The St Joe's boy lifts the shield high into the sky. They look at names gone by. A few clubs in there that have had players that have gone on to do such great things, and I have no doubt that these Northampton boys will be extremely similar. Thank you very much to everyone for tuning in. Thank you very much to those who made this possible at Premiership Rugby, In Touch Productions, and everyone in between, the players, the fans, the members of staff. We appreciate you all, and we wish you a very nice evening. Congratulations to Northampton. Congratulations to everyone who won today. What a day for Academy Rugby. The future in the Premiership is bright. Thank you very much.